Order. Order, honorable members. Can we please be seated and be ready to start with the business of the day? Thank you very much, honorable members. Can we be settled there? Can we be settled at the gallery, please? Gallery, can we be settled, please? I can see ukuthi amakhosi aseNdlunkulu angene ngapha kanti aya kwaPhopha. Can we give them ithuba lokuthi bakwazi ukuphuma kahle bese siyaqala? Thank you very much. Good morning, honorable members. Before we start, can we please have a moment for silent prayer or meditation? Amen. Thank you, honorable members. This is the budget debate of the legislature that we are conducting through virtual means. You are reminded that this budget debate will be conducted in terms of the rules for virtual meetings, which is applicable to all virtual meetings. Read with our existing standing rules. The rules for virtual meetings also define present as follows. Present means the attendance of a member in a virtual meeting by electronic means in a manner that allows the member to join and participate in the meeting. Our standing rules further provide that a majority of the members of the committee constitute a quorum. The table staff have confirmed that we have the required number of members present in order to commence the session. The meeting is therefore properly constituted and may formally continue, honorable members. Members, before we proceed with the budget debate, I must reiterate the ruling of the Speaker relating to addressing connectivity problems. Honorable member.
Ngiyathokoza sihlalo nongithi angiphawule ngisihlalo ukuthi uGray ngathi inomphumela wasport uphela ugqoka uGray.
Order.
Simango ugqoka uGray. Udokotela
Siyabonga lungehloniphekile. Ngiyalitshela ilunga lihlale phansi sonika imizuzu yalo yokukhuluma.
Sithokoze ngoGray sihlalo.
Mhlonishwa uKhawula uzoyithola imizuzu yakhe emibili. Manje ngibone ngathi usuthatha kweyabanye mawusukhuluma. Thank you very much, honorable members. On a serious note, the Speaker has ruled that the following measures will be adopted to try and assist members who may not be able to participate due to connectivity issues. If a member has connectivity problems, the presiding officer will continue with other speakers on the speakers list for the debate. If the members regain connectivity before the response to the debate has commenced, the presiding officer will be flexible in applying the speakers list and will be allowed to continue and finalize his or her speech as long as the member reconnects prior to the commencement of the response to the debate. I hope that one is clear, honorable members. Secondly, we also ask members who are debating to allocate a fellow party member who will be able to take over the member's speech and read the member's speech into the record. Presiding officers will then allow the fellow party member to take over the member's speech. If all else fails and the member is unable to present his or her speech or to get another party member to take over, it is directed that the member may submit his or her speech to the Secretary of the Legislature, which will be included in the record of the debate. If a member does connectivity problems, we will follow the above guidance to try and assist members. I hope this is in order, honorable members. Members not debating are reminded at all times to mute their microphones and switch off their cameras. Also, members are requested to take care of any noise in the background that interferes with the broadcast of the proceedings. Honorable members, I further wish to confirm that the budget report 2021-2022 of the Sports and Recreation Portfolio Committee has been tabled in terms of the visual rules. We will now proceed with the matters of the agenda, being the debate on vote 10. Honorable members, allow me to invite Honorable Mavimbela, who is the MEC for Sports and Recreation, vote 10. Dadewethu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Premier, colleagues in the Executive, Deputy Speaker, Madam Speaker, Honorable members, distinguished guests, business leaders, leaders of sport federation and recreation entities, representatives of different media houses, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Honorable members, I greet you on this World Day of Cultural Diversity for Dialogue and Development. In 2001, UNESCO adopted the Universal Declaration of Cultural Diversity and declared 21 May to be the World Day for Cultural Diversity for Dialogue and Development. The bridging the gap between cultures is urgent and necessary for peace, stability, and development. The day provides us with opportunity to deepen our understanding of the values of cultural diversity, in particular to promote human rights and fundamental freedoms. As we present this budget today, it is extremely important that the issue of systemic discriminatory practices towards people of color are stopped. The KwaZulu-Natal government led efforts to repatriate Lindani Mieni's mortal remains from Hawaii in the United States to his home in eSikaleni, where he was finally laid to rest early this month. The 29-year-old former rugby player from KwaZulu-Natal was shot dead by Hawaii police in an altercation last month. His death has again put the spotlight on the conduct of white police officers towards black people in the USA. We remain hopeful that justice will prevail and that all those linked to this untimely demise will be punished. Honorable Chairperson, the effect of COVID-19 continue to ripple through the world's health, education, financial and commercial institution, and the sport ecosystem is no different. With the pandemic likely to be with us for some time, the entire sport ecosystem is trying to find new ways to deal with threats to financial and business continuity from disrupted cash flow, insurance challenges, and possible decline in long-term engagement and attendance. World over, sport is recognized by many societies and governments as a major contributor to economic and social development. As the department, we are working closely with the sport and recreation federations and entities to find ways to resuscitate the sector. In the aftermath of COVID-19, sport will be crucial in resuscitating the public mood, social cohesion, rebuilding confidence in the nation building project, and driving economic recovery. Cognizance of the implication of this pandemic on the athletics and practitioners of this sector last year, the department committed 7 million towards a provincial relief fund to assist athletes, coaches, technical personnel, sport federation, recreational entities, and fitness industry at a provincial level, whose livelihood and sustainability has been adversely affected by the cancellation of sports events and programs. In addition, 200,000 has been set aside to bring relief to sport legends who have been unable to make ends meet. The department realizes that the Provincial Relief Fund is a short-term solution to resuscitate the sport and recreation sector. We will continue to work with the industry stakeholders, seek and establish partnership, and continuously look for innovative ways to assist the sector to get back on its feet. The department received an allocation of 475,600,000 for this financial year, and we will use this budget to promote sport and recreation through the provision of various programs to promote an active and healthy lifestyle and talent optimization, with an emphasis on delivering programs at a ward level through the ward-based intervention program. The department will commit 39,200,000 through transfer payment to non-profit institutions towards accelerating transformation and development program and to resuscitate sport and recreation sector. Transformation is one of our key priorities as the department. It has to be understood that transformation involves change, and change is multifaceted. In partnership with the Sport Confed and the Sport Federation, we have developed a clear development pathway and a desktop tool to measure progress. In addition to measuring the on-field demographics of their playing staff, other areas in which federations are being monitored include the composition of their executives of board, number of females they have in leadership position, and their progression targets from development to high performance. We have made progress in development of rugby and cricket in the province. The rugby host sport programs have targeted non-rugby playing schools in rural and disadvantaged communities, while the Cricket Hub and Regional Performance Center program has seen the establishment of 15 cricket development hubs throughout the province. The Rugby Hotspot program is located in township and rural areas with 43 hotspots in the province. Each hotspot has up to 8 schools in the program. These programs have a positive influence on the transformation of these codes of sport. In this financial year, we will increase the number of cricket hubs, with Umzinyati and Harry Gwala benefiting, taking the number of hubs to 17. A number of rugby and cricket players have started to emerge from these programs, which shows that if we strengthen our partnership with Sport Federation, we can achieve even more. The department, in partnership with KwaZulu-Natal Cycling, introduced KwaZulu-Natal Cycling Development Program to ensure that cycling is introduced to young learners across all 11 districts, particularly in disadvantaged communities and rural areas. Cycling hubs have been established in all the 11 districts. 15 development officers are employed throughout the program to run the activities in the district. A total of 48 BMX tracks builders were trained and contracted to build BMX track in Ikopo, Mtubatuba, Dandi, and Ulundi. These BMX tracks are operationally with development officers putting local riders through their paces. In addition to unearthing talent from rural areas who are now competing on the national and world stage, the key achievement of the program will be the training of 497 people from all 11 districts across an array of different courses, including coaching, mechanics, administration and officiating, safety officials, and event organization. This training will equip the participants to get part-time job in cycling events run across the province. Good governance has become an omnipresent concept in the world of sport. Corruption and mismanagement of sport federation and entities has resulted in the department increasing its effort for better sport governance. The new funding policy, which was introduced by the department last year, has been finalized. It has now been implemented and workshopped with all sport federation entities and key stakeholders. The policy provides guidelines on application for both financially and non-financial support, solicited and unsolicited requests, and bidding and major events. To this end, we have hosted the first of two stakeholder governance workshops with 52 sport federation and recreation entities in attendance. We are working closely with our stakeholders in ensuring that the principles of good governance are embedded in their everyday implementation of the program and processes, and that they are held accountable by the constituency. Chairpersons and treasurers of those sport federations and entities that have not been able to comply with the requirements of the funding policy for transfer payment will be enrolled in an accredited course to improve their level of cooperative governance and financial management in this financial year. Previously, we reported that KwaZulu-Natal Athletics was still under administration by Athletics South Africa, and the department was working closely with ASA and the administrator in regularizing the operation of the association. During this period, we have continued to support the federation and athletes through goods and services to implement and participate in events and programs. KZN athletes have completed the financial audit for the last 2 years, and their quadrennial general meeting was held in Durban on the 3rd of April this year. Mr. Steve Mkasi was emerged as the president of KwaZulu-Natal Athletes, and we take this opportunity to wish him and his board well over the next 4 years. This is in fact ends of administration of the sport and will continue to work closely with the federation in ensuring they deliver against their strategic objectives. Let me also take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Tamim Mchunu on his re-election as the president of the Sport Confed earlier this year. The Confed is a strategic partner of the department in enhancing sport development to transform sport and recreation within the province. Academy system. The department has budgeted 8,500,000 to support 9 sport academies and 11 sport-focused schools across the province. Academies will be funded through the mass participation and sport development grant and will provide specialized training and sport scientific support to talented athletes. Additional funding will be made available through the equitable share to support high-performance program to provide opportunities to athletes from rural and poor communities to showcase their talent in the national and international arenas. The department's Elite Athletes Development Program, based at the Prime High Performance Institute, will continue to be supported to promote transformation in sport through talent optimizing and high performance in partnership with sport federation, including, amongst others, swimming, athletics, boxing, canoeing, judo, football, netball, tennis, table tennis, and cycling. This program will support 100 talented athletes in the financial year. Last year, we reported about Mhlengi Gwala, the Chesterville triathletes, whose legs were almost swayed off in an attack near the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Miraculous doctors saved his limbs, and he was well on the way to recovery. Sadly, complications set in after a year or so, and Mr. Gwala had to his limb amputated. In spite of his physically and emotional state of being, this young athlete has bounced back from amputation, and he is now in a training as a para-athlete. His resilience and determination has seen him become the current South African champion in his class, that is PT4. This allows him to enter the African Championship to secure points that will make him eligible for the Paralympics Games in Tokyo, Japan. To sustain the progression of athletics from development programs to participate at elite level, it is imperative that programs and services developed in the academy system are decentralized and available at a district and ward level in line with the district development model. The construction of KwaMsane District Academy has been completed and boosts state-of-the-art training, consulting, and rehabilitation facilities. The academy will service a core area with the sports scientists and medical personnel available to nurture and further develop talented athletes from the district. In addition to the highly specialized training facilities, the academy also boasts 2 action soccer courts, outdoor gym and play gym, jogging track, BMX cycling track and sport field, netball courts and grassed athletic track. The KwaMsane District Academy was built at a cost of 23,700,000 in partnership with the Mtuba local municipality. Sport scholarship. The department has allocated 650,000 towards the support of talented athletes with limited means of excel in sport. The department will award 26 sports scholarships in this financial year to deserving athletes who have the potential to represent the country at nationally or international sporting level in a specific code of sport. Preference is given to students who are able to demonstrate the potential for academic success and come from disadvantaged background. These scholarships are available from schools through the tertiary level. The Legends Program. The department, in partnership with the Confederation, will kickstart the Legends Program on the 1st of June this year. A budget of 4 million has been set aside to support the sport development program using Legend as coaches and mentors in this financial year. Talented players from local leagues will be selected and they will play in a district tournament which will culminate in a regional tournament. Academies, professionals and semi-professional clubs and schools will be invited to the tournament to view and recruit talent. Overall, the club development program will carry a budget of 18,800,000 from the mass participation conditional grant this financial year and will target 1,100 clubs for support. the sport infrastructure development. In this financial year, we are going to speed up the process of providing world-class infrastructure for sport and recreation, particularly in rural areas, in partnership with municipalities and schools. It is our intention to focus our resources towards building decent playing fields with grassing and ablution blocks so that we can speed up access for our people. In this financial year, we have committed 57,900,000 for the construction of sport infrastructure and provision of resources for the maintenance of our major infrastructure. We will construct 11 combination courts in schools, 11 children's play gym, and 4 district fitness centers in Herigwala, King Cetshwayo, and Amajuba districts. In each of these fitness centers, we incorporate a standalone district academy and will be one-stop shop for all sport enthusiasts. Other infrastructure that will be included in the fitness center will include sport field, athletic track, combination courts, outdoor gym, running synthetic surface, play gym and recreational venues, and aerobic center. Work has commenced with the fitness centers in the Alfred Duma, Umhlatuze, and Mzimkhulu local municipality. The department has identified 11 existing community and school halls that will be branded as fitness and activity centers for the implementation of aerobics, exercise and fitness classes, and promotion of codes of sport such as chess, table tennis, umlabalaba, karate, boxing, and e-sport. The school sport coordinators, healthy lifestyle coordinators, legend and ex-professionals will anchor the program with talent, scouting, coaching, and training session, as well as mentorship program. Now we are looking at our Premiers Cup program. Our professional football teams have had an excellent season with both AmaZulu and Lamontville Golden Arrows occupying the second and third position respectively in the DStv Premiership. We are hopeful that Maritzburg United will survive relegation. In the Glad Africa Championship, Royal M are just 1 point away from automatic qualification to the Premiership, and Richards Bay FC, who occupy first position for the better part of the season, still have an opportunity to make it through promotional playoffs. We wish both teams the best of luck when they play the final matches of the season on Sunday, and we look forward to having more teams from our province in the DStv Premiership next year season. The KZN Premiers Cup is a much sought after tournament in the province, and we have received the green light for this tournament to go ahead this year in adherence to existing COVID-19 regulations and protocols. The department will invest 5 million into the tournament. Each of the 6 participating teams, the 3 in the PSL and the 3 in the NFD, received preparation fee for the tournament. The tournament has the developmental model where each club is committed to hosting coaching clinics in identified schools. We are also responsible for promoting boxing and karate. The department, in partnership with the Professional Boxing Association, has made significant progress in trying to revive boxing in KwaZulu-Natal to its glorious days of Joe Ngidi, Tap Tap Makhathini, Tulan Sugar Boy Malinga, and Maxwell Malinga. After an audit of boxing gym in the province, we handed over specialized boxing equipment, including boxing gloves, punching bags, and head guards to over 15 boxing gym owners, trainers and promoters. We will continue to give support to the KZN Boxing Promoters Association, and we have planned a number of tournaments over the financial year. The department supports this tournament in partnership with Boxing South Africa, and 3 categories of tournaments are supported. That is the domestic, nationally, and international. Presently, there are 9 tournaments planned for this financial year. These tournaments will be staged in a biosecured environment. The department also supports amateur boxing with the KZN Olympic Style Boxing Association in line for the transfer payment of 1,600,000 for this financial year. This association exists in all districts and participates in all allied competitions of their national federation, SANAPO, amateur boxing organization. Congratulations to Mr. Sanele Sibisi, who was elected unopposed as the president of the KwaZulu-Natal Olympic Style Boxing Association recently. Karate is being prioritized for support by the department. While the department supports Karate South Africa, it has also indicated that it cannot ignore other structures in the province who have been reluctant to join Karate South Africa. In partnership with the Department of Social Development and the Office of the Premier, we will continue to promote organized activities for senior citizens who are vulnerable to age-related medical condition. A total of 70 senior citizen service centers will be supported with all districts with the provision of sport equipment and the training of recreational leaders and volunteers to implement daily programs for the senior citizens. A budget of 1,200,000 is allocated to deliver the Golden Games program this year. District competition for our seniors are planned with not more than 250 senior citizens expected to compete in each district festival. Together with the Sport Confed, the department is working closely with all individual code structures representing disabled people with the aim towards forming a coordinating forum for disability sport in the province. The department will continue its support for disability sport codes of SASA, ELSIN, Blind and Deaf Association, physically disabled and mild mentality handicapped through school sport and stakeholder support at a provincial and national level. The department has allocated a total of 2,200,000, which is going to be distributed to all 11 districts to support structures promoting sport for people with a disability and an organized game within each code structure. Promoting women's sport. Women still remain underrepresented in all sport in the country. The best example is at professional level, where the nation's main sport, cricket, rugby, and football, have established domestic leagues for women, but these leagues have yet to receive the same level of investment as their male counterparts. Female athletes need more funding, media coverage, and opportunities in order to be successful, while the need for more role models cannot be overemphasized. The department's focus has been to support the teams playing provincial Sasol Women's League with equipment and attire. Recently, we awarded all 16 teams playing in the provincial league with match kits, match balls, training equipment including bibs, cones, and agility ladders. Durban ladies, who are our only representative in the SAFA National Women's League, have received substantive support from the department. In addition to supporting their conditioning training at the Prime High Performance Institution and hosting a number of training camps, the department has committed to pay for the accommodation of the team at all their away games for the season. On all their away games for the season. Provincial teams that qualify into the national playoffs receive support from the department as well. The department will support football development through club development program. The program is aligned to SAFA Vision 2022 and tackles multiple layers of development with under 15 development leagues for boys and an open league for girls supported in all 64 local football associations. The training and deployment of coaches who are legends and the upgrading of football infrastructure and administration will be highlighted in this financial year. Netball in the province is on the up. The department's support for the netball is over 5 million through a transfer of funds and goods and services. The Our Kingdom Stars managed to retain their National Premier League status for the next season, and the Kingdom Queens excel in their first year in the National Second Division. The Kingdom Stars will continue to be supported through the department's EADP program. The KwaZulu-Natal Netball Super League remains the envy of other provinces as it serves as the most effective platform to expose talent, KZN exclusive. The department has invested 2 million over the next 3 years for netball legacy projects in our province as we prepare to host the 2023 Netball World Cup in Cape Town. Through a transfer of funds, the departments also supported the Provincial Women's Cricket League with the KZN Cricket Union. It's also imperative to talk to healthy lifestyles. The department has committed 44,700,000 toward the promotion of the recreation to address the lifestyle disease, promote social cohesion, and drive online campaigns to encourage people to engage in exercise and physical activity. In response to the Cabinet Lehotla resolution to implement an integrated healthy lifestyle strategy at what level to improve health and wellness of communities, the department will implement a ward-based intervention program. The ward-based intervention program is designed to reach broad sectors of the population, including marginalized groups, and affording them access to participation and a share in the wider sport community. Through consultation with local leadership and community organizations, the department will identify clubs in different wards for support and further development. Clubs will be supported with playing equipment and attire, and all clubs will receive appropriate training to sustain themselves. The program will result in one ward, one club, and this means that through various programs within the department, one club in every ward will be supported to deliver key sport and active recreation program communities. The I Choose to Be Active campaign will be resuscitated. The campaign is brought to life through the promotion of key events and programs such as the Big Walk, National Recreation Day, Active Friday, Walk and Play program, participation in mass-based events, support for aerobics, aerobic marathon, and leisure time activities. The department will decentralize this program to local municipalities to allow for participation in these events. The department organizes regular and structured recreational activities in 153 hubs on a weekly basis to address the social challenges in delinquency, crime, alcohol and substance abuse, domestic violence, and HIV and AIDS, especially among our youth. The gender-based violence, as termed being the second pandemic. The Commonwealth advocates sport as a vehicle for the development and peace building. Given its popularity, sport has huge potential to drive social change and accelerate gender equity. Not only can sport raise awareness of gender-based violence, but it can also help deliver solutions through the designed policies and programs across multiple sectors, including sport itself. But despite the fact sport promotes ethical values of fair play, gender-based violence also occurs within sport. However, by implementing the targeted evidence-based policies and programs, the department can address violence within sport as well as contribution to wider gender equality and empowerment and through sport. In partnership with Karat, the department is initiating self-defense training for women and girls at district level with 12 programs targeted. Sport and recreational games and physical activities are being used to teach young people how to resist social pressures, to engage in the delinquency, crime and drugs, how to cope with anxiety, and how to communicate effectively with peers, among others, life skills. Legends will be used as mentors in this program. We will host the visual run on the 18th to 19th July that will be targeting 2.5 kilometers and 10 kilometers as the gender-based awareness campaign, and also in honor of Umama Charlotte Maxeke. In promoting mutual respect and tolerance, sport teach important social and interpersonal skills. Using sport to help people, especially youth, has proven to be an effective tool in keeping them from falling into cyclic and antisocial behavior, violence, crime, and drug abuse. We have entered into an MOU with the Department of Art and Culture and Community Safety and Liaison to facilitate crime prevention initiative through sport, art and culture in areas that are most affected by crime. The department has established partnership with Live Life and Peace Players South Africa to engage children and youth in sport-based life skills training. The department will continue to support the National Youth Camp. It is very important for us to support this camp because it is an opportunity for young people to be given skills that will assist them to face the future. So this year we are targeting to have 100 youth between the ages of 16 years to 18 years that will be selected from school to participate with the budget of 3 million set aside for this program. On the indigenous game, the main intention of promoting indigenous game is to build social cohesion and healthy lifestyle among various groups. It further seeks to promote, preserve, and develop traditional games and enhance our heritage. The department plans to support and promote 12 indigenous games program from district to provincial level. This year, we plan to transform the games and ensure they are played by all communities. We have set aside a budget of 8 million for this program, and we are looking forward to be the host of these games as we are lobbying the nationally, and we are awaiting for the results by September. The water safety program. The World Health Organization ranked drowning as the third highest factor in accidental deaths worldwide, especially those younger than 12 years of age. Annual mobility statistic reflects that 1,400 drowning take place annually around the country, and our province is a leading province when it comes to drowning incident in South Africa. Hence, we are putting our program together with the Department of Education, starting from grade R to grade 4. And this program is going to be implemented this financial year. And we are planning forward for this program to be integrated in grade 7 in 2022-2023. It is also important for us to mention that we are cooperating with sport. That's why we are making sure that the school sport program is being budgeted for. So we have budgeted 6,500,000 for this program, and a further 4,100,000 have been set aside to support 50 schools sport structures to implement programs from cluster to provincial level. We will target 15,000 learners at district level to be involved in 15 codes of sport as an ongoing basis. The department has employed 172 school sport coordinators on contract in this financial year, with 517 educators and volunteers being trained to deliver school sport. An updated MOU for school sport between us and the Department of Education has been finalized and approved by the Cabinet. The MOU focuses on the key deliverables, roles and responsibility, policy imperatives, and resource allocation of the department. We are also responsible for economic recovery through sport. Sport plays an important role in building unity and social cohesion. The department is committed to utilize sport as a powerful tool to achieve the socio-economic transformation of our society. The department is committed to radical economic transformation objectives, and this includes working with SMEs and cooperatives as part of our intent to utilize this sector. A workshop on local production and content in relation to clothing and textile sector was conducted. The department has identified the following sport apparel as a vehicle for empowerment of cooperatives, which are soccer kits, netball kits, and moisture management t-shirts. In this financial year, we will work to strengthen our partnership with the Department of Economic Development, Tourism, and Environmental Affairs to ensure fair and equal competitive between cooperatives across the district. And we have set aside a budget of 10 million for this program because it also assists in job creation. The department aims to create 579 jobs this financial year. We have received 2,100,000 for job creation initiative from EPWP Social Sector Incentive Grant. Additional funding for job creation will be provided by allocation within the Mass Participation Conditional Grant and the Equitable Share. We have already employed 328 healthy lifestyle and school sport coordinators at ward level, where they will be implementing these programs that we are talking about. And our aim is to make sure that we are prioritizing the vulnerable groups and the disadvantaged groups. The traditional horse riding, commonly known as umtelebelo, is on the rise in terms of popularity in all districts in our province. Horses are owned by ordinary families and it is mass-based. There is now 11 fully operational associations with approximately 400 horse owners as members. The new equine industry presents many economic value chain opportunities for this financial year. Skills development in the cooperation of its administration, grooms and jockey development, steward development, as well as farrier training. Breeding program to improve the bloodline profile of the traditional racing horses. This would make the horses more attractive to market beyond our province to other provinces. Production of racing equipment for horse and jockey through the artisanal program based in all districts. Horse feed supply in accordance with accepted international norms as set out by World Trotting Association. The Dundee July alone contribute about 20 million to the local economy and creates over 500 job opportunities. A number of entities in the sector, together with sector departments and NGOs, have committed to cooperate to the growth of the industry at the Dundee July Legacy Project that was launched last year. We have set aside a budget of 3 million for community sport and school sport programs.
Sorry,
Can I
Honorable.
borrow some few minutes from my
Yes,
responding
yes.
time, Chairperson?
Okay.
Let me talk to the team. The province has state-of-the-art infrastructure in the form of stadia and conference centers. These are all possible stimuli to boost the local economy. A key element of boosting the local economy is through the hosting of major events. These also stimulate SMMEs and the hospitality industry. There is a requirement for the capital outlay, but the return on investment outweighs the initial investment. We are also responsible for promoting the ocean economy through sport. That's why, as the department, we have transferred 700,000 to Sailing and Sail Africa so that this program can be realized. We will also continue to have sport awards this financial year, depending on the levels of COVID-19. Honorable members, before I'm wrapping up the budget for sport and recreation, let me take this opportunity to thank the officials from the Department of Sport and Recreation, led by the HOD, the Sport and Recreation Portfolio Committee, led by my beautiful chairperson, and the Finance Portfolio Committee for their continued support. Honorable members, the budget for 2021-2022 financial year for this Department of Sport and Recreation is 475,629,000, of which 96,317,000 is conditional grant for the mass participation and sport development program. 94,208,000 and EPWP social sector incentive grant is 2,109,000. So the funding is like this. For program 1 is 109,016,000. For program 2 is 366,613. That gives us the total of 475,629,000. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mphathiswa Dadewethu Mavimbela, ngicela ukubiza usihlalo wekomiti. Honorable AG Mapena for 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson of the House, and congratulations on yet again another qualification in the bag. Good morning, Madam Speaker, Premier, Honorable Members, Honorable MEC for Sports and Recreation, Honorable Tlengiwe Mavimbela, Sports and Recreation Portfolio Committee members that are present and are on our virtual platforms, the HOD, Dr. Sifunda, all officials present in virtual platforms in this case, and our guests that are connected. As part of its final engagement on 2021-2022 final draft APP, which is your annual performance plan and budgets, the committee took a day deliberating on the 2021-2022 final annual performance plan and budget report on the 13th of April 2021. This is where the department made final presentation to the committee, and the committee made its final input and comments on the committee to support and fully adopt the 2021-2022 final draft annual performance plan in this case, and I beg for your indulgence, I will now be calling it APP and budget. The committee noted that the 2021 final draft annual performance plan, the APP, as I said I would say, and budget reports present the views of the committee, accompanied by issues that were raised by the public during the consideration of the 2021-2022 first draft APP and budget for 2021-2022 financial year at the stakeholders engagement held at Belgrade, Upongolo Municipality on the 9th of December 2020. It is evident, Chair, that the department has considered and aligned the 2021-2022 APP to the needs of the public, ranging from the community sports promotion and development, infrastructure and club development, as well as organized recreation. The committee is satisfied that the department ensured that it allocates funding to the 2021-2022 final APP to end budgets to address the needs of the public. The committee also satisfied itself that indeed the DSR, the Department of Sports and Recreation's 2021-2022 final draft APP is aligned to the department's 2030 National Development Plan, 2019-2024 Medium-Term Strategic Frameworks Priorities, KwaZulu-Natal's Provincial Growth and Development Plan, the 5-year strategic plan and annual operational plan for the department. Moreover, the 2021-2022 APP is aligned to the 7 priorities of government, namely a capable and ethical state, developmental state, education, skills and health, economic transformation and job creation, with special emphasis on social cohesion and safe communities. Submissions of information and usefulness thereof. The final draft APP and budget reports were received from the department on the 25th of March 2021. The information contained on the APP and the budget was useful in that it was detailed enough for our technical support staff to conduct the financial and non-financial analysis. The technical support staff had adequate lead time to conduct and perform the financial and non-financial analysis and brief the committee on their findings. The medium-term estimates are as indicated by in the budget itself, with 2021-2022 grand total of 475,629 million, 2022-23 481,924 million, 2023-2024 477,348. The budget consideration process. The committee had a stakeholders engagement as indicated in Belgrade and the Upongolo municipality. This is where the department made presentation to the public on its first draft. The Sports and Recreation in Zululand municipality was given the opportunity, district municipality was given the opportunity to make presentation to the public on the activities they will be embarking on to deliver service to the district municipality. Following the department's appearance before the Finance Standing Committee on the 26th of March, the department also appeared before the Portfolio Committee on Sports and Recreation in a full-day session held in Drakensberg on the 13th of April in 2021. This is where the committee also deliberated in detail the departmental 2021-2022 final draft budget and APP. Looking at the time, Chair, I will just quickly go to the inputs by our stakeholders. The report of the stakeholder engagement is attached as held in Belgrade. This is distributed, Chair. The stakeholders in the meeting had raised a concern that there were massive shortage of sport facilities in the area. It indicated that even the ones that were there were were in bad shape and vandalized. This is in reference to the Belgrade tennis court. The concerns by the committee. The committee raised three main concerns amongst others. The concern was around the Belgrade Sports Complex. The second concern that was raised or a discussion was about the Drakensberg production and the allocation of the budget that was there, and clarity around our activities with regards to the Drakensberg production. One of the other concerns raised, Honorable Chair, is in terms of the 321 healthy lifestyle coordinators budgeted for under Program 2, Sports and Recreation. The committee raised a concern in terms of the placement of these coordinators in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I would like to state, Chair, that the department has since given us responses in regards to the concerns, and the report itself by the MEC covers most of our concerns. Chair, I would like to go to the resolutions. The committee resolved as follows: that the department must correct the errors identified in the budget pertaining to the Comrades Marathon. This is about the budget allocation. 7.2, that the department also revised the KZN cycling allocation funding, and the committee was not at the time convinced of the allocation and the impact it has on the organization in KwaZulu-Natal community. 7.3, Chair, the committee noted that the department had erroneously included the Royal Eagles Football Club in the 2021-2022 budget transfers for private enterprises to an amount of 585,000 rather. This was has a response as well, Chair, from the department itself. Chairperson, with the last few minutes remaining, the committee wishes to report to the House that all parties supported the 2021-2022 budget and APP of the Department of Sports, with an exception of the Democratic Alliance, which expressed reservations. Conclusion, Chair, the Portfolio Committee on Sports and Recreation recognizes the importance of the task assigned to the Department of Sports and Recreation and is in contributing towards the 2030 NDP, which is 9 years away now, and its sixth administration. The committee will always offer its continuous and solid support to the department through you, MEC, of course, in fulfilling this task and mandate and in playing our role of oversight. I wish to thank Honorable Chair, the MEC, Honorable Mavimbela, the HOD, Dr. Sifunda, the senior officials of the Department of Sport and Recreation for their continued strong work ethic and commitment. Further gratitude or personal gratitude on my part goes to the honorable members of the committee. Honorable members, I would like to personally thank you for your indulgence and for also during my academic year, your ability to continue with the work even in my absentia. Last but absolutely not the least, Chair, we'd like to thank the Legislature support staff for the administration support for the Sports and Recreation Portfolio Committee. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mapena. The next member to now start debating the report is Honorable J.N. Tele.
Ngiyabonga somlomo. Ngibonge sihlalo. Honorable Chairperson of the session, Honorable Premier Ukhuzeni, ukhona Honorable MEC of the DSR, Okamavimbela, Honorable members, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. In the 150th year of the celebration of Mamu Charlotte Maxeke, our African National Congress revolutionary gallant who revolutionarily stood and fought against the triple oppression of women of which we are victims of. She was centrally in the masses and structured liberation struggle of women through formation of Bantu Women's League in 1918, which later became the African National Congress Women's League president. Yikhawe simelana nje sihlalo sime emahlombe alo njengabantu besifazane base South Africa. In the 6th KZN provincial legislature mandated by the masses of KwaZulu-Natal to be led by African National Congress to change life of the people in KZN. The baseline allocation chairperson for 2021-2022 for Department of Sport and Recreation budget has been reduced against equitable share and MPSD grant from 502.219 million to 475,600 million. This reduction of the equitable share impacted imminently to the compensation of employees. Chairperson, the raise to our African National Congress mandates our creating decent job, and we don't encounter encumbrance in the service delivery. We therefore recommend the department to identify and fill the most critical post as the priority. Siyaleseka ke ngoba banesinqumo chairperson sokuthi bazimisela ukuthi khona kule madlana engekho bakwazi ukuthi bagcwalise amaphosti, kodwa lawa a critical kakhulu ukuze siqhubeke ne development, abantu bangasho ukuthi intuthuko abayiboni. Siyikomiti sizoqinisekisa ukuthi yonke imiqathango nezinhlelo ezithunywe umnyango siziqapha ngeso lokhozi, futhi siqinisekisa ukuba zilandelwa ngendlela ezibekwe ngayo. Asifisi ukuba kube khona ukuphenduleka. It is noted that the department did very well in spending fully and adequately the adjustment allocation budget of 296.028 by the end of financial year, both equitable share and MPDS grant. We need to upload them for that, Chairperson. Nakuba Honorable Chairperson, the department yethu siyibuka engazuthi encane kakhulu, inesabelo mali esincane kakhulu. Kodwa mhlambe kuzofanele ukuthi lolu daba ke silibuke ke u-treasurer alibukisise kahle ukuthi le department iyona eyakha abantu, yakha isizwe, yakha abantwana ukuze bakhule ngaphansi kwesisekelo esi-right, kodwa inemali encane, kodwa i-department yenze kahle kakhulu. The COVID-19 chairperson pandemic imminently negatively impacted in all of us generally, but in particular to the department. On the 13th May 2020, the department set aside a budget of 7 million rand to assist sports practitioners who were affected by COVID-19. This was directed to athletes, coaches, managers, technical staff, official fitness instructors. We applaud the department for the well job done, benefiting the distressed KZN athletes. I am concluding in conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, Chair, we as the ANC uncategorically support the budget tabled by the Honorable MEC Thengiwe Kamavimbela. We further commend the department and the MEC for her indestructible endeavors to deliver the service as mandated by the ANC, even under some circumstances. We have seen and enjoy sports visual in the comfort of our homes. Lokho bekuyimizamo yomnyango nongqongqoshe ukuba ama-athletes akwaZulu-Natal alekeleleke nathi sizuze ngokubuka ezemidlalo. Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The next member is Honorable PN Simango for 5 minutes, representing the IFP.
Honorable Chair, as a nation that can play as hard as it works, it is unfortunate that a macro budget of 475.6 million is allocated to this department. Ingqalasizinda yezemidlalo ineqhaza elikhulu elibalekile ekuthuthukiseni amakhono ezemidlalo kubantu ngabe kusemadrobheni noma kuseyindaweni zasemakhaya. Ukuba khona kwengqalasizinda yezemidlalo kwenza ukuthi intsha igqugquzeleke ekutheni izimbandakanye kwezemidlalo ezinhlobonhlobo ngenhloso yokuqhakambisa amakhono ehlukene. In the view of this, the IFP is happy to see that the department plans to build 11 multi-purpose courts in schools, which include basketball, volleyball, tennis, and netball, and to install 11 children play gyms in early childhood development center as part of the Learn and Play program. In addition, the department will complete phase 2 of 3 district fitness complex in the Mzimkhulu, Alfred Duma, and the Mhlathuze municipality, and at the completion of phase 1 of the Newcastle Fitness Center in this financial year. But more still need to be done in this regard. Kufanele kucace kamhlophe ukuthi lengqalasizinda izokwakhiwa kuziphi izindawo. Sinxusa nongqongqoshe ukuthi umsebenzi wokwakhiwa kwezingqalasizinda kufanele unikezwe osokonhleka abanamava ekwakheni nokwakha lezi ngqalasizinda. Kuliqiniso elingephikisho ukuthi ezemidlalo zibambe elikhulu iqhaza ekuhlanganiseni izinhlanga ezahlukene emhlabeni jikelele. Therefore, the department must endeavor to minimize access and development in excellence of all levels of sport participation in order to improve social cohesion, national building, and quality of life for all of our people. It is fitting and appropriate that the department as a strategy to participation in sport and recreation aim to improve social cohesion, national building, and the quality of life of all, while sport infrastructure should be interpreted as to donate and rapidly and fundamentally change in the relation system and partners in the ownership of control and participation in sport. How do you hope to build a social cohesion with, on the one hand, a community that has nothing and another that has updone zonke izinto nomphakathi azihlinzeke kwingqalasizinda ezemidlalo efaneleyo esemadolobheni nasemakhaya. There have been called for strategic infrastructure development in rural areas and the appointment of sports coaches and administration back up. Who knows and how many potential sports stars go undetected in these areas. The question I wish to pose is, what has happened in information and disinformation? Is the government says to us that it is business as usual? I can raise this question because it is not possible to have information in the absence of equitable opportunity and facilities. Mhlonishwa Somlomi IFP yasemukela lesi sabelo zimali noma ke sisho ukuthi sencane ngoba mningi umsebenzi ebhekana naso ngoba abantu bathatha ngokuthi nje hayi ikomiti ezemidlalo kanti liningi iqhaza lengakubamba ngoba nezifo sethe benje koduma neziso ezinkulu kanti bangakwazi ukuthi banciphise izinto noshukela. Thank you very much, Chair.
Order, Mhlonishwa. Order. Hey. Siyabonga kakhulu Mhlonishwa, siyayizwa nele eziseyinkulu. Sisazoyibhekisisa. Siyabonga umhlonishwa olandelayo. Umhlonishwa B Singh from the DA for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. The impact of COVID-19 pandemic has undoubtedly extended to the sporting industry, where all types of sporting events had to be cancelled globally. Presently, the world is still wrapping itself around adjusting to the pandemic, as it appears to be far from over. The effects of COVID-19 has not only impacted the health sector, but has also had a significant impact in social, financial, economic, and cultural sectors too. Sports internationally and locally was hit rather hard. We have seen the cancellation of events which directly impacted society's socio-economic activities, threatening jobs, entertainment, revenue generation, and community-based activities. In the words of the late Nelson Mandela, I quote, "Sports has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in ways that little else can. Sport can awaken hope where previously there can only be despair," end quote. Honorable Speaker, sports has proven to bring people together, and we have seen the late Nelson Mandela showed a deep interest in the promotion of sports and the unite of our nation. Sadly, over the years, finances have spiraled downwards within the Department of Sports and Recreation, and once again, there's been a decrease in the budget. The 2021-2022 budget has decreased to 475,629,000. The previous 2020-21 budget of 481,217,000. And if that's not bad enough, the new budget is even less than the 2019-2020 budget, which stood at 482,524,000. How are we expected to revive ourselves in the forthcoming years once COVID is over to boost sports and recreation in the province if the budgets are repeatedly being decreased and years of promises are being carried over with not a single care in the world of what needs to be prioritized? There are still critical posts that are vacant in the department, and that needs to be filled. Will there be any changes in the forthcoming year in comparison to the previous year where 36 posts needed to be filled? Once again, I say our country is gripped by unemployment, yet there is not enough effort being made to provide opportunities to young minds fresh out of university. We have to question whether there are really any vacancies, or is the department running with ghost employees, where a window of opportunity is created to mismanage funds. Unfortunately, we cannot look past or exclude such theories. In the previous budget of 2020-2021, there were alleged provisions made for sporting facilities in the Matuba-Tuba and Mfolozi municipality, as well as the construction of cricket hubs in Zululand, Mzanyati, Ugu, and the Mkanyekude district. These promises were not fulfilled, and shockingly, there have been no allocations to budget for these areas in this financial year. There was a budget allocation for the above areas used. Further to this, the Mzinkulu, Amplatuze, Alfred Duma, and Newcastle municipalities were also allocated budget for sports fields in the previous budget, but nothing has been done, and it is, however, noted in the present budget. But what guarantee is there that such plans will be followed through? Whilst we welcome the proposed construction of 11 multi-purpose courts in each district, concern regarding no funding allocations for KZN Chess, the Juzi Canoe, Comrades Marathon, and KZN Hockey, but a significant amount has only been extended to KZN Cycling. It honestly seems that as though there is poor management in the distribution of funds, especially when various sporting codes need to revive themselves once COVID is over. It is also interesting to note that 400 schools in the province will be awarded with sporting attire, and there will be 172 sport coordinators on a contract base, and a further 517 educators will be provided with training for coaching. My question is, and although I understand that school sports is very important, is there such a need to spend money on contract workers to coordinate sports at schools, even though schools are still trying to recover academically from COVID? The Department of Basic Education has taken a stance that there will be a temporary ban on all school sports, and we have no idea when this ban will be uplifted. Yet the MEC failed to mention this. Further to this, why can't the funds be used to pave the way for athletes that were laid off in the past year due to COVID? And there has been no mention of any recovery plan to aid and assist athletes that took a significant impact in 2020-2021. The world, as we know, came to a standstill, and events from a host of different sporting codes were cancelled. This most likely left thousands of athletes and support staff jobless and with zero income. Has there been any implementation by the department of a return to sports strategy for all athletes? Not at all. Those athletes that can afford opportunity to have fancy gyms in their home were okay. What about the thousands who do not have that fancy gyms in their home? Gymming was even prohibited under the ridiculous restrictions and was only recently relaxed. This has not only left athletes without any means of keeping fit, it took a toll on them mentally. Athletes have live and breathe sport, and just imagine being taken away. Anxiety and depression sets in. The break in these athletes had to have because of COVID will affect their ability and performance in the future, and they will be unable to compete. Mental fatigue is also a concern. In fact, the list is endless about the impact that COVID has had on athletes. But sadly, not a single attempt has been made by the Department of Sports and Recreation to help them deal with the effects of the pandemic. If the department shows a little more concern and try to lift the burden of the athletes during these tough times, especially going forward, everyone could be happy at the end of the day. It is through the power of sports that difference in ideologies and negative thoughts are ironed out, and it paves the way for unity and social cohesion in societies, be it professional and unprofessional sport. Here in South Africa, we have seen a broken country united through sport. We have seen that a victory for one is a victory for all. But sadly, the Department of Sports and Recreation has mixed their priorities and should have focused more on some form of recovery program for athletes to empower themselves and get ready for the forthcoming year. We, however, as the DA, will strive to ensure that all mandates and promises are fulfilled in this budget to ensure that the citizens of KZN come first. Honorable MEC, you always say that the opposition will always find negative things to say. But the question, Honorable MEC, that needs to be answered is that we are only telling you what's really going on in this failing department. It is really unfortunate that your ANC comrades will come and sugarcoat facts. Your failing ANC, Honorable MEC, is the opposition in the Western Cape. Call the comrades. Tell them to pose these questions to the DA MEC, and you will hear the DA's answers are based on facts. Unlike this department in KZN, which has not been able to achieve a clean audit whilst you are the MEC. Also, MEC, I think it's important to note that maybe you should answer for the almost 2 million people that do not have a swimming pool in this province provided by your department. Let us, as the DA, be the first to congratulate Royal AM Football Club, who are just 1 point away to qualify for promotion to the DSTV Premier League, and will make history by having 4 football clubs from KZN in the Premier League. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The next speaker will connect virtually. It's Honorable PP Herricks for 6 minutes. She will connect virtually. Honorable Herricks. Honorable members, honorable members, ngizonibuza ukuthi ubani othi ekhulumani. Ngifana ukugana. Honorable members, msana ukuganga. The next speaker to deliberate on this debate is Honorable RZP Zulu. Umntwana waqondana bangaganga abantu.
Sustainable development goals into practice. Theory is being put into practice. Goal 3 of the Sustainable Development Goals says responsible government must ensure that healthy lives and well-being for all at all ages are promoted. Hence, this contributes in a prosperous societies. Access to good health is one of the basic human rights. Citizens who are active in sports activities do get health benefits and obviously the fitness. A number of studies conducted by the World Health Organization have also highlighted that physical exercise can stimulate positive mental health and cognitive development. Study further proves that a healthy mind lives in a healthy body. Children and young people benefit tremendously from activities. Combined with the school curriculum, physical activities and sports are necessary for a comprehensive education. This is responding to SDG 4 goals. Ensure inclusive and quality for all and promote a lifelong learning. When we say sport is a catalyst tool for development, we mean that it contributes in health sector, education sector, and also it can develop a person to be a professional player, which in turn talks to economic matters of an individual and of the country. Government strategy on integration of programs must be realized. So there is a need for an integrated approach among various departments and other sectors. The department is committed to direct adequate resources towards the provision of sport and recreation services to improve health and well-being of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Department has launched its healthy lifestyle program in all districts through the MEC champions for those districts. As part of the launch, the department distributed sport packs to senior citizens, club and daycare centers. Lifestyle department aims to increase its participation in activities and the budget is 44.6 million. And it is focusing in the structured community recreation and organized recreation programs, particularly because it has been proven that those communities with support groups in various illnesses do regular exercise as part of their programs. And study shows that apart from healthy eating, regular exercise contributes immensely in the well-being of a person, regardless of his or her health status. Department also supports the provincial work and play program called Dlala Msebenzi for public servants across the province. Department has developed innovative programs through Learn and Play targeting ECDs, the early childhood development centers, and active aging programs for the benefit for those who are 60 years and above, and continues to promote activities among senior citizens who are vulnerable to age-related medical conditions. And this is being done in partnership with Department of Social Development and the Office of the Premier. But I think even in this house, we can have volunteers as a participator in this particular program, the 60 years and above. Department of Sports and Recreation remains committed to play its part in the struggle for healthy citizens of the province. Honorable Chairperson, I thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu Mhlonishwa. The next member ukuthatha inxaxheba okanye ukusika elijikayo kule nkulumo mpikiswano ubaba umhlonishwa VR Mlotshwa. VR Mlotshwa. VR Mlotshwa. Honorable members, I've been formally informed that Honorable Raj Pans Thakur, who is supposed to be the next for 2 minutes, is not going to be part to this debate. Honorable M.E. Phakathi also apologized. Then the next one is going to be Honorable NPF Mavuso for 8 minutes. Hlala phansi, Mhlonishwa Khawula.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable MEC, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chairperson, I'd like to thank the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for indicating that the department, through the MEC, has responded to the concerns and the resolutions that were taken by the Portfolio Committee. We're glad, Honorable Chair, because it is such a short span of time that we took such resolutions. That is very progressive, Honorable MEC and your team. We're so glad. Honorable Chair, we appreciate the positive and constructive criticism of the committee and the responsible. We don't need armchair critics because that reverses all the gains that we've earned so hard. Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Sports and Recreation will continue to deliver on the infrastructure mandate as outlined in the NDP, that there should be the provision of adequate sport and recreation facilities for the majority of the population. The NDP also prioritizes infrastructure development in schools and the construction of community recreation facilities. With its limited resources, the department continues to provide sports infrastructure in schools and communities. Apart from building new sports facilities, the department assists with the refurbishment of existing sports facilities, which has a positive impact on job creation. As is on rural areas, villages and townships for infrastructure development programs. The department has currently enrolled the program called Fitness Centers in the 4 municipalities. Municipalities need to be engaged to utilize the 15% of the MIC allocation that is ring-fenced for the construction of sports and recreation facilities. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the Portfolio Committee on Sports and Recreation fulfilled its mandate of public participation and oversight in visiting sports infrastructure and having public engagements with the stakeholders and the public of Zululand District. The main aim was to get first-hand information on what is happening in Belgrade area and the surroundings, and to involve the stakeholders in departmental plans such as the 2021-22 budget and the APP and the Department of Sports and Recreation Zululand District 2021-22 budget. The Portfolio Committee had oversight visits to other districts like Umkhanyakude, Esikhaleni and Ezakheni, to mention a few, Honorable Chair, so as to assess the infrastructure and the needs in the communities. It was established that there is a massive shortage of sports facilities. Most of the available structure is dilapidated and vandalized, with the Ezakheni sports field being unfinished for the last 10 years. The ANC, therefore, Honorable Chair, recommends that the department closely monitors the Ezakheni sports facility, engages relevant stakeholders and assists in its completion, as there are lots of health hazards that impact negatively on community lives. The ANC applauds the department's commitment on intervening in Belgrade sports facility through proper assessment and depending on the available funding from the department and the municipality in line with its mandate on community sports promotion and development, infrastructure and club development, in ensuring that a proper development plan of the sporting codes that are applicable to Belgrade community are inclusive and address the issues raised in that community meeting on the 9th of December 2020. This is in line with social cohesion and healthy communities, Honorable Chairperson. Chairperson, the department's allocation for infrastructure is 58.9 million. The decrease in the 2020-21 adjustment appropriation is attributed to the implementation of the budget cuts as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The department is planning to construct 11 multipurpose courts in the 11 districts and 11 children's play gyms in ECD centers during the 21-22 budget allocation. The department has further allocated equitable funding towards the maintenance of sports facilities in Umtuba at 450,000 and Big Five Klabisa at 450,000 respectively. The 2021-22 allocation provides for the department to be able to construct 4 new fitness centers in the municipalities like Umhlatuze at 10.943 million, Umzimkhulu at 10.944 million, Alfred Duma at 20 and Amajuba at 11 million. Using municipalities as implementing agents for the construction of the sports and recreation facilities has resulted in the increase in allocation over the MTF. The leasing of a new building in Umkhanyakude for use as a district office has also resulted in the increased allocation over the 2021-22 MTF. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC supports the budget, though it's too minimal for the department to achieve its mandate. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mavuso. The next member is supposed to be Honorable Manuele, but we have also been informed that he also apologized. Let's therefore call Umhlonisha Ubaba Ukhawula from the IFP for 5 minutes.
Mhlonishwa Sihlalo, mhlonishwa Ngqongqoshe, mhlonishwa Bulawayo, abahlonishwa amalungeni. Egameni leqembu lenkatha yenkululeko mangikale ngokuthokoza kusihlalo wekomiti ngokubambisana okuncomekayo kwekomiti ukuqinisekisa ukusetshenziswa ngendlela kwezinsiza zikahulumeni nokwalusa lo mnyango esithunywe kuwona. Ngithunywa umholi we-IFP kule ndlu ngincome kakhulu umsebenzi omuhle wenziwa amaqembu ebhola lezinyawo KwaZulu-Natal kule sizini esikuyo. Lapha ngibala amaZulu, iLamontville Golden Arrows, iMaritzburg United. Kanjalo naku-Glad Africa Championship. Amaqembu akwaZulu-Natal enza kahle kakhulu kule sizini. Ngesizini ezayo uSuthu lizobe ligijima emidlalweni ye-CAF lumele iNingizimu Afrika kuyofanele silinike uxhaso sonke sisifundazwe. Ngokunjalo mhlonishwa Ngqongqoshe kufanele sibheke nakwisabelo zimali ukuthi liyolekelelwa kanjani uSuthu ilesi sifundazwe uma kufika lesikhathi. Siqembu lenkatha yenkululeko sibongela usihlalo umusha wabasubathi KwaZulu-Natal uMnumzane Steve Mkasi nekomiti lakhe. Sibonge umongameli omusha wabasubathe eNingizimu Afrika umnumzane James Moloi nekomiti lakhe. Sithokoze kumfowethu umnumzane Alex Khosana obe ngumongameli wabasubathe eNingizimu Afrika ngomsebenzi onqumekayo wenzele isizwe. Sibongela umnumzane Thami Mchunu ukuphinda akhethwa abe umongameli we-KZN Sports Confederation. Umkhuhlane ukhuvethe ushaye kwezwele endimeni ezemidlalo KwaZulu-Natal. Ngenxa lo mkhuhlane kuye kwamiswa izinhlelo eziningi zezemidlalo ngo-2020 nango-2021. Imidlalo eComrades Marathon imisiwe nakulo nyaka esikuwo. Imincintiswano yamahhashi eDandi naseNkandla imisiwe. Imijaho ethinta izinhlobonhlobo zemidlalo iyamiswa ezindaweni eziningi. Lokhu kuye kwaliveza lahlala obala iqhaza lezemidlalo ekuthuthukiseni umnotho. Babe baningi abantu bakithi abahweba ezinkundleni nalapho kuhlangane khona ezemidlalo abaye bakhahlamezeka kwezomnotho. Akubanga into enhle ukuba uhulumeni uhluleke ukubhekela lezi zimo zabantu bakithi ngendlela egculisayo. Nakuba eminye imidlalo isibuye yavulela ukuqhubeka, kuseyisilondo ukuthi ababukeli abakavumeleki ukuya ezinkundleni. Nakho lokhu kuyimise kabi imboni yezemidlalo kanjalo nalabo abahweba uma kuhlangene. Umnyango ubulokhu uhlela ukuba kube nokubambisana phakathi kwawo kanye nowezemfundo kwezemidlalo, nakho lokhu kuye kwaphazamiseka. Ngoba kunalezi nkinga sihlalo, mangisho ukuthi kunezinto eziye zasiphazamisa ngendlela umnyango obuye usebenze ngayo. Besinolwazi ukuthi umjaho Comrades Marathon angeke ube khona kulo nyaka, kepha umnyango ufike ekomitini nohlahlomali belikhomba ukuthi lo mjaho ukhona kulo nyaka futhi wabelwe nenkece. Kube amalungu ekomiti akhomba lesi sigwegwe abesecela ukuba umnyango silungise. Iqembu lezemidlalo iRoyal Eagles kade laphuma kuGlad Africa layodlala ehlathini, kepha kuhlahlomali olufike ekomitini nomnyango leli qembu belabelwe inkece njengamanye. Kube ikomiti elikhombele isigwegwe lacela ukuthi silungiswe. Umnyango ufike ekomitini nohlahlomali olukhomba ukuthi kunenkece eyabelwe iDrakensberg Production nakuba bekucaca ukuthi lo mcimbi awukwazi ukuba khona ngenxa yemithetho yamisana nesigaba sezimo ezibucayi izwe lingaphansi kwazo. Kuye kwaba ikomiti elikhombele isigwegwe lacela ukuba silungiswe. Zisho ukuthini lezi zimo na? Basebenzi bakahulumeni ake niyeke usithatha kancane singamalungu esishamthetho. Nifika kuthina nezinto ezingo-cut and paste nisenze abantu abawumzilayo nje bavume konke bengafundanga nokuthi yini ebhaliwe. Mhlonishwa sihlalo, kunesimo senkece engabonakala ukusebenza umsebenzi yabe ihlelelwe wona emzimkhulu. Lena yenkece ecishiye ilinganiselwe izigidi eziyishumi zamarandi ezokwakha odeda ngendlela bezinkundla. Ikomiti lela ohlala lo msebenzi ngo-2020 kuye kwaphela nosozwane noma ikomiti elifumana ukuthi kalinakuhlola lutho ngoba kalukho lutho lwakhiwe kuleya ndawo. Ngqongqoshe inkathi yakucela ukuthi ugudluke kuleli lahle, suka phezu kwalo alibaswanga uwe nawe ulificela ikhona. Kuyacaca ukuthi lo masipala wasemzimkhulu inkosana yawo unkohlakalo alanywa ucorruption, yena welanywa ubuqhophololo. Inkatha-ke ifuna ukuliqeda nyalo lukhondolo lwalezelamani. Sifuna lapha yakuzalwe oqala kabusha, kuzalwe oncome, kuzalwe owesivile. Saphinda siyagcizelela besilokhu sikusho yonke leminyaka edlule. Umnyango wezezimali nokungabeleka kulesifundazwe ake uyeke ukuphathiswa okwalengane kuthiwa umthatheni. Ake nawo ube umletheni, unakekelwe ngendlela efanele kwisabelomali sesifundazwe. Inkece engu-475.6 million eyabelwe lo mnyango kayenele ukuba lo mnyango ukwazi ukufeza izidingo zezemidlalo esifundazweni ngendlela encomekayo. Ukuthuthukisa kwamakhono nokuvumbululwa kwesifundazweni kunika kakhulu kumavolontiya. Siyawabonga siyiqembu lenkatha. Kune-report ye-eminent persons ngqongqoshe eholwa usolwazi ufikeni namanje ekungakaze ku-implemente okushiwo ileyo report yalabo ababeqokwe kwikhomishana. Yini kanti isidingo samakhomishana uma uhulumeni ezokhetha amakhomishana aqede izinqumo zawo zinga-implementwa? Phakathi kokunye izinqumo zale khomishana zazibalelwa ukuthi kufanele kuvalwe igebe phakathi kwalabo abayizinhlanga ezahlukene ababedlala imidlalo ethize nemidlalo ekhona manje. Siyiqembu lenkatha ngaphansi kobuholi bukabulawayo siyathokoza.
Siyabonga kakhulu umhlonishwa ozawulandela umhlonishwa TV Qulu from the ANC for 8 minutes. Ngicela umhlonishwa ukuthi akahlale phansi. Umhlonishwa we-IHP.
Honorable Speaker, mphathi wesihlalo namhlanje
Honorable Premier in his absentia, our executive members, Legislature, honorable members, and our honorable guest, Sanbonani. Honorable Chair, I think mhlambe kobe angibenzanga ubulungiswa mangaqalanga lapha yaku honorable Singh. You know, when I hear him like contradicting himself in his first speech, he was talking about the unemployment rising on daily basis. And then towards the end, he started talking about the unavailability of employment. I heard someone who just contradicting himself right through. But at the end of the day, I understood why he's like that. Currently, DA situation, ngesizulu sithi, iwa libheka umoya. I think one question that is always in all your minds is, who's next? Because you might be next. So I don't have any problem with your confusion when I'm hearing you talking about things that does not exist. So I understand your issues because you might be next. I'm not sure. Now, the non-attendance of the EFF in this sitting also, I won't miss because I understand the challenges that they are facing. Voters declining almost every day. So then there is another confusion there. I think slowly, a bit surely, there seems to be understanding what is really going on. Honorable Chair, KZN, like all other provinces, is grappling with various implications of the coronavirus pandemic. The pandemic has had a significant effect on individuals, businesses, and society at large. Sports was not spared from the impact. The cessation of all professionals and non-professional sport, all fitness centers, recreational parks were all closed. Abahlali basemzansi abazimbandakanya nezemidlalo ezahlukahlukene bahlukumezeke kakhulu ngalesikhathi. All amateur and elite sports had scheduled events cancelled or postponed, and their ability to train was limited. There was a loss of income kwabaningi abaziphilisa ngezemidlalo. Once again, thanks to our caring government, the Department of Sports and Recreation, led by our Honorable Mavimbela, has set aside a budget of 7 million to assist our sports and recreation practitioners of all levels in our province. Nabasemakhaya basizakele kulolu xhaso. Thanks to the ANC-led government by being the first political party to entrust women-only led department, the MEC, portfolio chair, and our HOD. Indeed, we are trendsetters. You reminded me of Umama Charlotte Maxeke, who was always the first in everything that she did. Wherever she is smiling. And ati watinda bafazi, watinda mbogodo. Exercise immune and function. Exercise helps to improve the immune system is one of the lessons we have learned while on lockdown. Though the greatest responsibility is to limit the exposure to and spread of COVID-19. Body composition and diet, the importance of balanced nutrition, good hydration, adequate vitamins, and continuing to exercise under lockdown has been emphasized. This department also, while on lockdown, abantu losing imisebenzi ngenxa ye-COVID. I hope Honorable Singh listening properly here. Started procuring their sports equipment and some materials. Nakubantu basemakhaya, kuma co-ops. Siyabonga kakhulu. We are saying to MEC, HOD, nawesihlalo, please, we have now started this trend. Please don't drop the ball. Now we want 100% local goods procured in our people in future. Indeed, you have assisted in the township and rural economy, also created jobs. We are unapologetic about the RET in its true sense. Somlomo, we also want to affirm the transformation in all sports code must be adhered to and supported by our Department of Sports and Recreation. Transformation will never be achieved in sports if it only happens at the top level.
change needs to start at grassroots level. Honorable Chairperson, we also want to congratulate all our teams in KZN, in particular Golden Arrows. There are two things that Golden Arrows is doing. If you look at Golden Arrows currently, the apparel that they are using is being procured locally. It's being manufactured locally. So which means they are actually contributing into our local economy. We wish all other teams will follow suit. Chairperson, the ANC support the budget. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu umhlonishwa. Siyazibongela kakhulu umhlonishwa. Sesifike la sizobiza khona umhlonishwa umphathiso Mavimbela ukuthi akezosika elijikayo enkulumeni mpikiswanweni ebikhona. Dadewethu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you very much to all the members of this House who have contributed in today's debate. We really appreciate your contribution and how you have alluded in terms of the budget of the department. I just want to repeat what Honorable Mavuso said, that we really take notice of the positive critics, but for those that are armchair critiquing, we'll just look at them and don't argue with them. As the English saying is saying, don't argue with the fool, because the people might not understand who the fool is. Honorable Chairperson, let me start by appreciating the presentation made by my Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Mapena, in terms of their assessment of the department and also the programs that the department had. We're really happy, Honorable Chair, that you have touched on all issues that the department have presented before you and where there were areas of concerns and where the department have responded. And we always take your words as the words of advice as the portfolio committee. So we really appreciate the support that we always get through your leadership, Honorable Mapena. The contribution made by Honorable Tele, we really appreciate your contribution, Honorable Tele. It shows that you are always part of the portfolio committee and we are progressive in your thinking in terms of articulating on issues and also making sure that you align the department's programs to the contributions of our stalwarts, Umama Umaxeke. We appreciate that. Impela umama walesi sikhathi kuyakhombisa ukuthi ayenzanga inhlangano yabantu iphutha ukukuthumela la esishaya umthetho ngoba uyawazi umsebenzi owubekelwe ukuzowenza. Indeed, we are standing on the shoulders of the giants who led before us. That's why we are standing in these platforms. And bona, unfortunately, akakaze bebe nawo amathuba ukuthi bame in this platform. So we really appreciate the African National Congress for giving us an opportunity to stand on such platforms without discriminating us in terms of gender. Honorable Chairperson, you can see ukuthi the presiding of today is shared by the women. The most women have debated, not because they are women, because they are also having the capacity to debate and raise issues sharply. Ngakho-ke kuyabonakala ukuthi umsebenzi womama uMaxeke awuwelanga phansi. Honorable Tabizolo Sengama, siyabonga kakhulu inkulumo yakho ekhombisile ukuthi uyawuqonda umsebenzi owuthunyelwe yilomele esishaya mthetho. Ngakho-ke sithi kufanele uqhubeke nokuthi uma uzonikezela ngenkulumo yakho ulekelele isishayamthetho ngoba isishayamthetho sisuke sesakhiwe yiwo wonke amaqembu ezepolitiki. Uma singenzi kahle kusho ukuthi nawe uba ingxenye yokungenzi kahle. So-ke siyabonga ukuthi i-contribution yakho ikhombisile ukuthi uyawuqonda lowo msebenzi owunikeziwe. Kodwa-ke ngiyafuna ukuthi ngikhulumisane nezinye izinto ozilethe zafana nemibuzo la ngaphambili, mhlambe ukuzama ukuphendula ukuthi it is business as usual in the collection of infrastructure. That is not true. We are trying our level best that we are having the infrastructure of which is the world class and the infrastructure that is befitting for abantu bakwaZulu-Natal okufanele nabo bazizwe befana abasemakhaya nabasemadolobheni. But the discrepancies of the past iwona enza sibe nama-infrastructure asehlukanisayo ikakhulukazi thina esisukela ey'ndaweni zasemakhaya. So we are trying to bridge that gap as the Department of Sport and Recreation. Honorable Singh, I'm happy because you are also listening so attentively. On the issues that you have raised, I just want to take you back on what we have presented on the portfolio committee, because we are saying the department is not considering the impact of COVID-19 on athletes. That is not true. Even when I was standing here, I presented that the department, the provincial government of sport and recreation have set aside 7 million to cater for the athletes in this province, on top of what the national department have done. So let me give you more details in terms of that. There is a total number of 706 beneficiaries who have received payments, of which it totals to 5,100,000 paid to date. I understand why are you so concerned, because we have made sure that the disadvantaged and the most vulnerable groups also benefited, because we have wanted to pay individual beneficiary in terms of this program, not paying through the clubs or the federations, because we want to know who is benefiting out of the requests that were submitted before us. So I think that information is important for you to know. And on top of that, it was not ourselves as the department that were dealing with the application, but sasiqashe the independent auditors that were appointed by the department who oversee the process. And out of that work, 40 more requests were processed. So it's not only the athletes that we cater for all those people that are at the sport industry. So if your concern is only the athletes, so you are not in the correct platform when you are here. And we will continue to assist our people in terms of doing the work that you are supposed to be doing. And when I was presenting here, I was not mentioning everything that you are doing as the department. I think it's also important that I also give more details of what we are doing as the department. In terms of the post that we are going to be filled, we are just left with 2%, of which is far above the threshold, what is required by the norm. So we are doing very well in terms of the vacancy post as the Department of Sport and Recreation. We have also submitted to the OTP another request to fill so that we don't even have that 2 posts outstanding, because we want every individual to take their call in the department. So there will be no post that will be not filled. And we are happy ukuthi portfolio committee is supportile ekuthenini ama critical post sikwazi ukuthi siwavale. In terms of chess, hockey, those are also funded through goods and services. And as a chess, it's non-compliant. So I'm trying to give you more details because it seems as if you just came here without reading and understanding what is happening on the ground. And there is nobody that you are representing here. That's why you do not have the information. So let me help you. In terms of the cycling allocation, I have presented that we have budgeted 2 million for cycling, because cycling is also part of the code of sport, the 15 that I was talking about. So it's also budgeted in the budget that I presented. On school sport coordination.
Honorable member, you had your turn.
On school sport coordinating, coordinators, it can be not important for you that we employ the school sport coordinators, but for us who come from rural areas, we know how important is it to have the school sport coordinators, because they transfer skills to the learners. And you must understand that we are building from the grassroots. You cannot just think that you will be having the sporting activity when you are out of school if you are not investing at that level, at the school level. Hence, we are having the school sport coordinators. And COVID-19, there are channels that we are following and the regulation we are adhering to. And we cannot put away our programs because of COVID-19. We must plan ahead and have plans. If the COVID-19 is allowing us to interact with school, what is the plan in terms of assisting our learners in school so that they become active, they become healthy? We want to defeat the obesity. Nawe ngiyakubona ukuthi ubheke lapho kodwa. You talk of swimming pools. We talk of swimming pools. To you, the swimming pool is a priority. And to all of us, swimming is also a priority. Hence, I was presenting here our plans that we are having in terms of the drowning, because it's one of the challenges that we are having, especially as the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So if we are having swimming pools in school, it will assist our learners to have those swimming pools and have those swimming classes to assist them in swimming accordingly. But you are having the budget, which is limited, that cannot address the issue of swimming pool in all the districts that we are having. You are fortunate because you are staying in Tegwini, there is Ulwandle, there are swimming pools, so you have the access to swimming pools. But we are willing to assist our communities to have the access to swimming pools, and is an idea. And when the ANC want to do things, they will do it when we have the money to do that. Ay suka thuza ukhishwa la endlini. Honorable Mageba, thank you very much Ndabezitha for your contribution. It shows that you have been deployed here, understanding the vision and also the mission of the sport and recreation. And we are doing everything possible, as you were saying, in terms of the sustainable goals. And you have touched something which is very important, that the healthy mind lives in a healthy body. So we need really to care for our bodies so that we'll have healthy minds. On top of having the healthy mind, when the mind is healthy, it it can also absorb izinto ezikahle nezifaneleyo. So ke siyabonga. And also the issue of the program that we are doing with UDSD in terms of the senior program initiative. And asikwazi ukubayekela abantu abadala bethu singabanakekeli ngoba ibona ikakhulukazi ababulawa izifo lezi ezibizwa ngamahlala khona. So we are very much happy when you are appreciating the initiative the department is doing with the DSD in terms of the senior citizen program. Honorable Mavuso, when you were standing here, I was just reminded that, oh, the teacher is standing. That's why she is also educating most of us in this room, especially those on my left. Thank you very much, Honorable Mavuso, for making sure that you care for the infrastructure that we are deploying in our communities. And if we are all taking responsibility, we are not going to have the challenge of the vandalism in our areas. That's why when we are having any infrastructure that is completed, we go there and open the infrastructure and also advise our communities how important they must take care for those infrastructure projects that have been put to them. We will continue with the club development programs as advised by you, by your good self, Honorable Mavuso, ngoba kufanele umsebenzi siwenzayo ube kahle ngendlela efanayo. And also, I'm happy, Honorable Mavuso, that you also appreciate the fact that we are aligning our offices according to the demarcation. Because when I came in the department, we were having the regional offices, whereas as the government of the day, we are having district offices. Hence, we have to have ama offices and umkhanya kude lapho esasingenawo ama office khona. Honorable Kaula, when I was also presenting here, I talk of the Premier's Cup. The Premier's Cup is one of the programs that helped us ukubona lama team akwaZulu-Natal enyukela eyicongweni ngoba they are being supported. So we will continue to support our team akwaZulu-Natal. All of us are looking forward to AmaZulu playing at Cape the next season. So the Department of the People, the caring organization which is leading the government, the African National Congress, will come up with the plans in order to support AmaZulu in due course, because we are supporting all our teams. That's why Swabona enza kahle kanje. I remember when we were launching AmaZulu, when Ubaba Uzungu ewathenga ukuthi ena, we committed together with Ubaba uGwabini ukuthi ena siyoqeda AmaZulu eku top 4. And I said not only AmaZulu but more teams from our province, and that is what we are seeing, and we will continue to support them. Hence we are having 5 million that is set aside to continue to support our teams from the province. So ke i-ANC inayo i-vision ekahle yokuthi ilekelele wonke ama-team ebhola akhona lapha esifundazweni sakithi. Futhi ke sifuna ukuthi akhule nje impela kugcine sekungithina abo number 1 kuzo zonke izinto ngoba we are always trendsetters as the government of the people. Honorable Xabashe, siyabonga makhathini omkhulu. Angeke ke nami ngiphindele emuva eyintweni okhulumisene nazo. Ngicabanga ukuthi wenze umsebenzi wami walula in responding in some of the issues that have been raised by some of the members ebebefuna ukulekelelwa nge-information ngoba iqiniso lithi ezemidlalo zikwazi ukudlala ey'ndaweni ey'vulelekile, awukwazi ukudlala ngawedwana imvama. Ngakho-ke ngempela i-COVID-19 isiphazamisile, yenza sangakwazi ukuthi uhlelo lwethu luhambe ngendlela. I'm happy-ke ukuthi Baba Uqulu, njenge-leader of the African National Congress, you also appreciate the efforts of your own organization in terms of building abantu besifazane esiyilaba abayibona as the trendsetters. Kodwa ke siyafisa ukuthi lama skills be transferred to other political parties so that we can see more women taking the center stage. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mavimbela. MEC for Sports and Recreation. Members, we have now come to the end of the debate on vote 10. I will now leave the chair and Honorable Duma will assume the chair as we will be deliberating on vote 7, which is budget for health. I'm sure you will need 3 minutes just to stretch. No, it's fine. 3 minutes is fine. And we are going to be using iwashi lamhlonishwa uDuma. Thank you very much. Ngiyabonga kakhulu malunga hloniphekile.
Dlaba, Skananda.
Honorable members, We are ready to proceed our day as we start a productive day forward dealing with the budget. We're just going to bow our head for a few minutes and call the Lord. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, amen. Let us proceed. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. We are starting our session now. I don't know why some, but it's fine. Okay. Honorable members, we tabulate the rules. This is the budget debate of this legislature that we are conducting through virtual means. You are reminded that this budget debate will be conducted in terms of the rules for virtual meetings, which is applicable to all virtual meetings, read with our existing standing rules that are known to members. The quorum for virtual meeting also defined present as follows. Present means the attendance of a member in a virtual meeting by electronic means in a manner that allows the member to join and participate in the meeting. Our standing rules further provide that a majority of the members of our committee constitute a quorum, which we do have as we speak. The table staff have confirmed that we have the required quorum. Members are present in order to commence the session. The meeting is therefore properly constituted and may formally continue as we allow the admin, the SOD, and his staff from the Department of Health. Members, before we proceed with the budget debate, I must reiterate the ruling of the Speaker relating to the addressing connectivity problems. The Speaker has ruled that the following measures will be adopted to try and assist members who may not be able to participate due to connectivity issues. I think you better listen on this one, as is always the crux and critical for those who are partaking in the debate. If a member has connectivity problems, the presiding officer will continue with other speakers on the speakers list for the debate. If the members regains connectivity before the response to the debate has commenced, the presiding officer will be flexible in applying the speakers list. And if the member will be allowed to continue and finalize his or her speech, as long as the member reconnects prior to the commencement of the response to the debate. Secondly, we'll ask members who are debating to allocate fellow party members, just in case we'll be able to take over the member's speech and read the member's speech into the record. Presiding officer will then allow the fellow party member to take over the member's speech. If all else fails, the member is unable to present his or her speech, or to get another party to take over, it is redirected that the member may submit his speech to the Secretary of the Legislature, and the speech will be included in the record of the debate even after. If a member does not have a connectivity problems, we will follow the above guidance to try and assist members. I hope that this is in order, honorable members, as your whips were present while we're tabulating this and consolidating them. Members not debating are reminded at all times to mute their microphones and switch off their cameras. Also, members are requested to take care of any noise in the background that interferes with the broadcasting proceedings. All members, I further wish to inform that the Budget Report 2021-22 of Health Portfolio Committee has been tabled in terms of the virtual rules. We will now proceed with the matters on the agenda, being the debate vote 7, which is critical, as we are all aware that it has been steering our way during the pandemic, and the MEC will then give us her budget speech. We're now going to you, Honorable MEC Makujo Mpembe Galogotwayo. The platform is yours for the next 45 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you. It has been a while
umuntu agcina ukufika kwi-chamber, and it's quite exciting to see honorable members in good health. Greetings, Chairperson. Again, because of the voluminous nature of our department, I will be forced to gallop through my speech. Chairperson, I wish to greet the Honorable Speaker, Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Ubabu Sihle Kuzen, fellow members of the Executive Council, Chairperson, and members of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members of this legislature, Inkosi Chiliza, Chairperson of the KwaZulu-Natal House of Traditional Leaders, mayors, councillors, Zamakosi, Eswamemile, Chairperson and members of the Provincial AIDS Council, Head of Department, Utokotelu Shabalala, healthcare workers across the length and breadth of the province, community health workers in particular, Chairperson, because bayakhala njalo bathi nasikhuluma asibabali, ngiyababingelela kakhulu ngoba benza umsebenzi obalulekile. Esteemed citizens of KwaZulu-Natal and everyone following these proceedings online, distinguished guests, people of KwaZulu-Natal, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Chairperson, we are extremely pleased to be presenting the 2021 Vote 7 budget speech under the theme, and I quote, towards defeating COVID-19 and prospering together. However, before I proceed, I would like to start by paying special tribute to our recently departed, dearly beloved and precious leader and father, His Majesty the King Inkosi uGoodwin Zwelithini kaBhekuzulu, isilo samabandla onke, and to also register our sadness on the recent passing of the Regent Umntana Nkosi. We also remember all the leaders, comrades, friends, colleagues, political mentors, members of the provincial legislature and the National Assembly who sadly left us over the past year or so due to a variety of ailments, but mostly due to COVID. Here I'm referring to comrades, cadres, and dedicated ground forces of our glorious movement, the African National Congress, and the leaders of society in general. Ngikhuluma ngomama uThandi Memela, ubaba uPeter Dlomo, kade usihlalo we-Veterans League KwaZulu-Natal, ubaba uAlfred Duma, umama uKenneth Magwaza, Honorable Nomvuzo Shabalala, Honorable Ricardo Mthembu, Honorable Bheki Ntuli, former Mayor uNonhle Mkhulise, Honorable Bridget Ntshangase, former member of this house uBabu Chris Ntuli, former Mayor uThelumoya Jege Zulu, Umhlonishwa uSimo Mfayela, and many others whose dedication to community development and progress will never be forgotten. Sithi engathi imoya yabo ingalala ngokuthula. When the first case of COVID-19 was confirmed on the 5th of March, 2020, we thought this was going to only last a few months. But clearly it's a war whose end date we don't know, and we deeply appreciate the work that we have done that has been done by our health workers. We, however, wish to pay special tribute to all the health workers that we have lost, both in the public and private sector. We now have names of all the 397 health workers that have been lost to COVID-19, and when we commemorated International Nurses Day a few days ago, we did remember the health workers, but particularly the nurses that were lost to COVID-19. The year 2021 has also been declared by the governing African National Congress as the year Kamama Charlotte Maxege, and I know we have heard of this, as we mark the 150th birthday of this pioneer of African liberation. Umama Maxege, who is also known as the mother of Black freedom, carries the distinction of being the first Black woman from South Africa to hold a degree. It is indeed thanks to the bravery of women like herself and her ilk that in South Africa today, women are credited for the massive role that they played in fighting COVID-19, which is one of the deadliest and most devastating pandemics ever seen in recent history. And it's thanks to the courage that was first displayed by Umama Charlotte Maxege more than a century ago that this generation of women dared to dream and pursue career paths in fields that were male-dominated. We continue to draw inspiration and express our gratitude to Imbokodo like Umama Maxege, as well as other inspirational women such as Mamu Lilian Goyi, Mamu Albertina Sisulu, Mamu Helen Josephs. The list is endless. These are women who dared to stand up against racial segregation and injustice so that we and the future generations could one day reap the handsome fruits of freedom, and may their precious souls rest in peace. We are aware that we stand on the shoulders of giants. Chairperson, on update on COVID. In COVID-19, we have been grappling with a unique and extremely complex challenge that no other government has ever had to face. During the course of this pandemic, the ANC-led government and the Department of Health in particular have been the flagship that has been carrying the lives of millions of our people through some of the stormiest seas. We would therefore be failing in our duty if we did not express our heartfelt gratitude to all the stakeholders who have helped us to weather the storm, from the President to the Minister, Dr. Zweli Mkhize, to Premier, Mr. Sihle Zikalala, and all members of the Provincial Command Council who have guided us through this storm. A special mention should go out to organized labor for the support and cooperation that they have displayed. We'd also like to thank our partners in the private sector who have come to the party in the most heartwarming and humbling way. Here I'm referring to the likes of the KZN Growth Fund led by Ubaba Moses Tembe and his delegation in ensuring that the private sector becomes part of the battle. We also would like to thank the KZN-CC under the leadership of Bishop Ubabu Miyaga and Cardinal Napier, the House of Traditional Leaders led by Inkosi Uchiliza kanye nabelaphi bendabuko nabo bonke abanye abantu esibambisene nabo kulolu daba. Of course, not forgetting contributions by the department's management and officials, healthcare professionals, frontline workers, community health workers, and the support staff for their support and contribution in the fight against this pandemic. Sihlalo sithi siyabonga, izandla zilulikhanda. Chairperson, this is technically the third budget speech, if I include the special adjusted budget speech which we delivered in September last year, that we are presenting under the new and challenging conditions as determined by the new normal, which has been brought about by COVID-19. This virus has devastated the world, with countries such as India, Brazil, Malaysia, the list is endless, and parts of Latin America now facing a serious resurgence of infections. To illustrate the seriousness of this pandemic, let's look at how a few countries have fared by considering their infection and death rates as of 19 May, according to the World Health Organization. After 25.7 million infections in India, 283,000 people have sadly passed away. In Brazil, 15.7 million were infected and 432,000 people have sadly passed away. I can name a lot of other countries. Here at home, Chairperson, we are facing a potential resurgence of the third wave of COVID-19, which is something that we need to start taking seriously. So far, 1.6 million people have been infected in South Africa with COVID-19, but 55,507 sadly losing their lives. There have been 1.5 million recoveries, which amounts to a recovery rate of 94.2% as of 19 May. The province of KwaZulu-Natal, we have registered 338,000 confirmed cases and sadly lost 10,474 people to this pandemic as of yesterday. And may their souls rest in peace. We are aware that our recovery rate at this point is at 323,000 as the province, thankfully. As indicated in the theme of this budget speech, we have a huge responsibility in our hands to rise purposefully from the ruins of COVID, to continue to soldier on and deliver healthcare services to the people of this country and this province in particular, while mindful of the threat posed by the possible third wave of infection. We are thankful to those who are still wearing their masks, washing their hands regularly with soap and water, or are hand sanitizing, but mostly those who are also maintaining their social distancing. We want to urge fellow compatriots to be mindful of the danger posed by reckless behavior. Those who have stopped adhering to safety protocols need to return to those good habits. To remind ourselves of the devastating impact of COVID-19, perhaps it's important to revisit words of Sister Fikile Mjwaha from Grace Hospital when reflecting on her work in a COVID-19 ward over the past year. She said, and I quote, "As a healthcare professional fighting on the front line, witnessing pain and suffering caused by COVID-19 in person is a completely different experience from watching and hearing about it on the news and seeing all those statistics. The COVID-19 ward was like a war zone where people fight for their lives and the staff are racing against time trying to save lives. And sadly, we were not able to save all of them. The hardest part was when I had to inform the relatives about their loved ones passing on and had to answer their question as to why. My family members contracting COVID-19 was very difficult, particularly my mother made things worse because of what I had seen happening with our COVID-19 patients. I saw it all happening. My mother ended up in ICU, but by God's grace, she made it, close quote. Chairperson, this is a clear indication that COVID-19 affects us personally, whether you are a health worker or not. And this quotation gives a face to the frontline workers that battle this virus on a daily basis on our behalf, and we appreciate the work that they are doing. Chair, I want to get to the vaccination rollout program. We are extremely grateful that we now have a weapon with which we can defend ourselves against this virus killer in the form of the COVID-19 vaccine. It is, however, important for all of us to note that the COVID-19 vaccine is not a silver bullet. Vaccinating at least 67% of our population, together with adhering to non-pharmaceutical interventions, continues to be important in order for our population to be safe. We are pleased and relieved to have entered the second phase of the vaccination program, which prioritizes the vaccination of people who are aged 60 and above, as well as those that have comorbidities. This literally means that the high-risk population group will have the immunity that their bodies need in order to be able to fight this deadly virus. Sasingcwabe kakhulu bakwethu sekwanele. Inhliziyo zethu zibuhlungu kakhulu emva kokuthi sishiwe abantu esibathandayo nabantu sasafisa ukuthi sibe nabo. Sithi manje abaphila ogogo nomkhulu kanye nabafowethu nodadewethu abadla amaphilisi okuthi ba izifo ezingalapheki lokho sikubiza cephelezi ngokuthi chronic medication. With regards to the vaccination program, we are thankful for the commendable leadership of President Cyril Ramaphosa and the Minister of Health, Dr. Zweli Mkhize. Their efforts in ensuring that the vaccines reach all qualifying South Africans as soon as possible, and this will never go down unnoticed. We wish to reiterate the call for all qualifying people to register under the electronic vaccination data system so that we can achieve the much needed population immunity in order to beat this virus. Our target for health workers to be vaccinated under the Sisonke Vaccination Implementation Study was 162,000. We were able to vaccinate 92,715. The balance of the health workers will all be vaccinated by the 31st of May, and Chairperson, we are making very speedy progress in that regard. In the first 3 days of the phase 2 of the vaccination program this week, we have managed to vaccinate more than 38,000 people. But once we are over the initial teething problems, we should be able to vaccinate over about 30,000 people per day. We have a total of 689 prepared vaccination sites for the rollout of both the Pfizer and the Johnson & Johnson vaccines. These are made up of health facilities, community halls, and other public amenities. However, for now, as we make a start, we have arranged a total of 27 health facilities and 6 mass vaccination centers, all of which commenced with the Pfizer vaccination on Monday. And Chairperson, I'm hoping that we will take members next week to the Royal Showgrounds to be vaccinated as well. We will be adding more sites incrementally. The Royal Showgrounds in Umgungundlovu and Clearwood Field Hospital are among the mass vaccination sites that started vaccinating on Monday. With a provincial daily target of 30,000 vaccinations for 5 days per week, phase 2 of the vaccination program should be completed by September 2021. This will then enable us to commence phase 3 by October 2021. We wish to take this opportunity to express our appreciation of a 302 million COVID-19 vaccination grant from the National Department of Health. These funds have enabled us to procure much needed resources that will come in very handy as we accelerate the vaccination process, and these are also an investment into the future of this province. They will assist the province in the implementation of NHI as well, as these are resources that have always been needed by the province, but the province has never been able to afford them. From these funds, 205.2 million will be spent on appointing additional staff. We will also be spending 16.7 million on the procurement of 65 refrigerators to operate at -40 degrees, and this will be sent to rural rural hospitals, Chairperson, and a further 34 ultra-cold freezers to store the vaccines. A sum of 8.4 million will be spent on the procurement of 34 vehicles, which will be utilized by the vaccination teams during COVID-19 and will then be subsequently utilized by our outreach team after COVID-19. Again, this is something we've always needed to buy, but we've never been able to afford to. A further 2.7 million will be spent procuring IT equipment, which will again be used by our facilities even after COVID. The rest of the budget will be utilized on consumables. Chairperson, we remain committed to the achievement of the minimum staff establishment of 60% in our facilities. In order to improve the quality of care for the public that we serve and to relieve our overburdened staff. However, the emergence of COVID-19 has enabled us to employ on a contractual basis, although that was not our original plan, about 15,000 staff members to help us fight the spread of this pandemic. This has greatly improved our capacity to deliver healthcare services, although we are aware that these human resources that we have added are still not enough. These contracts are due to expire in September. However, we are strongly convinced that these contracted employees should be absorbed within the system because they are occupying vacant posts that should in any case be filled. As a result, we are currently working on reprioritizing our own budget to make this possible. The category of staffs that have been employed is in the document. Members can go through it. As a department, we have been able to draw a number of important lessons from both the first and second waves of COVID-19. Over the past 14 months since the confirmation of the first COVID case in March, we have corrected a number of blind spots, Chairperson. We corrected these as though we are fixing an aeroplane while flying it. One of those lessons has been that we should not be quick to decommission our field hospitals so that if the next wave of infection hits us quicker than we anticipate, we are able to respond speedily. As a result, we have decided to retain Royal Showground, General Kizenga Mpanza, and Gwelezane field hospitals. Chairperson, as a direct result of COVID-19, fewer people came to our facilities over the past year. This has been the case for both health screening and testing, as well as continuous collection of medication and adherence to treatment schedules. This is a serious challenge, which threatens to negate the considerable progress that we have made over the years. COVID-19 has also curtailed our ability to screen and test people for deadly diseases such as cervical cancer and breast cancer. The diseases that only have better treatment outcomes when they are detected and attended to early. In fact, we have noted an actual sudden and massive drop in the rate of screening for cervical cancer. We can today also reveal that both our primary fixed healthcare clinics and hospitals attended to just 12.7 million patients during the first 6 months of 2021, as compared to 16.4 million during the first 6 months of 1920. Be that as it may, we have found a number of creative ways to continue reaching out to our communities and interacting with them through the usage of various communication channels. These include our interactive TV, radio, and online program called the Health Chat, which connects us with multitudes of people in order to arm them with knowledge, and we are able to interact even at a social platform level. Overall, it is now clear that we have to double our efforts in order to make up for the lost time. Chairperson, despite the setback from COVID-19, we were nevertheless still able to register some notable achievements over the past years. And these include issuing a total of 9,093 assistive devices to persons with disabilities between April and December 2020. It also includes 3,037 wheelchairs, 2,146 hearing aids, and 934 other different types of assistive devices that have been issued. A total of 20 physiotherapists and 18 audiologists were contracted in all districts to assist in the management of COVID-19. Chairperson, on our recovery plan for COVID-19, by virtue of being the second largest province in the country, it follows naturally that any intervention that we make in reducing the burden of disease here affects the whole country. This is even more urgent when given the disruption to our program of action that has been caused by COVID-19, as I've indicated. We have therefore come up with a strong recovery plan with a particular focus on programs that are aimed at reducing some of the biggest contributors to the province's burden of disease, which are HIV and AIDS and TB, maternal and child mortality, non-communicable diseases, the impact of incidents of trauma and personal injury. Chairperson, our province remains the epicenter of HIV and AIDS, together with TB, with an HIV prevalence rate of 27.2%. The top 8 districts hit by HIV and AIDS are listed below, with Umgungundlovu being the highest with 46%. The province currently has 1.69 million patients on antiretroviral therapy, and it is our view that there are at least 492,000 people out there who have been lost to the system, whom we need to bring back as a matter of urgency. We also have a huge responsibility to scale up our efforts to curb the spread of TB, which is closely related to HIV, and to ensure adherence to treatment. During the 2021-2022 financial year, we will be strengthening the following strategies to reduce the burden of HIV and AIDS and TB in the province. Firstly, we will be repackaging and invigorating our HIV and AIDS prevention messages to appeal to the younger generation. We had made significant progress in this regard, but unfortunately our program was disrupted again. Accelerating the implementation of the basics of TB diagnosis and treatment by scaling up the use of Genie Expert Ultra, which is a new machine that replaced the Genie Expert cartridges. We have started strengthening case finding in and beyond healthcare facilities to communities through our community outreach teams. These teams have begun integrating COVID-19, TB, HIV, and non-communicable diseases screening and testing. This is being done in line with the community-based primary healthcare approach, which is a cornerstone of the universal health coverage through NHI. Despite the challenges and high burden of TB and HIV, the province has maintained a TB treatment success rate of 79%, with loss to follow-up of 9% and a death rate of 8%. Chairperson, our fight against TB has to be successful. Our fight against TB has been so successful that we have had to decommission some hospitals that were designated TB facilities, and here we are talking about the likes of Don Mackenzie and Charles James Hospital. One of our priorities during the new financial year will be the promotion of pre-exposure prophylaxis, which is referred to as PrEP. This is a revolutionary method that prevents the acquisition of HIV and AIDS. PrEP is defined by the World Health Organization as an antiretroviral drug that is taken by HIV-negative people who are at substantial risk of acquiring HIV before potential exposure to the virus. The specific population groups who are considered to be at substantial risk of HIV infection include adolescent girls and young women, men who have sex with men, people who have more than one sexual partner, those who inject drugs, those with the recent history of STIs, sex workers, serodiscordant couples, especially if the HIV positive partner is not virally suppressed. We have realized that although this type of medication is now available to qualifying individuals, at most of our facilities, many people are not aware of this and therefore are not benefiting from this medication. This is why we will be mounting an awareness campaign to help prevent the new infections. Our target in this regard is it will be students at tertiary facilities. This will be a continuation of a program that we had already started before COVID, but we had to stop due to the emergence of COVID-19. We will continue to utilize all forms of communication, including social media, to engage with these young people. We will also be working harder to ensure better and easier access to post-exposure prophylaxis, which is also known as PrEP. This type of intervention is recommended for HIV-negative people who believe they might have been exposed to HIV within a 72-hour period. We are aware that some health workers tend to moralize when young people come to request this service, and sometimes they get denied the service altogether. We want to remind our health workers that it is not our duty to be judgmental to young people, but our responsibility as health workers is to provide a service, and we request that our health workers continue to do so. We want to urge our patients to report to the authorities any health professional who denies them access of any kind to medication on any ground, so that we can investigate and take the necessary corrective measures. Let me speak to malnutrition chairperson, severe acute malnutrition of children. The rate of death in facility of children under 5 years of age currently stands at 4%, with 3,465 deaths in the past financial year among children aged under 5 years while admitted in hospital. Though regrettable, these figures are comparable to the previous financial year of 3.9% or 3,443 deaths, but lower than those from 5 years ago, which stood at 5.2%. This means we have made progress. However, deaths among newborns remain the highest contributor to the rate of children who die aged under 5, while the greatest gains have been in the over 1 year gap. The slight increase in the form of malnutrition is attributed to poor household food security, which in other instances might be informed by the loss of income due to the pandemic in this instance. We will continue to implement the plan to reduce the rate of severe acute malnutrition through the family mid-upper arm circumference program. Our other intervention is the implementation of the micronutrient malnutrition powder intervention, which targets children aged between 6 to 24 months. This program is meant to improve the nutritional adequacy of complementary foods, thus preventing micronutrient deficiencies and other forms of malnutrition. Chairperson, one of the areas in which we need to make urgent improvements is that of non-communicable diseases, which remain a challenge in our society. Due to COVID-19, our lifestyles have changed for the worse, and some of the gains we had begun to make pre-2020 have been reversed. There is a lot that we as individuals and government can do to reduce the prevalence of such diseases through regular exercise, following a healthy diet, and getting a general health checkup at least once a year. So, what are we as government doing to reduce the rate of non-communicable diseases in order to improve and prolong people's lives? Well, we have decided to draw from the 1990 strategy and apply it within the context of the NCDs, particularly with the focus of mitigating the impact of diabetes and hypertension. In this instance, it will be 90-60-50, and this would mean 90% of all people over 15 will know whether they have hypertension and or raised blood glucose or not. Secondly, 60% with raised blood pressure or blood glucose will receive intervention. And finally, 50 who receive intervention will be controlled. Let me hasten to add that this is a new strategy that is being still implemented and is being in the pilot phase, with the National NCD pilot project to be piloted in 4 of our districts in the province and will be implemented in the next 2 years. Chairperson, as we have previously said, in this day and age, it is untenable and certainly not sustainable for us to continue performing our important administrative tasks in the old age analog way at our clinics, community health centers and hospitals. Chair, we, as reported, had started a pilot project where we refer to as the e-health system, which is a digital solution that is supposed to document and manage a patient's movement from the time they walk into the healthcare facility until they leave. Prism Shieni and Matatene Hospital went live with this pilot system for the first time in March 2020. Of course, this program was delayed by COVID-19, but we have found a way to work around COVID-19. The in-house developed system currently has a number of modules that are fully functional, which include patient administration, patient consultation, prescription of medication, among others. Other modules are under development, including for ICU, theater, and mental health. This system will also interface with other systems that are already there and some that we received from national, like the National Patient Demographic System, Radiology, and RX Solution. Developments in this regard are progressing very well. We have started training staff in 12 other facilities, and we hope that by the end of the next 6 months, we would have started implementing the system then. And Chairperson, we are making a commitment that over and above these 12 facilities that we had started in this financial year, we are going to add another 12, understanding that because of our costs, it's not possible for us to implement in all our facilities at once. On establishing a tertiary hospital, our commitment to build a tertiary hospital in the north of the province has not changed. In fact, we are more resolute now that the building of that hospital will indeed save the department a lot of money, considering the fiscal position of government over the midterm expenditure framework. In line with that commitment, our discussions about land with Umhlatuze municipality are at an extremely advanced stage. Thank you, Chua. The department is working on establishing the nature of clinical services that will be provided at this facility. Although Gwelezane is technically classified as a tertiary hospital, it does not provide a full bouquet of tertiary services. Hence, the need to establish a new and fully fledged tertiary hospital in the north. Our main aim in this regard is to ensure that people in that region are not disadvantaged due to their geographical location or their social circumstances, but it will also reduce the costs that are being paid by the department. Conversion of district hospitals. Chair, as indicated in the previous budget speech, we are upgrading 4 facilities from district to regional hospitals, and these are Vryheid, Bethesda, Dundee, and Christ the King Hospital. Due to financial constraints, we will not be able to upgrade all of them at once. However, in this financial year, we will be focusing on Vryheid and Christ the King hospitals. We have, HOT is laughing, he's hearing this for the first time. We have already started with the clinical assessment of the regional services that are to be implemented in those 2 hospitals and are looking into the infrastructure that will be required. Chairperson, on medical legal, regrettably, KwaZulu-Natal continues to be one of the provinces that are highly affected by a high medical legal claims bill. However, the recent Ngalonkulu court judgment reinforces the efforts that the department has already put in place to reduce this bill. There are 327 new claims received during the 2021 financial year. In 2019, we spoke about the multi-pronged strategy towards the reduction of the medical legal bill. We have since established a medical legal directorate which is meant to help us reduce this expenditure. We've also found that there have been some unscrupulous legal practitioners who have sought to defraud the system. Who have sought to defraud the system. We are therefore instituting an investigation, Chair, that will scrutinize whether money that has been paid out by the department over the past years has been indeed used for what it was paid out for. And that if that has not happened, we will indeed be instituting criminal cases against those. Secondly, we have already established 7 centers of excellence for the management of medical legal cases, particularly children born with cerebral palsy. These centers are located in the following districts. Umgungundlovu, there are 2, Grace Hospital and Peter Marisburg Assessment and Therapy Center. At eThekwini, there's King Edward Hospital, KZN Children's Hospital, and Phoenix Assessment and Therapy Center. And King Kachwayo, there's Queen Nandi Memorial and Ngwelezane Hospital. Finally, we also promised that we would appoint a panel made up of medical and legal experts who would be assessing cases and defending the department where necessary. The process of appointing this panel is at its final stages. On cracking the whip against mistreatment of patients, Chair, we remain extremely concerned about complaints relating to the mistreatment of patients that we keep on getting leveled against some of our health workers. Although they form part of a minority, these health workers have sworn their allegiance to their professional pledges, and we expect them to uphold these pledges at all times and treat our clients with respect that they deserve. Since 2019, we publicly issued contact details of managers of hospitals, CHCs, and district directors. The intention here, Chair, was that people should know who to contact when they are unhappy about the service that they have received in a particular facility. We will continue to release these contact details on a regular basis, at least on a quarterly basis, so that our communities are informed, are aware, and they know who they should go to when they have complaints. Of course, they are more than welcome to come to us, Chairperson, as members, and myself as the MEC, but it's also important that we hold managers who are paid to manage accountable. We also encourage public to use our social media platforms to let us know when such instances occur. While this has proven to be quite effective, it is clear that we need to step up our effort. Chair, we want to remind our workforce that wearing of name tags and displaying them properly on duty is actually compulsory. We have noted a tendency whereby people tend to not wear their name tags at work, or they wear them back to front. That is something we are going to be strict on, insist that it is adhered to, and there will be consequences if it's not done. It might look like something small, Chair, but it is something that has to be done. We are taking this stance because in a number of instances, the errant staff members tend to get away with wrongdoing by not displaying their names, and when our clients want to know who have been treating them, they refuse to give their names. As a result, as the department or the head office, we are unable to act when we receive complaints. On NHI, Chairperson, one of the programs that have been hardest hit by COVID-19 is the National Health Insurance. Members of this August House will remember that shortly before the emergence of COVID-19, we had just concluded hearings into the NHI. We were virtually forced to shift our focus away from this program as COVID-19 demanded our full and undivided attention. But we are pleased to reveal that the department did not stop working on the implementation of NHI entirely, and we have managed to make some progress in this regard. In as far as our infrastructure development is concerned, all of the facilities that we have reconfigured and upgraded during COVID-19 were in line with the NHI requirement, and in our minds, we were actually investing towards the NHI implementation. The investment we made was to ensure that when the time comes from the implementation of NHI, government is certainly ready. In pursuit of the universal health coverage, we have achieved formalization of operational partnerships between the public and the private sector. As a result, we have contracted 104 private GPs providing services to 230 primary health care facilities in all the districts, and in this financial year, we are going to be increasing that. We have also invested 4.8 million from the National Health Insurance Grant to contract the services of private forensic psychiatrists and private psychologists to clear the backlog of the provincial forensic psychiatric legal cases, something that the department has had challenges with. During the 21-22 financial year to 23-24 midterm expenditure framework, the department will pay a special attention to quality improvement in health services and ensuring compliance with norms and standards for both public and private health facilities. On CCMDT, Chair, at the beginning of COVID, there was confusion over the pickup points of the centralized chronic medicine dispensing and distribution. This was complicated by the fact that during lockdown, some of our sites, which are churches, had to be closed. We then had to intervene and make sure that those are opened so that our people are able to get their medication from the churches. Despite these challenges, there has been an increase in the number of patients that have been introduced into the program. We have established more external points to increase access to chronic treatment and ensure adherence. Furthermore, more patients were given medication for 2 to 3 months in advance in order to reduce visits to health facilities, thus reducing their exposure to COVID-19. By 28 February 2021, at least 304,000 patients were on chronic medication, were getting multiple supply of medicine so that they don't have to come to facilities frequently. In cases where patients are unable to pick up their medication, home delivery of medication is done through bicycle and van delivery services, something that has never been done before. We've also establish pill boxes in some of our facilities for easy access. Patients are continuously encouraged, Chair, and educated on the importance of treatment and adherence at every visit through various media platforms. Chairperson, on empowering of our impoverished compatriots, as a caring government that is sensitive to the material conditions of our people due to our country's painful history, we do try our best to mitigate against this despite our limited resources. In this regard, our bursary unit awarded 53 bursaries over the past financial year, and the categories are listed there. We've also issued 6 discretionary fund bursaries for medicine to learners early this year, which were linked to Operation Sukumasake. For the 21-22 financial year, we will be awarding 55 bursaries in the following categories: audiology, clinical psychology, dentistry, dietetics, occupational therapy, optometry, physiotherapy, radiotherapy, speech therapy, and medicine. In spite of our limited resources, we will always endeavor to find ways to support, uplift, and empower those fellow compatriots of ours who are deserving of such support. On strengthening government, Chair, for quite some time now, many of our clinics and hospitals have been operating without boards that perform oversight and help ensure good governance. Despite COVID-19 pandemic, we have been hard at work in efforts to correct this. No fewer than 29 hospital boards were finalized in 2021, and where vacancies for members might still exist, these will be advertised accordingly soon. Our plan is to advertise and appoint a further 32 hospital boards during the new financial year. The appointment of hospital boards has not been easy, Chair, due to the fact that board members are not paid a salary but a stipend, but we will not be deterred. On mental review boards, following the expiry of the term of office of the previous boards, we are also continuing with the process of appointing mental health review boards. The department has called for nominations and is currently conducting interviews as part of the process of filling in this most important oversight. Chairperson, let me speak to the South African Cuban program. A total of 128 finalist students returned in 2020 to complete their 18-month integration training at local universities, and are expected to complete their studies in December 2021 and graduate in early 2022. Meanwhile, we are expecting to receive another 43 final year students in June-July 21 who will also complete their 18 months training at the local universities. The actual dates for their return will be confirmed by the National Department of Health and the South African Embassy in Cuba. The return of these students is beneficial to both the students and the people of South Africa, but our province in particular, when you consider that one of our focus as this province is the re-establishment of the primary healthcare system. Chairperson, during this new financial year, we have decided to send 10 new students to Cuba in September, in line with the initial agreement between the South African and the Cuban government. This we are doing to ensure that the program that we started in 2019 to focus on primary health care is strengthened through the roping in of additional foot soldiers on the ground. However, we have also started engagement with the Cuban authorities through the Cuban ambassador in South Africa on our own initiative to bring in medical specialists from Cuba who will come in and assist in training our own medical students in this province on primary health care, and as it's what it is our focus. On infrastructure development, Chairperson, we are extremely pleased that the much anticipated Dr. Pixley Isagaseme Memorial Hospital will finally open its doors at the end of this month. On the 15th of May, the department conducted its own dry run, which was aimed at ensuring that all its systems were ready. We have concluded more than 50% of our recruitment processes and are done with the recruitment of all professionals. On the 31st of May, we will officially open a few wards that will actually be treating patients. This will enable us to see whether the workflow is correct and whether the facility is functioning properly. More than 70% of our staff will be on site by then, giving us the opportunity to take them through the processes and brief them on what is required of them, as the majority of them would have been people that have never been employed by government before. This is in line with the resolution of the African National Congress that said we must insource and not have contracts. Therefore, everyone who is employed in that facility will actually be employed by government and not be a contracted worker. This hospital belongs to all the people of the province, and we are looking forward to improving the quality of healthcare and access there for people of Inanda, Ntuzuma, KwaMashu, and surrounding areas. On rename of facilities, Chairperson, the names of places and public amenities are to have meaning and symbolic value to the people there. But some of the names of our health facilities do not resonate with the communities in which they are situated because of the names they carry. In order,
In fact, you have mastered the spirit and the skill of galloping. You've galloped very well. I'm so impressed. Unfortunately, I'm not a judge because the judges are always cold, applying the cold facts in the process. I wanted to be cut. But
thank you, Joachim.
Let's give the MEC 5 minutes. I think she has galloped. She's few pages before. Yeah, she has done a sterling job. Let us give you a chance to gallop. 5 minutes will be adequate.
Okay, let me start by the renaming of facilities, Chair. I was saying, Chairpersons, the names of places and public amenities are to have meaning and symbolic values. But some of the names of our health facilities do not resonate with the communities in which they are situated because of the names that they carry. In order for communities to identify with these facilities and have a sense of ownership, it is extremely important that they reflect communities that they serve, while offering an acceptable level of care in the case of public health facilities. Let me speak about Mfundo Lushaba Community Health Center. As a result of this, when we were approached by the leadership of Umzumbe Municipality about the renaming of Tetin Community Health Care Center after the late former mayor Mfundo Arnold Lushaba, we were able to take this process forward enthusiastically, Chair, because no one could relate to who Tetin was in that particular community. And on the 9th of April, we completed the renaming of the facility, which is now named after this legend, after this dedicated community activist whose name will live forever. The renaming of Edendale Hospital. And as announced last year, we are continuing with the process of renaming Edendale Hospital after the Lion of the Midlands, Ubabu Herikwan. All processes that are entailed in the renaming process have been followed and concluded. We will complete this process by the actual renaming ceremony of the hospital, which will be conducted on the 30th of July 2021, which would have been the 101st birthday Gampepet. We think that is the best way of honoring him. Chairperson, we will also be renaming King Edward Hospital after our fallen comrade and struggle heroine, Umama Victoria Mkleng. We have begun discussions with the Mklenge family in this regard, and I must say we have received very positive response from the family. And we will be following all the requisite steps in order for this process to be a success. A community nurse, a midwife who herself underwent a training at the same King Edward Hospital before taking up law. Umama Mklenge was gunned down by 4 men on her driveway in Umlazi in front of her children on the 1st, and she had just been made a widow 4 years earlier when her husband was gunned down in 1981. Chair, we will also be renaming another facility after Uposhandwandwe, and we will announce further details at the appropriate time in relation to this. It is the blood of such fallen comrades that has watered the tree that has borne the fruits of freedom that we enjoy today. May we never forget them. Chairperson, on other infrastructure projects, the department, while dealing with COVID-19, has had to continue with some projects while putting others on hold, which allowed us to move much needed funds around, and we have spent 1.3 billion. And the other projects that were outlined below were in relation to generators, fencing, asbestos replacement program, and this was done and is stipulated in the category in the tables that are following. The budget with similar projects, Chair, for the 21-22 is 200 million and is allocated and indicated in this table below. Chairperson, a total of 123 projects are planned for completion in the MTEF to the value of 4.3 billion, and the top 20 are listed here. I will not name all of them, but one of them is the upgrade of the nursery in King Edward Hospital, and KwaMagwaza Hospital. There will be a repair of water, the repair and waterproofing of roofs, and King GJ Cruz will also have some work done. Chair, let me speak to the audit improvement plan. We are not where we would want to be in terms of our financial stability. Our historical financial constraints have led to, among other things, shortages resulting in a weak financial control system. We have nevertheless started the process, and Chairperson, we have indicated them. What I want to indicate here is that as a result of the audit outcomes that have been faced by the department, one of the strategies adopted to turn around the finances of the department is a financial management for non-finance managers course for CEOs. We started this last year but had to be stopped because of COVID. However, because we have now managed the virtual working with virtually, we are going to continue with that. On emergency medical services, Chairperson, during the financial year of 2021, we bought a total of 32 ambulances from the equitable share, which amounted to 26.5 million, as well as 24 stretcher ambulances amounting to 27 million. In the same financial year, we also bought 365-seater buses, which cost us 6.2 million. Before the procurement of those buses in 29, the last time the department added to the fleet was in 2014, which is 5 years. In this financial year, Chair, we are going to be adding 6 35-seater buses at the cost of 8 million, as well as 8 65-seater buses at the cost of 18 million. In addition to that, we will also be buying 45 ambulances at the cost of 32 million rands. We think that is going to assist us in ensuring that we improve our EMS services. Chairperson Sengvala, ngiyacela ukubonga kakhulu again, convey a way of gratitude to all the departmental stakeholders for playing a meaningful role in the noble task of providing healthcare services to the people of this province. I would like to thank in particular the thousands of health professionals, nurses, doctors, allied workers, community health workers, and all the frontline workers who every day ensure the realization of health outcomes in the province. Siyabonga kakhulu sithi bangakhathali. I'm also immensely grateful to the departmental executive led by Dr. Sandile Shabalala and his team, Dr. Tebuho Muji, Mrs. Penny Msimang, our acting CFO, Ubaba Uphumelele Shezi, for the work that they do. Snabo siyabonga sithabanga khathali baqhubeke ngomsebenzi abawenzayo. Lastly but not least, Chair, I do wish to thank my family, uma wami, Vlagazi, my dad, Mpembeka Logothwayo, my siblings, I have to mention them by name, otherwise I'd be kicked out. And my beautiful children, I love you very much. Chairperson, allocation for vote 7 is as follows. Program 1, we have allocated 1.89 billion rands. Program 2, we have allocated 25.2 billion rands. Program 3, we have allocated 1.5 billion. Program 4, 12.66 billion rands. Program 5, 5.154 billion rands. Program 6, 1.2 billion rands. Program 7, 344 million rands. And Program 8, we have allocated 1.7 billion rands. And the total budget that is being presented to the House, Chairperson, is 48.412 billion rands. And thank you for your tolerance.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Notable, even from the left benches, there were still patients because they understood the vitality of this department, especially under the background that you're coming from. We are all aware that Ujuaha is always progressive. So it was easy for him, but for others, they had to enjoy a bit. You can feel their adrenaline pumping a bit. I'm just on a lighter note, honorable members. We are going to afford. We will afford. We will afford the chairperson of the portfolio committee, Honorable Majola, 10 minutes. She's coming virtual. For 10 minutes, Ngulunga, the platform is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the House, I am honored to present this committee report on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Health. Honorable Chairperson, I would be remiss not to firstly acknowledge the sacrifices made by our dedicated healthcare workers amid the COVID-19 pandemic currently gripping our country and the world at large. Right now, our healthcare workers are on the front line battling this virus. Going to work during this pandemic has placed our health workers under immense and unprecedented pressure. These workers who are caring for patients face mental stress, physical exhaustion, as well as the pain of losing patients and colleagues. I wanted to acknowledge and thank these caring and hardworking individuals for all that they are doing. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Health, please accept our profound gratitude for your tireless efforts. The Portfolio Committee on Health has a constitutional mandate in terms of Section 114, subsection 2B of the Republic of South Africa, read with Rule 122 of the KZN Provincial Legislature, to oversee the performance of the Department of Health and hold it accountable. The committee tables this report in accordance with the provisions of the rules and orders of the KZN Legislature as an account of its oversight work done in respect of the budget for Vote 7 for the 2021-2022 financial year. The provincial budget of the KZN Health Department outlined how the department intends to deploy provincial resources to implement the priorities set forth in the SONA and SOPA. In line with its constitutional oversight mandate, the committee met with the department to deliberate on the 21-22 APP and budget. The department had been allocated 48.4 billion in 2021-22 to improve the health outcomes for the citizens of KwaZulu-Natal. The committee noted that a large portion of the budget was allocated towards the delivery of primary health care services. The department had shown that it would continue to prioritize primary health care and had allocated more than half of its annual budget towards this essential component of our community health care. The committee learned further that funding would be set aside the rollout of the e-health system at various hospitals. These hospitals include Madadeni, Prince Msheni ICU in Grace, Ladysmith, Queen Nandi, and Welezan. The committee was informed upon interrogation that the department plans to strengthen the internal control section and internal audit committees towards achieving better cooperative governance and improved audit outcomes. The Portfolio Committee had learned that the department had extended the contracts for the staff employed during the pandemic from the 1st of April 2021 to the 1st of September 2021. However, the department was still working on the plan to absorb them full-time since there was a shortage of staff. The committee had been further informed that the department would need 1.3 billion to absorb the staff and the budget would be reprioritized from other programs. Honorable Chairperson, the Portfolio Committee noted with concern that the tuberculosis was the leading cause of death in KwaZulu-Natal. During financial year 2020-2021, the TB client death rate increased to 8% by mid-year, up from 6.2% in 2018-2019 financial year and 7.5% in 2019-2020 financial year. It had been reported that there were limited available resources in high burden facilities to follow up on all TB presumptive cases. The department's TB program, the department's TB treatment targets for 2021-22 were lower than those set in previous financial years. The baseline target for clients successfully completing TB treatment in 2018-2019 was 42,178 clients. The target set for 2021-22 was 29,230 clients. This was due to the existing resources being redeployed for the COVID-19 response. Budget cuts. Honorable Chairperson, We will remember that when Treasury presented the budget for 2021-2022, we were made aware that all votes will be expected to effect the budget cuts. These budget cuts in the department would mostly affect the filling of non-critical posts. The Portfolio Committee was made to understand that the 2021-2022 budget allows for filling of some posts and for pay progression in Program 1. But the committee was concerned that most of the other programs did not have sufficient budget for existing staff. The committee was informed that this will be reviewed in the next budget process. We were also informed that Program 2, which is the district health services, had been affected by the budget cuts, and the department had been forced to offset these cuts against the medicine budget. The department's infrastructure plans would be rolled out over a longer period due to the severity of the budget cuts. The committee learned that the department was examining the rationalization of services in district and specialized hospitals across the province, principally where they have noted a trend of low bed occupancy rates and low demand for services. Once this process had been completed, the department would reprioritize funding during this year to the areas most affected by the budget cuts. Honorable Chairperson, as much as we note that there were budget cuts, the committee was encouraged by the department's commitment that service delivery would still be effected. You look at Dr. Pixika Isaka Seme Memorial Hospital. The committee awaits for commissioning of the new Dr. Pixika Isaka Seme Memorial Hospital, which was planned for this financial year. The department had budgeted approximately 800 million in this financial year for the 500 beds state-of-the-art hospital. The hospital was also envisaged to employ approximately 1,500 staff once it is fully operational. Capacity building done by the department. The committee was encouraged by the department's continued efforts on capacity building. The committee noted that the department's health sciences and training program would continue to render training and development opportunities. The following were some of the notable department's targets for 2021-2022. The first one will be 30 new bursaries would be awarded to first-year health professional students. 120 new bursaries would be awarded to first-year nursing students. 100 bursaries would be awarded to internal employees. Place 100 nurses in training on the postgraduate nurse specialist programs by March 2022. 542 officials would be trained through the EMS College by March 2022. In conclusion, Chairperson, the adoption of the 2021-22 budget was as follows. Honorable Chairperson, the Portfolio Committee supported the 2021-22 budget and the APP of the department as follows. African National Congress supported the budget, Inkatha Freedom Party supported, Minority Front supported, Democratic Alliance reserved its right to vote. Economic Freedom Fighters was not present at the meeting. The Portfolio Committee noted the department's financial needs were greater than its available resources, but we encourage the department to maximize what has been made available to it and continue to diligently serve the people of our province. The Portfolio Committee would closely monitor the continued rollout of the COVID-19 vaccination program and trust the department would excel in this critical task. As chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Health, I would like to commend the hard work, bravery and dedication of the MEC, Honorable Nomagugu Simelane Zulu, and thank all the health workers. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank HOD Dr. Chabalala, management and officials of the department for their cooperation. I further extend my gratitude to members of the Portfolio Committee for their commitment to the committee and constructive contributions. Lastly, the committee thanks the support team for all the support rendered to the committee during the processing of the departmental budget. The Portfolio Committee recommends that the House adopts and approves the budget vote 7 for the Department of Health. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Health Portfolio Committee in KwaZulu-Natal. Good day all. Honorable MEC, I see you. Honorable members, the head of department and the CFO of the Department of Health and all the officials of the legislature. Firstly, I want to thank Mtombeni who stood in for me I was debating in another venue and I was the last speaker. Now that's what I'm paid to do, to debate and debate and debate as you are going to do the same. So, honorable members, we are carrying on with our agenda or our speakers list. We are now inviting Honorable LXH Hlongo Madlala, coming from the African National Congress, and she is allocated 12 minutes. Yes, up to you, honorable member.
Siyabonga kakhulu mhlonishwa umphazima welanga, amalunga ahloniphekile alendlu, undunankulu wethu, uMEC wethu Honorable Smelane Zulu, abaphathi bomnyango behelwa udokotela uChabalala Mshengu, siyabonga kakhulu, nomphathi wezimali zesifundazwe sethu Sigananda, ngibingelela kuwe sihlalo. Ngibonga kokuqala usihlalo wethu wekomiti ngokusethulela umbiko wekomiti. Ngiyafisa kodwa futhi ukubonga uMEC wethu ngokusethulela inkulumo enohlonze ebeka ngokusobala impi esibhekene nayo njengesifundazwe kanye nezwe. Ngifikelwa nje ile ndaba elapha encwadini yabaseRoma eyithi ukuthi inhlupheko zesikhathi samanje azinakulinganiswa nenkazimulo eyakwambulwa kithina. Noma ngabe-ke le nkazimulo sihlalo yembulwa manje lapha esishamthetho noma enhlanganweni ebusayo noma emndenini noma kwi-Department of Health, ngifisa ukuthi sibambelele kuleli themba ukuthi MEC leyo nkazimulo izokwembulwa. Welcome the budget of 48.412 billion in the Department of Health on behalf of the ANC. We meet here today after the International Nurses Day was celebrated on the 6th of May, 2021. We salute our healthcare workers and most importantly, nurses for holding the fort as we battled with COVID-19 first and second wave. They continue to serve our communities even when they are without necessary supporting tools, machinery, and equipment. We salute all our healthcare workers for their commitment to serving our nation, even to an extent of jeopardizing their own lives. Ngiyadlulisa amazwi ethu njenge-component yesishayamthetho, the Portfolio Committee, siduduza laba abashwa zihlobo zabo ngenxa yalesi sifo. Umfowethu udokotela uChabalala will know ukuthi lapha eShowe la ngideploye khona isibhedlela sethu se-district silahlekelwe uCEO umnumzane uNhlanhla Sangweni kanye nabanye engithi sengathi imphefumulo yabo ingalala ngokuthula. Thanks MEC for announcing the establishment of the mental health review boards. It's an era of passion to me. The ANC support this move, especially after the pandemic itself. Ubuhlungu obukhulu abantu bazobuzwa after the loss. And ngemva kokuhlaselwa yisifo nokushuwa abathandekayo bakho kuba nembuzo emkhulu. So we are very much grateful for this move. Honorable Chairperson Mpazima, I was asked to reflect on the APP and the budget 2020-21 in relation to the projected COVID-19 third wave, which is really in our shores. From the outset, let me confirm that both the APP and budget tabled before the Health Portfolio Committee were in line with NDP, PGDS, SDGs, in the sense that they both talk to the increased life expectancy as an impact. As a consequence of the presented APP and budget, the department will achieve universal health coverage, which is an aspiration of the Freedom Charter, whereas APP 2021-22 to 2023-24 is submitted to the Health Portfolio Committee, encapsulate in detail the medium-term strategic framework 2019 to 24 impacts, MTSF priorities 2019 to 24, NDP plan, the Vision 2030 goals, SDGs, and the health sector strategy. There remains a threat to the health financing and patients remaining vulnerable to the catastrophic health impacts due to COVID-19. Some of the priorities mentioned in the APP, such as education, skills and health, economic transformation and job creation, as well as capable ethical and developmental state, remain all unachievable due to the constraint when it comes to the filling of posts, relationship between the state and stakeholders like labor. We all know, Honorable Chairperson, of the ongoing negotiations between government and labor, and hypothetically speaking, should the labor get a breakthrough on their wage demand, the Department of Health will be further strained to the detriment of optimally performing on their APP indicators. This is a very critical and a thorny issue at the stage, because really you cannot say you'll not attend to their labor demands, because they get motivated when paid well and they drive service delivery excellently. Whereas one can just be ignorantly and argue and say this increase will take away from medical supply, infrastructure, goods and services, but then we must strike a balance. These are truly contradictions of our political epoch today, and we must ensure that we try to strike a balance as leaders. One of the SDG strategic goals is to see nations substantially increasing health financing and health workforce in developing countries. Unfortunately, our budget 2021-22 does not demonstrate at this stage the substantial increase. Even before the advent of COVID, this department was already cut to the bone due to the deteriorated public finance since 2019. It is no making of the current MEC. The coronavirus pandemic and the measures taken to protect public health have also had a far-reaching impact on the economy. The government has breached the spending ceiling, allowed a temporary increase in the fiscal deficit, and significantly expanded its borrowing. Honorable Chairperson, this is a substantial generational problem in that our actions today will define the future of our children and their generations. It is no time to let our guard down. We have to strengthen and capacitate the health department in reducing risks and management of national and global health risks. This is achievable through facilitation of health research and knowledge management to inform evidence-based and responsive planning and decision-making. Honorable MEC and the department, definitely we need to provide leadership and enhance government in the health sector for improved quality of care. Ngijabulile kakhulu ukukhuluma nje ngezinto abantu abangazibuka zincane ukufaka i-name-tag, because that goes a long way. Nokusebenza kahle in our sites, ensuring that we have hospital boards for governance in our hospitals, because that is where most of our problems are. As we navigate the complexities of COVID-19, we note with concerns as the ANC that outcomes are threatened due to budget cuts and fiscal consolidation seen in the past and in the now. The department has experienced cuts decrease to the budget of 2.48 billion. The original budget cuts were 3.7 billion, but these cuts were offset to some extent by the additional funding for COVID-19. The department has had a negligible increase of 354.6 million when compared to the original pre-COVID-19 budget of 2020-21. Comparatively speaking, between years 2020 and 21 and the current year under review, we note that this department has 1.2 billion less money than the original budget. However, programs 2, 6, and 7 will be increased in the ensuing year. There are substantial reductions in program 4 of about 7.1% and program 5 about 8.4%. The budget cuts, honorable members, leaves little or no room to maneuver, especially as we face the threat of the third wave. The first and second waves were managed through reprioritization of the budget and huge cash injection from National Treasury. The department, as it stands this year, has less money than what it had last year, and therefore for it to meaningfully counter the threat of third wave, it needs to mobilize Treasury for more resources to provide financial buffer. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC is aware of the challenges facing the health and hence its commitment to health as a government priority as resolved in the 54th conference in Nasrec. Equally, the African National Congress resolved that the implementation of the NHI remains a priority of government It is against this background that it also resolved that NHI pilots should be expanded to include other areas that were excluded. The ANC also called upon its government to ensure that the legislative framework on the NHI must be finalized by the end of the current term. Whereas these are noble resolutions of the ruling ANC, however, the reality of the budget cuts have set the implementation of the NHI on the back foot. In 2021-22, the grant sees a compensation of employees and fiscal consolidation cuts of 7 million and 8.7 million up to 23-24 of an amount of about 8.6 million. These cuts will result in fewer private doctors being contracted, and this will slow the implementation of the NHI. We remain upbeat, however, Honorable Chairperson, that the ongoing hospital rationalization plan will improve inefficiencies in some of our hospitals to be in line with the country's intention to move towards comprehensive NHI implementation. In line with the ANC support to the policy proposal by the health sector to use the money allocated to tax rebates to medical aid to fund the NHI, would like to determine from the MEC whether there's been progress in this area. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC supports the budget as tabled by the Honorable MEC. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for sticking to the time. We are now inviting the next speaker to debate. This is from IFP, is Honorable NJ Nkwanyana. She is allocated 10 minutes. Would request Honorable Nkwanyana to open her video because I anticipate that she is visual wherever she is.
Angithokoze sihlalo ucosha ithuba elifana naleli lokuthi ngithathe iphathi kule debate ekhona namhlanje. Ngibonga ukuthunyelwa iqembu lami lenkatha ukuthi ngizorepresenta kulesi sishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal. Sihlalo, the IFP supports the 48.4 billion budget allocated to the Department of Health for the 21-22 financial year. It is unfortunate that this budget was also affected by the cuts which emanates from the salary increase of the public servants. The IFP is concerned about the cuts under compensation of employees for this department, in particular because of the heroism and commitment displayed by the frontline workers since the beginning of the pandemic. Most are lowest paid and undervalued, and these include housekeepers, caregivers, security, and administration. All these heroes have been holding it down with pride since 2019 and never had options to work from home like many of us. Many of them lost their lives to the virus along the way. They deserve recognition and salary raise. We also concern, Chairperson, that these cuts on compensation of workers will impact on the ability of the department to fill critical vacant posts, mainly in hospitals, as the delay in the filling of position like that of the CFO has been long overdue. The appointments of senior managers take months for the Executive Council to approve. One cannot help but wonder if the delay is caused by jobs being reserved for the politically connected instead of qualified individuals, or if the delay is caused by sheer incompetence. It is also worrying to note that there is a significant cut in the HIV, TB, malaria, community outreach, and HPV vaccine grant, which decreases by 184 million, 456 million, and 615 million of the MTF. This decrease, alongside the 7 million decrease on National Health Insurance grant, might have disastrous impact for the department should it experience a shortfall in ARVs, which will impede progress towards epidemic control, as well as the affordability of existing staff funded from the grant.
The decrease on this grant is unacceptable, considering that the department incurred 0.9 billion overspending of budget mainly on district health services for HIV medication in the previous years. Performance AG report. Chairperson, in 2019 and 2020 Auditor General audit findings against the Department of Health and KZN are deeply worrying, to say the least. The department has received poor audit outcomes for many consecutive years. We can conclude that the department has been failing to use its budget accordingly, and it uses large parts of it on medical legal claims. In 2019-2020, medical claims increased from 20.1 billion to 23.4 billion, placing further pressure on the department's finances when these claims become payable. The department spent 429 million on medical claims in previous year alone. What is concerning is that not a single member of staff has been held liable. And what adds salt to the wound is that there is no strategy in place to deal with officials who are found guilty of negligence. This has a negative effect in the budget, as there is no specific budget for litigations. The AG's report further revealed that the department incurred irregular expenditure amounting to 9.2 billion for 2019-2020 financial year due to disregard of SEM processes. The department incurred 1.43 billion in unauthorized and wasteful expenditure on ongoing multi-year contracts awarded in prior years without following the prescript of the law in relation to non-compliance with legislation in ongoing multi-year contracts for cleaning services, security, and medical waste removal. Therefore, to bring much needed change in the Department of Health, the IFP demands the following. 1, that the budget allocated to the departments must be fully and effectively utilized to improve people's lives and nothing else. 2, the Department of Health gets a clean audit in this current year financial year. 3, that steps must be taken against the officials who had permitted irregular expenditure and the money must be recovered. 4, MEC must implement and present progress on all her plans to mitigate medical legal claims that she presented to the Health Committee in the previous years. The department can't afford to further spend billions on payable claims. There is no excuse for the lapses in governance and administration, which featured prominently in the report. Some of these are administrative and control issues addressing issues of management, administration, and control through the system. So at the one's level, it's a fundamentally political task about oversight and leadership with regards to what needs to happen. When we come to COVID-19, we welcome the allocation of 302 million towards COVID-19 vaccine program, but we are concerned about the slow pace in which this program is moving. The process of vaccinating people and medical staff must be fast-tracked. All information about the progress in the vaccination program must be made public every week. There must be no secrecy on that. The slow progress on vaccinating the masses makes us wonder whether the department is prepared for a third wave of COVID-19. We welcome the allocation of 233.5 million for COVID-19 related activities, but funds should not be squandered on unnecessary spending such as payment of private expensive hotels and quarantine sites. Every cent matters as we operate under the tight budget. This allocation should be spent on campaigns and communication updates with the public. This will assist as many people to stay updated about the progress and new action to take. People will easily adhere to calls by health authorities to be vaccinated with the COVID-19 vaccine if they are fully aware about it and its intended benefits. We urge people to ensure that the elderly 60 years and above of age and those with comorbidities are vaccinated. Honorable Chair, the IFP is concerned about abuse of funds and alleged corruption in relation to the procurement of PPE. The KZN Department of Health 2019-2020 audit outcome by AG under COVID-19 findings revealed the following. 1. Procurement for 9 infrastructure projects valued at 472 million had no evidence provided to indicate that the bid committee system applied in the making the awards. 2. That a contract was entered between the department and the service provider at a price exceeding the price quoted by the service provider of a contract valued at 10.36 million, but the payments were made amounted to 24.28 million without any evidence to justify the overpayment. 3. Transaction from 15 orders which entered with non-tax compliant services providers amount to 39.9 million. 4. Discrepancies on the procurement of items on an existing contract, which the department incurred a financial loss amounting to 15.9 million. These areas point towards poor financial management and non-compliance with the PFMA on the parts of very specific officials, and we recommend corrective action. This points to the lack of monitoring and evaluation of procurement services. As long as the institutions and people in authority who have the power to execute and oversee their departments and further fail to take action against individuals for misconduct, irregular expenditure, and corruption will continue to be rampant and get worse every year. The IFP wants to know how many officials and service providers who were contracted by the KZN Department of Health have been held accountable for their involvement in the alleged corruption.
Your time is up, Honorable Member.
COVID-19. When will the funds be recovered? Ngiyathokoza Sihlalo, ngisazophinde ngibuye.
Oh, the Honorable Member. The next speaker in my list is from the Democratic Alliance. Is Honorable R. Virana. He is allocated 8 minutes. Yes, Doc.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, first we must applaud all the healthcare workers who took us through the COVID-19 first and second waves. They have worked in trying and difficult conditions across the province. KwaZulu-Natal's 95% recovery rate is due to their strength and forbearance, rather than any required support from the MEC. They have themselves become sick. We have unfortunately lost 397 who have passed away, but many, many more have recovered. They have lost colleagues to the virus and have been under incredible fear of taking the virus home to their loved ones. They were burdened initially by a lack of PPE, equipment, medication, and importantly, understaffing. We heard their pleas for assistance and additional staff members, especially for doctors and nurses during the second wave. We remember Rowena Hawke's pleas for oxygen as she lay on a stretcher in Wentworth Hospital and no help arrived. The department's own investigation indicating that short staffing in the ER due to coronavirus isolation protocols were the cause. Chairperson, I still have the advertisement that MEC Semelane Zulu released online in April 2020 with the department's call for medical volunteers to assist during the pandemic. I submitted my name along with many other doctors and nurses wanting to do their civic duty. There were numerous excuses about no HR policy. However, through a PIA application, we have received the department's medical volunteer policy as adopted in 2005. And this policy includes sections and an annexure regarding medical indemnity, which was supposedly the cause for any delay. Thus, while the MEC could have brought these additional medical support online, she chose not to apply an already existing departmental policy. Medical personnel have been called our frontline heroes. However, the actions of the department do not show this. The phase 1 of the vaccinations has still not reached all healthcare workers, and the department will not reach Minister Mkhize's promise that phase 1 would have been completed today. Instead, the date now we see has been extended to the 31st of May. While vaccination processes have rolled out across the province and in many places quite smoothly, the lack of organization has led to long queues of the elderly outside the Stonebridge Hall and the People's Park yesterday. In the Western Cape, despite initial surges of both the first and second wave, Minister Mbombo there was quickly able to control the situation to ensure that COVID-19 cases were reduced, hospital beds and oxygen was made available. In the Western Cape, we used technology to advertise municipal and local hotspots to communities so they could take their own precautions against the pandemic. There was also cooperation with the private sector in sharing beds, oxygen, ambulance services, and now increased vaccination. KwaZulu-Natal, however, had an antagonistic attitude towards the private sector. During the Portfolio Committee's meetings with private sector partners, they highlighted to us as members that the department had still not signed any cooperation agreement with them. The budget cuts have severely affected the Department of Health, and these cuts were on the cards even before the COVID-19 pandemic. However, the pandemic definitely worsened an incredibly dire economic situation. The department, despite having a 48 billion rand budget, sees a 3 billion rand cut compared to the previous year. And this extends to just about 16 billion over the MTF period. These cuts create desperate and life-threatening situations to the patients of KwaZulu-Natal. In the department's own budget briefing, it states that the cuts to compensation of employees will severely impact the filling of vital posts, especially at provincial and central hospitals. So in the future, when a patient arrives at Ladysmith Provincial or Madadeni or Port Shepstone Provincial Hospital, they may soon find short staffing and delays to a nurse arriving to assist them. At the same time, cuts to the appointment of registrars will soon see even greater shortages of vital supplies. The cuts to medicine and medical supplies will adversely affect the department's current service levels, and a shortfall in property payments will result in an inability to pay security and cleaning contracts at current service levels. Again, infrastructure maintenance takes a battering in these cuts. The lifts at Addington Hospital continue in their dysfunctionality, and despite the department's promises to the Portfolio Committee on an oversight visit late last year that all the lifts would be replaced by January, come to naught. And during the time of COVID-19, we continue to see rural hospitals like St. Francis Hospital in Ulundi not having high flow oxygen, instead having to rely on oxygen canisters. And at St. Mary's Kramagwaza Hospital in Melmoth, the infrastructure has regressed. It had high flow wall oxygen and suction. However, due to a lack of maintenance, they have now moved back to mobile oxygen canisters and suction units due to a lack of maintenance of their plant. Additionally, now we heard through the Finance Committee hearings that the National Health Laboratory Services is in litigation with the Department of Health for the sum of 541 million rand of unpaid bills. Now, we recognize that the MEC may have a right to decry these budget cuts, and we recognize that the department itself is not solely responsible for these cuts. They are a consequence of the 9 wasted years of state capture as described by President Ramaphosa. But to make matters worse, MEC, you were there at the Pietermaritzburg High Court in support of the architect of state capture and our current economic woes, Jacob Zuma. How can we take you seriously for more extra budgets? How do we take you seriously for your calls for an extra budget when you're not committed to dealing with the past transgressions of economic woes in the province?
Oh, is a heated debate. You know, but we would really plead that we stick to the budget debate. Other things will cause unnecessary conflict, you know. I'm a man of peace, you know, the old man. Honorable members, we are continuing with our own program. We are now moving to the speaker from the EFF, Honorable LG Sija, and is allocated 9 minutes. We want to be sure if he is not around. I know yesterday his party did not participate, but today from where I come from, he got in the honorable member from that part. Honorable Sija, are you around? No, it seems as if he not.
Point of order.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Chairperson. On a point of order, I realize that the Honourable Bishop is a very religious man, but the virus that we face, I would suggest that he covers his faith. Thank you, Chair.
Why are you disrupting? How are you disrupting the debate? Honorable members, the next speaker is from the African National Congress. Is Honorable Bishop E.V. Dube, and he is allocated 8 minutes. But if the EFF has the speech of Honorable Sija, I would like them to indicate, because I will apply the rules and allow them to come in. Honorable Bishop Dube.
Sengenzela wena, Jwah. Ngiyabonga kakhulu uhlalo wendlu ehloniphekile. Angibingelele kumalunga alendlu ehola usomlomo. Ngibingelela undunankulu uKhuzeni. Ngibonga ithuba ngilinikwe inhlangano ebusayo uKhongolose ukube ngibe omunye wabantu abazophawula ngalesabelo zimali esethulwe esikhathini esinzima kangaka esibhekene naso njengezwe laseNingizimu Afrika, ikwakhulukazi thina njengaKwaZulu-Natal ene-population engaphezulu kwa-11 million compared to i-Western Cape ene-population over 5 million. Kufana-ke nokurana i-primary school kwi-university. Ngabe ngenza elikhulu iphutha uma ngingencoma iqhaza elibalulekile elibanjwe abasebenzi balomnyango ngokuqiniseka ukuthi babhekana nazo zonke izimpilo ebezisengcupheni nesengcupheni kulesizwe sikaphunga nomangeba. Sihlalo i-ANC inomgomo ocacile ba uma kuza endleleni ebuka ngayo indlela okumele iphathe ngayo umnyango wezompilo. Njengoba isabelo sithe xaxa sinikezelwe uhlelokazi elibizwa nge-primary health care, lokho kusho ukuthi sinezinhloso ngangi zokuqiniseka ukuthi wonke umuntu ongumhlali wesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal uthola ukunakekela ngezinsiza kuphila noma wakhele edolobheni noma ezindaweni ezisemakhaya nasezindaweni ezisezabelweni. Umnyango wezempilo uhamba phezu kwemigomo eyabhalwa izinjulabuchopho nongoti bezempilo ngesikhathi uKhongolose uzilungiselela uhlelo lokuphatha iNingizimu Afrika. Angithi ANC iyona inhlangano kuphela enohlelo lwezempilo olucace bha eluwumhlahlandlela okuvunyelwana ngawo okwavunyelwa ngawo enkonfeni lezeni engabi nazo ngoba yikho into enisuke nizoyixoxa njenge-DA. Akwenzeki nangephutha ukuba ukhongolose ungabi nesisembululo esizosiza izimpilo zabantu. I-ANC iqonda kahle ukuthi ingalasizinda yezempilo yayakhelwe phezu kwezikhonkwane nezisekelo zobandlululo, icheme kakhulu nabebala kanye nalabo abayizifika namthwalo. It was based on racist-based infrastructure into yezempilo. Chair, you can imagine the mammoth task facing the ANC to ensure that we build equal healthcare infrastructure. Into engeke yenziwa umuntu ongalazi usizo lomuntu omnyama kuphela ukhongolose owazisa izimpilo zabantu futhi ungabheki laphi nokuthi uvotela liphi iqembu. We as ANC government will ensure accessibility, public participation, health promotion, appropriate technology, inter-sectoral cooperation. Here, as alluded before, we speak of the type of healthcare that is universal to all clients regardless of geographical location. The ANC has a clear resolution on healthcare, stating that all legislation, organization, and institution related to health have to be reviewed to attain the following. A few things: emphasis on health and not on medical care, readdressing the harmful effects of apartheid healthcare services, encouraging and developing comprehensive healthcare practice that are in line with international norms, ethics, and standards, ensuring respect for human rights and accountability to the user of health facilities and public at large. Njengalokhu sihlalo eke wabeka umnyango ubhekene nenkinga enkulu yokulahlekelwa abasebenzi abaningi ngenxa yokhuvethe, kuhlanganisa ikakhulukazi nalabo abatholakale benamahlala khona. Ingakho-ke mhlawumbe umuntu engesichitha isikhathi kakhulukazi ngazo zonke izinto eyisho Honorable Vilane ngoba siyasixoxa lapha emhlanganweni wethu uVilane bese zoyiveza kule ndawo. Kumele sikhumbuzane kulendlu ukuthi kulomnyango ubuvela ubhekene nezinye izifo ezinhlobonhlobo osekwenza umthwalo ube nzima kakhulu kunakuqala. Umuntu akancome kakhulu indlela lomnyango osabambe ngayo impi esibhekene nayo yokhuvethe nezingqalasizinda ezakhiwe eziseqophelweni eliphezulu zokunakekela ngaphezu kwezinye izifunda. Njalo bayasazisa ngezinhlelo eziqhubekayo nangendlela yokuzivikela. Singofakazi uma sihamba ezitaladini amaposter abonisa ukuthi inhlangano yethu yanakekela, kodwa ezinye inhlangano amaposter uwabona kuphela uma ngabe kunqanqwa ivoti, nalo futhi lelo voti elijika lingasebenzi ngendlela efanele. Njengale budget inhlangano ebusayo ngizama ukuthi ninelungelo lokuthi nifake ama-posters njengoba siwafaka ayakhokhelwa emgaqweni nani ngakhokhela just to conscientize abantu ukuthi kubaluleke kangakanani ukugcina impilo zabo ngalesikhathi se-COVID. Nina niwafaka kuphela uma kumahala nakho ukuvotwa senowasusa-ke emva kwalokho, kanti abantu badike njalo sihlale sibakhumbuza ukuthi ukhongolose unakekela kanganani impilo zabo. Ingakho nebudget lesidebate-ayo njengokhongolose sifisa ukuthi siyivume futhi ngokusobala siyisupport. Ngale budget inhlangano ebusayo eyakhethwa futhi yabekwa ngabantu ngokuyethemba, inhlangano engunonzala bantu wazo zonke ezikulendlu, inhlangano yokhokho nokhulukhulwane, inhlangano ka-Oliver Tambo, ka-JL Dube, inhlangano ka-Anthony Lembethe, ka-Charlotte Maxeke, inhlangano ka-Moses Kotane, Lillian Ngoli, uTata Madiba iyayamukela le budget ngokungenambandela. Ngiyathanda ukuthi ngesikhathi ngibhekisisa ukusebenza kwethu ngoba siyahamba siye ebhedlela siyobheka ukusebenza njengekomiti, ziningi inkinga esihlangane nazo, kodwa kusijabulisa kakhulu ukuthi kuzo zonke there is a turnaround strategy. Bekunencwadi la ebhalwe omunye othole usizo eMahatma Gandhi, isibhedlela abanye abantu abahlali besikhuluma kabi. Uthi, I know there's been a long negativity about vaccine rollout, but I have to congratulate Mahatma Gandhi Hospital on the second rollout of the vaccine. As a senior citizen, I got an SMS between 8 and 10 a.m. for vaccine to Mahatma Gandhi Hospital.
uqhubeka athi, I've been one of those people who were thinking gloom and doom when it comes to what people are saying about vaccine. And then uqeda athi kule ncwadi yakhe, for me it became a good day and all things went as planned. I want to thank the staff of Mahatma Gandhi Hospital for a job well done. Sure, there will be criticism, but not for us today. I want to emphasize, Guti, as African National Congress, we are very sure, we are very certain that the Department of Health is doing well. Where we're not doing well, I'm so glad that we have a turnaround strategy and we'll be making sure that people of KwaZulu-Natal are enjoying life and life abundantly. As the Bible says, that Jesus has come to give us life and give it to us more abundantly. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Hlanga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bishop Dube. The next speaker in my list is from the National Freedom Party. This is Honorable V.R. Mlochwa, and he is allocated 3 minutes. Is Honorable Member connected virtually? Or he might be in other debates. So we are going to move on with our program and invite the speaker from the Minority Front, Honorable S. Thakur Rajbansi. She is allocated 3 minutes.
Thank
Honorable
you.
Member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable MEC, I begin this debate with apprehension which pervades our communities and may lead to vaccine resistance. Initially, our seniors were patiently awaiting the discovery of vaccines. Now they're terrified of the side effects. I'm not sure of the experiences of honorable members, but my research brings up conflicting views of renowned scientists on the use of vaccines. The plea of the Minority Front is that the Department of Health and the National in particular to explain such concerns on interactive TV programs or at vaccination centers with more information that our health experts can give. A few frontline workers have informed me that they have experienced side effects and some are still hesitant to take vaccines. However, amongst senior citizens is a very real anxiety, and this Honorable House must be given reports after each phase of the rollout. The MF earlier requested that our government through the department allow people the choice of taking other vaccines via the private sector. For example, the BRICS partners are producing highly effective and cost-efficient vaccines like Russia and India. Furthermore, a report on the use of ivermectin and its efficacy must be monitored and reported to this Honorable House. Such reports will become the basis of impact monitoring affecting future health budgets, being no less than our approach to HIV and AIDS pandemic, as we want to eliminate this by 2030 together with TB, and these are communicable diseases. On a positive note, the COVID-19 pandemic has catapulted many citizens' attention to preventing non-communicable or lifestyle diseases, but lack of movement is unavoidable due to lockdown measures. Awareness budgets must be ongoing, Honorable MEC. However, communicable diseases have root causes that require structural changes in society, and therefore a lot more inter and extra governmental networking is required to resolve these, as people movement and behavior requires adaptation. Most importantly, persons who suffer debilitating side effects from vaccinations must be assured free treatment from our government department, and these adverse reactions must be recorded by governance committees in both the public and private sectors. Honorable MEC, the MF acknowledges the department's efforts to establish the centers of excellence. Cerebral palsy has been highly neglected. Many thanks for the committed focus on medical legal issues, patient safety steps, and clinical governance structures. How each program changes in terms of hospital and clinical designs and profiling means that our budgets have to be suggestive of adaptive changes. With these reflections, the MF supports the health budget of 48.412 billion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable M.E. Pagati from the ATM, and he is allocated 3 minutes. I don't think he's around. Okay. The next speaker is from the African National Congress, Honorable P.F. Mavuso, and she is allocated 10 minutes. Nhlolomkhulu. I was a fryhead.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable MEC, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chairperson, the health workers are a valuable resource that is always leading from the front. They're always exposed to all forms of danger, infections, anxiety, and fatigue due to the nature of the work that they get exposed to on a daily basis. And COVID-19 has put enormous pressure and strain to these workers. Therefore, the African National Congress is very proud of this workforce and congratulates them, particularly in this month, the month of May, which is dedicated to all the workers that are tirelessly working despite all odds. On medical legal expenditure, Chairperson, the legal services plans to facilitate and put in place feedback to the institutions in order to enable the institutions to develop plans that are in line with the overall strategy to develop the public health defense and to use the feedback from the institutions to develop appropriate adjustments to the strategy with the aim of promoting and developing strategies to preserve medical records, promoting the discipline of taking and maintaining detailed notes by clinicians and paramedical staff, promoting security of records, having an induction program for writing medical and interim reports. Honorable Chairperson, the department has put in place plans to prevent medical legal claims to promote compensation through the public health defense. The plans include tendering of future medical needs at a public health care that meets the criteria of being the center of excellence. There are 3 centers of excellence that have been established by the department to manage medical legal claims or court-referred claims in KwaZulu-Natal. King Cetshwayo, Queen Nandi Memorial, and Gwelezane hospitals are the centers of excellence for patients from the northern part of the province. And King Edward VIII KZN Children's Hospital and Phoenix Assessment and Therapy Centers are for patients from eThekwini and other districts as well are mentioned, Honorable Chair. The claim-related patients will be referred to these relevant centers upon the settlement of the claims, and the department has confirmed, Honorable Chair, that the filling of posts for clinical posts to manage medical legal patients is at almost 80%, and the remaining unfilled posts are at different levels of recruitment. On the implementation of digital services, Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Health is aiming to implement the KZN e-health system in all the facilities in the province so as to improve the efficiencies of the patient by constructing the automated health patient information system. This will standardize the process flow to all the KZN Department of Health facilities, as most healthcare facilities are still using the manual system. Funding is going to be put forward, and the rollout of e-health at the hospitals that include the ICU in Grace Hospital, Matadeni, Prince Mshieni, Lady Smith, Queen Nandi, and Gwelezane hospitals. Among the challenges, Honorable Chair, in rolling out this program are the limited technical skills and tools, low computer literacy amongst the nurses and doctors themselves, and the change management related issues. We believe that the department will look closely at these challenges and assist and address them. Amongst the recommendations, Chairperson, is the establishing of the head office clinical committee, electronic signature for the forms that require patient signatures, and improving mobile connectivity in PHC sites, amongst others. On infrastructure establishment, Honorable Chairperson, the visionary leadership of the African National Congress under the stewardship of the Honorable MEC for Health, Honorable Nomakoko Simelane Zulu, was proactive in establishing infrastructure that responds to COVID-19. The department upgraded hospitals and facilities in different districts. Wards H and G were converted to COVID-19 in Doris Goodwin Hospital, with wards A2, A3, and B3 being converted to isolation wards in Richmond Hospital, respectively. In Ugu District, G.J. Crooks Hospital, the roof and alterations to old casualty building were done to accommodate emergency isolation ward for management of COVID-19 outbreak. In Zululand District, Honorable Chair, Slower Lutheran Hospital existing wards were upgraded to 11-bed isolation wards and nurses' homes being upgraded. The existing wards were converted into isolation and quarantine wards in Nemea Hospital in Utrecht under Amajuba District. The upgraded facilities include both KZN EMS College, the KZN Infrastructure Maintenance Hub in eThekwini Metro, and Amatikolo RTC in Ilembe District. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the department also ensured the establishment of field hospitals in Royal Showgrounds in Nkongondlovu, where the structure was erected. New temporary structures for complete field hospitals are in Clarewood Hospital, General Gizengampanza, and Gwelezana hospitals. The National Department of Health also has projects of 12-bed isolation wards in Applesbosch and Greytown TB hospitals. Honorable Chairperson, the African National Congress supports the budget for the Department of Health of KwaZulu-Natal. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We are moving forward with our program. We are inviting the Speaker from the ACDP, Honorable S.A. Manele, and is allocated 3 minutes. Is the Bishop around? Or the Bishop is not? We are now moving forward and invite again the Honorable Speaker, yes, from the DA, Honorable R. Virana, and he is allocated 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. With the current state of budget cuts, the Democratic's consistent calls for the capable state, which the President has now adopted, needs to be implemented within the department. We require correctly qualified officials appointed into positions to ensure that budgets are spent correctly, and in facilities to ensure that high-quality service delivery occurs. On the MEC's appointment, she advertised that she will get the administration right. However, this has not happened. Even during the COVID-19 pandemic, the financial irregularities within the Department of Health continued. According to the Auditor General's report into COVID-19 spending, 9 infrastructure projects worth 472 million were approved without going through the bid committees. One service provider was overpaid by more than 14 million rand without any explanation given. And on numerous occasions, the department deviated from treasury notes regarding the recommended prices to be paid for PPE products. Now, the department continues to improperly spend its current limited budget. It has accrued 1.4 billion in irregular expenditure in the last financial year alone, that's 2019-20. However, this is not even the full amount, as the AG indicated in her report that due to poor record, she could not fully evaluate the extent of irregular expenditure within the department. So the real number is likely to be billions more than what is reported in the annual report. KZN House continues to have cumulatively some of the highest irregular expenditure in South Africa. The department continues without a permanent chief financial officer, and the Treasury team that was assisting the department's SCM unit is now back in Treasury without explanation or completing all their work. In the Portfolio Committee, we've still not received clarity on when this Treasury support will be reinstated. To this end, we are still also awaiting any reports of consequences to those officials who have failed to do their jobs properly and have not followed the PFMA regulations. Medical legal liability sits at over 25 billion at the moment and is the biggest risk to not only the department's budget, but the provincial fiscus as well. And yet the promised medical legal expert panel is still not formed. This is now the third budget presentation where this expert panel has been released and it's announced and it's still not formed. And the filling of healthcare workers at the centers of excellence are still not completed. And now we're approaching the second budget presentation, where the announcement has been made and not all the posts of the centers of excellence have been filled. Now, we need to build a capable state to ensure that the limited budget that we have is spent properly. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We are now inviting the next speaker from Inkatha Freedom Party, Honorable NJ Nkwanyana. She's allocated 5 minutes.
Angithokoze sihlalo isekhona angilahlekile ngisaqhubeka lapho engigcine khona. Chairperson, I just want to start with the infrastructure now. Honorable Chair, the 60 million budget cut against health facility revitalization grant possesses a great concern to us as the IFP, as this will result in the delay of some major maintenance projects funded from this grant, especially the projects that were delayed due to COVID-19. So we urge the MEC to fast track them. Many people still have no clinics in their areas and dilapidated hospitals like St. Mary's Makwaza Hospital. This hospital needs to be demolished and a new hospital must be built. The IFP welcomes a budget of 26.6 million, which will be used to replace 43 lifts in various facilities. But what is concerning is that the KZN department has already spent almost 2.5 million fixing faulty lifts at Eddington Hospital to service providers. For how long will the department continue to spend on these companies for the same problematic lift? We further welcome the amount of 66 million to be used towards the eradication of asbestos roof in all provincial clinics and community health centers. Our healthcare facilities in the rural areas have always been lacking in proper facilities. All these millions must be utilized for their intended purposes, not for benefit of incompetent contractors. In conclusion, Chairperson, actions speak louder than words. The IFP urges Honorable MEC of Health, Nomagogo Smelane Zulu, to ensure that the funding is used sparingly to fulfill its intended purpose. The department must prove us wrong by ensuring that this budget is fully utilized and that no corruption is involved. That medical legal are dealt with effectively without splashing current budget paying them. The IFP echoes the calls for COVID-19 awareness to continue, Chairperson, because COVID-19 is still there, people are still dying, numbers are still growing, and we as members of the legislature We must go out flat preaching the same gospel that people must continue wearing masks, sanitize their hands, social distancing, and do everything that may combat the COVID-19 in these days. And we urge the MEC that all the people that above 60 are vaccinated ngoba siyabadinga abantu bethu abadala sihlale nabo futhi. It is concerning that the third wave is upon us. We urge the department to get going with vaccinating the people while also preparing for the third wave. Chairperson, angigcine ngokubonga ama-front health workers. They've done a very good job. Ukuthi ahlale njalo emile noma isimo sinjena. Mangaqhubeke njalo angapheli imandla sisawadinga ngoba ukuphila siyakudinga nabo futhi baphile baqhubeke baye phambili basebenzele imindeni yabo. Inkatha iyayisupporta ibudget kakhulu. Ngiyathokoza sihlalo.
Ngiyathokoza nami Mhlonishwa. Now we are calling upon the last speaker in this debate. The speaker is coming from the ANC. This is Honorable N.R. Majola. She is allocated 12 minutes and she is connected virtually.
Thank you, Chair. Without wasting time, I just want to remind Honorable Ngwanyana that they have been in power for years. For her to come and complain about unavailability of the clinics. What is it that they have done? The very clinics that are available now are the ones that have been done by ANC. Secondly, when she is talking of the medical legal hazard, the medical legal cases, she must, as a person who is in line with health, I think she's supposed to be knowing that we have got the Office of the Health of Standard Compliance, which is clear on how to deal with all the cases. For her to see somebody being held up accountable anyway, you know that is not within the norms and standards of how to deal or how to conduct ethically when you are talking of health. Then coming back to this, to Honorable Ziran, you must appreciate that the government is taking the responsibility whenever there are some pandemics. Tina, we have suffered a lot in their hands with no one who is taking care of us during their time when we are talking of a pandemic. We have lost so many lives under malnutrition, which was imposed by the very people of that government. We have got so many lives that we have lost in the line of the conditions that they should have managed to give immunizations to our kids. We wouldn't be having people who were suffering of polio when we're having a caring government. Going further, what he is saying all the time, it is reminding me that we are in May, following a month of April, where we had such a critical and a cruel killer called Walus, who said during Truth and Reconciliation, he said, "I did not want to shoot him," that is Ukris, in the back. I called to Mr. Hani. When he turned, I fired the first shot into his body. As he turned and fell down, I fired a second shot at his head. Close quote. We are not going to do that, but we are not going to do that to you, but we will continue doing what is good for the people of South Africa. Having said that, Chairperson, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, and the Executive, honorable members of this august House, MEC Noma Melani Zulu, and HOD Sandile Shabalala, I greet you all. Chairperson, as I open my debate, I wish to appreciate all the healthcare workers who soldiered on during this troubled period of COVID-19 pandemic. They have experienced loss of family members and loss of their colleagues, which are all devastating scenarios, but they never backed off a minute. Yes, you are our frontline soldiers. I live with you Psalm 27, which expresses belief in God and trust in the protection He provides. Chairperson, as I proceed, let me take a quote that has been done by Thomas Edison. Open the quote. "The doctor of the future will give no medicine, but will instruct patients in the care of human frame." in diet and in the cause and prevention of disease, close quote. I appreciate and really commend the department for sticking to not to compromise the primary health care. Chairperson, we welcome the budget of the department of 48.4 billion. We are having our debate during a month that has been dedicated to Mamu Charlotte Maxeke, whose passion was to liberate women throughout her life, as she decided to join the profession of being a social worker because she understood the social issues affecting women. Lalo, the government of ANC has made it clear that when they said they are looking for better health for all, in pursuing as the portfolio committee, through you, Chairperson, we are pleading the Honorable Premier, together with the Treasurer, to use this crisis period of COVID-19 pandemic in considering the request for the minimum staff establishment. In pursuing national health insurance, the ANC resolution is clear that developing partnership with private sector is essential to ensure accelerated transformation of national health system. Parallel efforts to improve health services and introduce efficiencies in department will focus, amongst others, on the improvement of human resources, physical infrastructure, effective and efficient management, especially finance, the establishment of effective information and communication technology for health, and special focus on equality care in line with norms and standards. Sikwazile ukuncedisana ne-private sector ngexesha ebelinzima apho bekusithiwa njengangoku they are running in sort of oxygen cylinders. We were sharing each and everything, be it a bed, be it some oxygen cylinders, be it some any type of assistance. We were sharing. It's something that we know it hurts when it comes to Ondlebes Kanyilang, because they in their lives they have never thought that one day they will share a ward with an African. I am mentioning this in response to the budget cuts that we find it hard to understand the methodology used by Treasury. Chairperson, if we really mean to achieve the increased life expectancy as impact, universal health coverage, improved client experience of care, and reduced morbidity and mortality all as outcome, funding for this department must be looked at differently than other departments. It is a known factor that 80% of beneficiaries of health services are mostly people living below poverty datum line, which was not their fault. It was an imposed scenario to us as Africans by the very group of the DA of Iran. Currently, the pandemic we are faced with is in demand of high technical machines, together with the staff that is highly trained. We appreciate how the department has utilized the COVID-19 related funds towards employment of the extra staff. We say this in the light of high morbidity and mortality rate across all categories of health care workers, despite the issue of non-exempted posts, which has put the department at its knees. The department is requesting 1.3 billion as a top up to what they have done using the COVID funds for staffing. Siyacela kuzen, sicela ke nisijongelele kule ndaba minimum staff establishment. The issue of nurse-patient ratio is a requirement as laid out in the OHCS in the OHSC Act. So it is all about compliance. The response by the department in this situation of budget cut is to come up with a credible service plan that will be presented to the committee in due time. We are always having a department that is having another plan of ensuring that whenever there is a gap, they come up. They don't just go and report that we have got a problem. And so what? We do have a problem, but we must come up with a strategy of dealing with that problem that we are faced with. Chairperson, the department is seen as having 9 billion irregular expenditure, which when looking at it, it's not originating from this financial year, but far back 2014, 2015 to 2016, 2017 cumulatively. The question I'm having, if there is a process of condonation or writing off, why has this been kept for so long? The department currently is in the process of condonation with recommendations to the departmental loss control committee, which is as follows. One is to adopt the root causes that led to the irregular expenditure. The second one, to confirm the recommendation on responsible employees. Third one confirms that no loss was suffered as a result of the listed transactions. Number 4 confirms the remedial action taken on internal controls. 5 supports the request for condonment of the listed transactions. As the committee, we will wait for this outcome in the process. When we talk of the medical legal cases, Chairperson, this is an area where the department is hit hard. Reading from the newspaper now and again with headlines on litigation and millions to be paid by the department, it's disturbing. The department responding to this by a mitigating strategy of establishing standards of excellence, as it has been mentioned by other speakers, and it is known. But for a person to come and say, when is this thing going to come up? That means he cannot see the issues that have made some delays within the department. We cannot prioritize the issue of coming up with the staff of excellence when we are seeing the very staff being troubled by the death due to the pandemic. To me, it does not show sense to the person who is going to have that question. When are we going to have this staff? Chairperson, we must agree that COVID-19 has impacted negatively with the functioning of the committee. It has not been easy to follow up in the form of oversight, but we will have report in our coming portfolio committee as far as this is concerned. When we are talking of the AG report, department has received a qualified report with minor improvement in movable assets. That is appreciated, as it has been with this qualification for more than 5 years. Linking this report with the condonment request, there is no way that the department could escape this qualification. Please let us check, let us make sure, Kuzen, how far is this condonment taken into consideration? Looking at the movement of funds within the programs during reprioritization in preparation of 2021 budget, it was clear that service delivery is facing compromise. Chairperson, the Department of Health is composed of 8 programs with an interdependence to each other. The analysis of this department cut is seen as having a damaging effect on program 2, which is the district health services. The indicators that are critical in responding to deadly conditions are within this program. To mention few, the reduction of HIV and AIDS incidents and improvement of TB outcomes. Chairperson, it has been reported under annual performance that TB client death rate has increased to 8% by mid-year due to limited resources in high-burden TB facilities. The underlying cause for this is the redeployment of resources for COVID-19 response. This is just a synopsis of the problem faced by the department. Number 2 is the reduction of maternal and neonatal and child morbidity and mortality, as well as improving women's health. We have seen that the department for 2021-2022 MTF is having budget cuts of 2.48 billion, and the original cuts were 3.7 billion. These cuts were offset to some extent by the additional funding of COVID-19. The department is undoubtedly going to have to do more with less. Remember, we are talking about our lives, and worse, about 80% of health beneficiaries who are depending solely to this service, not by choice. Chairperson, health is about life and death. There is nothing painful to those managers in these hospitals, like in ICU, when they are managed with depleted staff and depleted material resources. The budget allocation is not informed by the reality on the ground.
Your time, honorable member, is up. We're very sorry about that. Thank you very much, honorable. Thank you very much, honorable member. We could shout in the desert. Now, honorable members and public and media, we are now inviting the MEC for Health in KwaZulu-Natal to respond to this debate, and she is allocated 20 minutes. Yes, Honorable MEC.
Chair, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to the members for the debate. Angazi ngikubingelele Sihlalo, when I started, you were not the chair. Greetings to you, Chairperson. Chairperson, firstly, I think it's important that we must thank the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on how she leads us, and the members of the Portfolio Committee in general, especially those that when they come and engage with the portfolio, with the department, they actually come with constructive criticism. And here I speak of the members of the African National Congress, the members of the IFP, Umama Utaku Rashbans, The rest ke hayi basuke beyizele nje bezokhuluma lokho abasuke bekhuluma sihlalo. Siyabonga kodwa ukuthi i-criticism good or bad siyayithatha sibuyele emuva sibuke sibone ukuthi siyisebenzisa kanjani. Abanye ke abakhulumela for the sake of ukukhuluma shaye singabanaki kakhulu. Angiqale sihlalo ngokuthi umhlonishwa uLinda Hlongwa raises a genuine point yema-mental review boards okuyinto ngempela sukuthatha isikhathi eside kakhulu ukuthi siwa-appoint, and it has been a challenge, and I appreciate the fact that members have been are aware of this. I know she has personally raised the matter with me even before we started this program about her worry on the fact that the boards have not been allocated. Both Honorable Hlongwa, Honorable Nkwanyane, no chairperson of Portfolio Committee have raised the fact that the Department of Health is underfunded. Chairperson, that is a serious feeling. Well, that is the actual truth that we are faced with as a department and the reality as Pegenenayo. But because we are not crybabies, Chairperson, we will not always come and say Imaletingman, because we also understand that government has broad shoulders and there are other departments that must be funded. But the reality is what members are talking about. And in reality, Chair, if we want the services to be improved and for proper services to go to our people, we will have to relook at the funding of the health sector. The minister in his budget speech was actually saying the exact same thing about 4 days ago at the National Assembly, because the issue of the underfunding of health is not just in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, but is a national issue. Kodwa ke ngoba thina sihlalo asikhali, siyayisikhale nje sisodwa bese sisebenze kushiwo njalo kuthiwa kushaya edonsayo sihlalo, we work, but we appreciate the fact that honorable members are aware of this and they understand that it will give us concerns. I think Umamkwanyana, thank you very much. You spoke about the budget cuts and how are the issues going to be dealt with. It is going to be very difficult. There are new issues that we are expected to implement, and the reality is that we are not getting any new funding from the provincial government. We will have to reprioritize, and in reprioritizing, members, we will have to cut somewhere. That is the honest truth. There are programs that are going to have to reduced. There are programs where we might not be able to do what we have been doing over the years, so that we are able to implement other programs. So iqiniso esibhekene nalo ukuthi ukuze sikwazi ukwenza umsebenzi uphelele, ukuze sikwazi ukuqasha staff ikakhulukazi, because that is our biggest target. Ngoba if you don't man the facilities esinawo, kusho ukuthi ireality ngelinye ilanga singayithola siphoqeleka ukuvala izibhedlela ngenxa yokuthi usune staff esesiyi-skeleton ngalendlela yokuthi sesi-dangerous to the population of that area, and you move what is left to other facilities. Ngicabanga ukuthi lokho esifuna ukukwenza. So that is why we are trying very hard ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sibafake sibaqashe labo abadinga ukuqashwa. Hence we spoke about minimum staff establishment, but we are also saying laba COVID-19 contracts siyacela ngempela, and we will continue to request, and it's a request we've made to the Executive Council as well. I must say that the Executive Council took our request kahle kakhulu, because they understood the challenges that we are faced with. Kodwa ke kwasekushiwo ukuthi hayi asiyibheki imali within our coffers, because the provincial government will not be able to fund the rest of the project. And it's something that I think, although we understand, it's a bitter pill to swallow, but it is something that we are okay. It is something that we are going to have to deal with moving forward. So ngikusho lokhu sihlalo ngoba maybe ngama adjustment budget we might then come sesithi cha sicela ukumuva imali ethize from this vote to that vote, because sizama ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi siqasheke manje laba besifuna sibaqashe who are already in the system. So ama members uma sesiyucela lo nasesiyenza leyo request angabe semangala kakhulu nokuthi kukhathelwe ngapha kungakhathwa ngapha ngoba isimo esibhekene naso esingenayo indlela. Issue yama salaries Mamkwanyana uqinisile, it is a challenge ama health workers abhekene nawo ngiyafisa nje ukusho sihlala ukuthi nathi mhlambe siyazwelana nawo ama-health workers ikakhulukazi uma ubheka umsebenzi abawenzayo, but mostly since kufika isikhathi se-COVID umsebenzi wabo really usubonakele kakhulu. Kodwa isimo esibhekene naso as u-government ngicabanga ukuthi siyisimo esinzima kakhulu. Ngicabanga ukuthi as a member of this house I last received i-pay increase ngo-2015 chairperson. Ngicabanga ukuthi kufuna sikusho lokho ukuthi even nathi sihleli lana siya-understanda i-situation umphakathi ama-workers ethu abhekene nazo, kodwa we ourselves we have had to be the first ones to take i-pay cut. We were the first ones to say in 2015 asingeke size siyithathe i-raise, and we've not taken i-raise since then. Kodwa-ke okungasho ukuthi nabo they should be able ukuthi nabo bangayifuni i-raise at the same level. Into esiyicelayo ukuthi ngoba kuxoxwa kwa-national ayibe khona phela indlela yokuxoxiswana nokukwazi ukuthi kuhlanganwe halfway, kungabi sengathi wonke umuntu udonsa abhekele, otherwise ngeke sikwazi ukuthi sifike lapho esidinga ukuya khona. I-delay Mamkwanyana on the appointment also on CFO, you are correct, it has taken the department a very long time for us to be able to appoint CFO. Kodwa, we also know that this is not due to lack of trying by the department. Department has tried more than 4 times to advertise and try and recruit CFO, and we have had now to go through a different process, which is a process of headhunting, and that is what we are working on. We are committed on ensuring that we get a CFO as soon as possible. Asilindile umuntu who is politically aligned. We are waiting for someone who actually is qualified and will be able to manage a budget yet department elingana nale yethu, and is for someone who's up to the challenges that we are faced with. And as soon as we have that person, we will be able to attend to that. In relation to irregular expenditure, well, irregular expenditure, and I think some members raised the same issue. Or Honorable Chairperson actually raised it, Konamanjume Kuluma, actually is something is something that has been happening for a number of years. Right now, our irregular expenditure, I believe, is at 9 billion rands, purely because of the month-to-month contracts. But Chair, we are on month-to-month contracts, not because we have not done anything as the Department of Health. In 2019, an advert was issued to regularize the contracts. And because of the corruption that is sometimes happening between service providers and those that are in the offices receiving and sending documents, the department was forced to start the process again because we were being accused of some irregularity between those that were accepting documents and those that were issuing documents. So we started the process again. And after starting a process again in 2020, fortunately, in management through the HOD and the CFO were able to be hands-on and make sure that the credibility of the process is maintained, and it was. And we reached a point of appointment. Just so much as appointed Legislature, then there were people who were now taking us to the tribunal. So we have been waiting for the tribunal to sit because there are those that are complaining about appointments. And unfortunately, it is not something that is within our control. That is something between Treasury, because Treasury is the secretariat, I believe, of the tribunal. And as soon that matter is corrected, we will be able to proceed. I must indicate, Chair, that it's a matter that we have also raised in the Executive Council, that for as long as this matter is not settled, the tribunal, it means we will find ourselves like one of the municipalities that have been on a month-to-month contract for 10 years, because we have people in the system who will continue to take you from one court to the other just so that they stay in the system. So we need to find a way of getting around that so that while they continue to dispute the appointments, but sikwazi ukuthi sisebenze and regularize umsebenzi wethu. But we are working on that, and the Premier has given us some instructions on how best for us to approach that particular issue. Well, Mamkwanyane, for the third wave, we were not using hotels really because we wanted to be fancy. We were using hotels for quarantine sites in particular because in our own facilities, we did not want to burden imbeds that were actually needed for patients that were actually sick. So you could quarantine someone in a particular facility where they just needed minimum health care or health services, so that the beds that are needed for those that are really sick are reserved for those. And we did make sure that we don't get expensive hotels. We tried to reduce the amount. Even during the second wave, you members will notice that we went to hotels as a last resort. We tried to cover all our facilities first, and only in areas where we couldn't get any other beds, we then had to go to hotels and lodges for quarantine. And that was deliberate because we are very much aware of our fiscal position. Well, Honorable Viran, uvela ungazi nje ukuthi kufuna uqale phi na ukuphendula umhlonishwa uVirana. Mhlambe let me start with uDube. Ngigcine ngo-Honorable Virana. Honorable Dube, thank you very much for your comments, and I think you have indicated that indeed the African National Congress-led government is ready, and it has always have policies, and these are policies that are not thumbsucked, are policies that are taken from the ground. Honorable Sakura Shpanzi, yes, we hear, firstly, we appreciate your comments, and we understand that we should be hands-on in the issue of vaccinating sites and see what's happening there. But in terms of how we buy the vaccines, like I said, like I explained in the portfolio committee, the procurement of vaccines is centralized. But the minister is not just looking at specific companies. Minister is looking at all companies that are creating vaccines, including Russia, that is creating Sputnik, and there are negotiations at that level. And as soon as we have received those, we'll be able to implement them. Honorable Mavuso, purpose of, I'm so happy on how you explained the purpose of the centers of excellence, because it is clear that you understood what we are talking about. But you didn't just explain, you also indicated that these centers of excellence actually started functioning last year. So it's not something that we've just been saying, we've made sure that they are actually implemented and ayaqala ukuthi asebenze. And we thank you very much for highlighting the infrastructure programs that we have had. Honorable Nomakiki indicated really issue budget cuts is that they are catastrophic. Chair, let me go back to Honorable Virana, because I think he needs a little bit of my time. Firstly, he speaks, you see, Chair, it becomes a problem when a political party does not have policies and does not have a proper political program, and as a result of that, the best thing that you can do is take a pandemic and use it as a ball. When you speak about Wentworth and the lady that passed on in Wentworth, it is not something that as members must come here and grandstand about that. On that particular day, when that lady passed on, or that lady who was on the video was crying, health workers in that ward were all on isolation because they had been infected. There were 4 doctors that were on isolation. 2 of them were in ICU. 7 health workers were in isolation. Now, when you have a ward suddenly that has all its health workers falling sick, it's not something that is planned for. It's something that just happens. And the facility had to make sure that it makes do with the limited resources that it had. As soon as we received the video, Mrs. Msimang, as the DDG responsible, personally went to the facility to make sure that she gets staff from other facilities to assist. Now, this is something we have explained in the portfolio committee. But when we come and talk about it here, as if nothing has ever been done, we want to grandstand, it becomes a problem. I think it's high time that the DA gets a proper police and understand who they are, so that you speak about your own policies and you don't utilize a pandemic as something that also is to popularize yourself. On the call for volunteers, indeed, I did make that call. We issued an advert, and we would not have done that had we not had a police. Now, Honorable Virana, as an individual, Honorable Chairperson, wants to be given special treatment because he's a member of the legislature. He doesn't stop there. He goes to National Assembly and goes there like a crybaby and requests obaba bakhe ukuthi bamkhalele ukuthi bamcelele ukuthi azosebenza njengodokotela. Now, I'm not a doctor. I don't work with a regulatory body of doctors. HOD is a doctor. HOD says for you to be able to work with our health, with our clients, you must have certain certifications. And he tells Honorable Vurana to bring those. What was later? Dololo. The best he does, he goes and cries like a crybaby. Regulatory body how is that my problem? So you want to be treated, you want to be given special treatment? No, we are not going to get one. The fact that you are a member of the provincial legislature does not make you a better doctor. By the way, the HOD asked you when was the last time you practiced, because the regulatory body also wants to know that you never gave him that information. What did you expect him to do? To treat you special because you are a member of parliament? To treat you special because you are a member of DA? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. If you want that special treatment, go to the Western Cape. I'm sure you are going to get that. Chairperson, in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we have worked very well with the private sector. We have worked very well with the private sector, and that is why I acknowledge them in my speech. Honorable Varan comes and says we have not been working with them. Toyota gave this government 10 vehicles costing 1 million each for free, and said because we are private sector, this is what we want you to do. Hewlett Aluminium has given something to the government. Tongat has done the same thing. That have not been working with. I will tell you, Obani, those are doctors that are running private hospitals, and you want us to pay them for their beds during COVID and make money through government, something that we are not going to do. They charge us millions. They charge us an arm and a leg just for a bed because they want to make money out of government under a pandemic. It's Chairperson, it's something that you cannot think of. How can you want to be rich in a pandemic? How can you want to be rich in a pandemic? They come to us and say, we must sign an agreement that is going to cost this government an arm and a leg that we don't have money for, we cannot afford. That is what he is speaking for. We will never be able to afford them, and we are not going to give them the work for as long as they want to benefit out of government. Chairperson, we have had private hospitals coming to us, volunteering for free to give us their beds, and we took them up on their offer. For free. We took them up on their offer. Those that want us to pay them, yes, Naimal.
Order, Honorable Crybaby.
During the second wave, Chairperson, during the second wave, the DA and its allies wanted to create an impression that this province was not ready. And the way we were ready, Chair, it was the private sector that did not have enough beds. It is Mrs. Msimang sitting up there who was not sleeping every day and every night, called by private hospitals to say, we had more than enough as government. We had more than enough. But because it did not fit into your narrative, you want to create the government as if it's they are the bad people. We had more than enough, and we assisted private sector during the second wave. So don't come here and tell us that we did not work with the private sector when we don't know what we have done. Well, the issue of the lifts, Chairperson, Honorable Virana must decide. Today, he wants us to have the lifts. Tomorrow, he doesn't want us to move from Eddington. We must do something about it. Akadecide esihlala ukuthi kuphi akufunayo. Uyafuna sisilungise isibhedlela, noma ufuna silungise ama lift, noma ufuna sihlale khona. Uma sisilungisa, uthi sisilungisa ngemali eningi. Uma singasilungisi sithi siyasuka uyakhala uyababaza ngoba abantu bakubo bayababaza. Uma sekufuna sebenzisa ama-lift silungisa ama-lift asisakwazi. Yikuphi kanti esikwenza? You must decide. You see the problem.
Point of order, Chair.
An agenda
Point of order.
is the reason why you are where we are.
Point of order.
Honorable MEC. What is the point of order, Honorable Member, and rule?
Chairperson, I would like it recorded that in fact you have been biased during the sitting. The Speaker took time of her address, which you never removed, off her closing comments, and you're now allowing her to proceed and exceed that. I would like that reported to the office or to the Chair of Chairs. Thank you, Chair.
I get your point. I get your point, Honorable
You are
Member.
biased.
I get your point, Honorable Member. And then if you will report it to the Chair of Chairs, but there's one thing that I wanted to happen. I want all questions that were raised by honorable members responded to. And then I will explain to the Chair of Chairs if we then have done something that is very, very serious. Can you wind up, Honorable?
Ngiyabonga Sihlallo. Sihlallo sengidinga nje. U-Honorable Virana raises a point yokuthi mina noMagugu Simelane, a member of the Provincial Executive Council, also a member of the African National Congress elected, went to court in my personal capacity and raised that with the legislature.
Honorable Officer, I want to plead that you don't respond to that one because he knows there is freedom of association guaranteed by the Constitution of the Republic. I would request that you don't respond to that one.
Ngiyabonga Sihlallo. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm about to finish. Go to again. I have been going to the court, and I will continue to go to court because I do not account to you. I do not account.
Chairperson.
Honorable MEC, no, I deliberately wanted to give you the opportunity to respond.
Recognize me, Chair.
Because I understood that the issue.
Recognize me, Chair.
Oh, yes, Honorable Member. You are recognized.
Can you not hear me?
I hear you, my lady.
Chairperson, this committee is bound by House rules. And in terms of Chapter 6, you have exceeded your authority in terms of timekeeping, Chair. And I find that unacceptable for a Chair who's supposed to once again be impartial in terms of these regulations. If we're going to play, let's play fair.
Very sorry, Honorable Member. That was the reason that I made. Order, Honorable MEC. It's fighting me. No, Honorable Members. Your debate was very, very hot. I would want to conclude this debate by indicating that, Honorable Members, we really want to thank you very much for your debate. And when we have concluded this vote number 7 debate, and we are now going for lunch, Honorable Member, you are going to fight me there. I will apologize to you. We are going to break until 15 hours. And I'm told that in the very same venue, the Department of Human Settlements will be coming here at 3 o'clock. Honorable Sir Pointombel, I've been reliably informed that will be that session. Thank you very much, and I'm very sorry for the fight.
Police is standard, there's nothing.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, you are welcome to this session. Today we'll be debating vote 4. Is it vote 4? Yeah, human settlements, vote 8. Vote 8, human settlements. But we'll start with a prayer because this is a new session. So we are going to start with a short prayer. It's gonna be a silent prayer. Can we have 2 minutes of silence? Amen. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, the rules of this debate of the legislature that we are conducting through visual means are as follows. You are reminded that this budget debate will be conducted in terms of rules of visual meetings, which is applicable in all visual meetings. Read with, yes, and the quorum. The rules for visual meetings also define present as follows. Present means attendance of a member in a visual meeting by electronic means in a manner that allows a member to join and participate in the meeting, as well as also by physical means. Our standing rules further provide that a majority of the members of a committee constitute a quorum. The table staff has informed me that we do have the required number of members present in order to commence the session. The meeting is therefore properly constituted and may formally continue. Members, before we proceed with the budget debate, I must reiterate the ruling of the Speaker relating to addressing connectivity problems. The Speaker has ruled that the following measures will be adopted to try and assist members who may not be able to participate due to connectivity issues. If a member has connectivity problems, the presiding officer will continue with other speakers on the speakers list for the debate. If the member regains connectivity before the response to the debate has commenced, the presiding officer will be flexible in applying the speakers list, and the member will be allowed to continue and finalize his or her speech as long as the member reconnects prior to the commencement of the response to the debate. Secondly, we also ask members who are debating to allocate a fellow party member who will be able to take over the member's speech and read the member's speech into the record. Presiding officers will then allow the fellow party member to take over the member's speech. If all else fails, the member is unable to present his or her speech or to get another member to take over. It is directed that the member
our democracy, this flawed system of segregation has had serious implications for social and economic development, making it far more difficult for all of us to turn a blind eye to the fact that millions of our people remain trapped in the yoke of poverty. Because the Group Areas Act effectively prevented non-whites from owning properties or to even run their businesses within developed white-owned areas, the majority of our people are still battling to participate in the mainstream economy of this country. The past laws prevented so-called non-whites from moving around freely, going out at night or working where they choose. Hostels, townships were created to temporarily house Africans who were only regarded as cheap labor. Townships such as Wentworth, Chatsworth, Phoenix, Umlazi, Kwamashu, Kwamakuta, Cato Manor, Hammersdale, and other townships were created not for human settlements, but to allow for easy surveillance and monitoring of the people by the apartheid government. You'll find this in different towns along the province and around the province. The controlled movement of people resulted in the widespread lack of social cohesion, and the culture of mistrust became entrenched in our society. Africans suffered the most, with the devastating consequences such as the breakdown of family life, with many children growing up without the love and compassion of their parents. Marriages of those who moved to urban areas collapsed because houses were available for rent only to a male head. In order to qualify for a house by then, couples had to produce their marriage certificates, while unmarried parents and single women were forbidden. African women were the hardest hit, as they had a very few or no legal rights, no access to education, and no right to own property. Also, jobs were often hard to find because their movements were controlled, but through the bold intervention of the ruling party, the ANC, women now own property and the title deeds as a security of tenure. That is the work that has been done in the past 26 years in changing the lives of our women in the country. Honorable members, reflecting on our past is not aimed at opening up the wounds that are healing, but it is aimed at emphasizing the importance we attach to the Department of Human Settlements. To effectively deal with the problem, we must all acknowledge that the fact that many families were ripped apart because of segregation. The trauma is still visible, and it will take many years of hard work. Honorable Chairperson, as I address this House, I commit the department and hundreds of hard-working men and women in the department to double our effort to heal the wounds of those who were affected. We've got a very capable team, honorable members in that department, and their commitment in changing the lives of our people in this province is one of the commitments that I know will be able to move mountains in making sure that we provide the services that are expected to provide as the Department of Human Settlements. All categories of staff understand that in order to deal with the challenges of unemployment, poverty, food, burden of diseases, crime, and all social ills, we must ensure that we prioritize the provision of human settlements. There can be no debate, Honorable Chairperson, that any human development in this province will be achieved through access to decent human settlements. In his State of the Province address, Premier Zikalala announced the implementation of the catalytic housing developments that will impact on socio-economic landscape of our respective municipalities. Since this announcement, we have been moving with speed as the department to ensure radical transformation of the housing landscape in this province, with a greater focus on infrastructure development aligned with the work spearheaded through the Department of Public Works. The head of departments of human settlements and ensuring close planning and executing of projects are demonstrated when we visited Dundee last week. We can report today that through this facility that we handed over to the municipality of Ndumen last week, we have handed over a facility that will help emerging entrepreneurs and women-owned cooperatives in particular to have access to tools of trade and equipment. This will help them to be self-sufficient and feed their families as part of navigating their way through the pandemic of COVID-19. Honorable members, it is true that every challenge has its lesson. For us, the tough times we have experienced since the pandemic have reinforced a re-engineering of service delivery. Instead of a silo mentality and interdepartmental competition, today we believe we need to work together as all government departments in making sure that we provide services to our people. The most critical issues for us as human settlement is to ensure that these catalytic projects that were mentioned by the Premier during his State of the Province address, these catalytic projects become a catalyst for the integration of communities that were previously segregated by the policies of the apartheid government. Later on in my speech, I will elaborate on the catalytic projects, but for now, I wish to cite a few important catalytic projects that are helping in ensuring integration of communities in this province. The first one, Honorable Chairperson, is the Bridge City. This project was carefully designed to ensure a combination of commercial, residential town center and business estate to the north of Durban, and it is set to attract more than 10 billion rands in the public and private sector investment over the years. Linked to the Bridge City is the 20 billion rand public transport system, which include modernization of rail network in Merebank, Rosberg, KwaMashu, Umlazi, Beria, Springfield, and the new Dube Trade Port, incorporating the King Shaka International Airport. In an increasingly globalized world, the role of airports as attractors for investment and growth is increasing. The Dube Trade Port, being a greenfield site surrounded by a largely underdeveloped area, creates the opportunity to put in place a plan that responds and capitalizes on the location of the airport. This work is championed by the Economic Development, Tourism and Environment, eThekwini Municipality and National Government. Honorable Chairperson, Dube Trade Port will contribute to some key economic objectives, including creating and operating business environment conducive to growth and development. The new wave of human settlements delivery to quicken the tempo to economic and job recovery. Chairperson, as role players in the property industry, we talk about the demand of properties linked to this infrastructure development. We'll also work with stakeholders such as Black Conveyancers Association and others to ensure that those people who were previously excluded from owning properties are afforded the opportunity to do so. Equally, as human settlements, we are supporting the program of rural development, developing rural areas. We share the belief that rural development will help to ensure that the people living in areas where we find rural communities, where they could live with their families, we need to continue developing those areas because that's where they live with their families and work. And access the decent education and have access to quality healthcare. Rural development will also help to solve migration to big cities where there is competition of land and accommodation. Having highlighted all these issues, we wish to state that we remain committed to quicken the tempo to economic and job recovery. Our commitment is focused on the following, Honorable Chairperson: developing new smart towns or new towns and smart cities, not just building houses; eradicating the title deeds backlog; working with Department of Social Development and NGOs to address housing needs for victims of gender-based violence; exploring the provision of water and sanitation through the provision of rainwater harvesting; encourage contractors to purchase SABS agreement certificate approved building materials from local suppliers; targeting designated groups including youth, women, military veterans, and persons with disabilities to enable a radical economic recovery from the impact of the pandemic in particular and the global economic crisis in general. And Chairperson, also want to promote good governance and ethics within the department. Chairperson, the 2021 financial year was challenging as the department, we experienced a total budget reduction of 439 million rands, Chairperson, which is a huge amount, and it's going to affect the manner we deliver our services. Chairperson, this budget reduction forms part of a national government budget reprioritization in response to the pandemic. The equitable share budget was reduced by 11 million rands. The Human Settlements Development Grant, which is HSDG, was reduced by 358 million rands, and the Title Deeds Restoration Grant was reduced by 69 million rands. And all these reductions, Chairperson, going to affect and impact on the department negatively. We have received an opinion from National Treasury, Chairperson, stating that the Department of Human Settlements is not responsible for declaring irregular expenditure in its books. We recently removed 4.92 billion rands worth of irregular expenditure pertaining to human settlements projects, wherein the SCM processes of those projects were done at municipalities, but not by the department. The reason being is that the department did not transgress on any legislation, as the municipalities are responsible for performing the SCM processes. So this has cleared quite a lot of the irregular expenditure that was not committed by the department, but by the municipalities. Now it's clear who takes the burden on that one. Notwithstanding the above, we are committed to the curtailment of irregular expenditure immaterial the sphere of government. We issued policy communiques, Chairperson, to curtail this. With regard to new SCM processes, we and Provincial Treasury review the SCM to ascertain in the process whether it's irregular. And in non-performing local municipalities, we took over the developer functions. Chairperson, we must say this, municipalities that are not performing, the municipalities that are underperforming, as the department, we have taken a stance that we are not going to allow that to continue. We are not going to allow our people to be kept waiting for many years without getting services. We are going to be taking over developer functions or developer status from those municipalities, and we won't be negotiating on it. We won't be fearing any municipality. Where there needs be, we'll be doing it, because to us, it's about us providing services to our people. Honorable Chairperson, I must say that to avert this from recurring, the department developed an audit improvement strategy monitored by the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, the CFO. Our task is easier in that the head of department and the Chief Financial Officer always echo our emphasis on good, clean, and ethical governance, and we are committed to that. Chairperson, we are proud. We're proudly noting that the department has yet again spent its full budget for the 2020-2021 financial year amidst the global pandemic. I'm honored to share with my fellow citizens of this province the 3.5 billion rands allocation to the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Human Settlement for the year 2021-2022 financial year. Going to the budget allocation per grant, Chairperson, the total allocation for the Department of Human Settlement is as follows. On Human Settlements Development Grant, it's 2.4 billion rands. On informal settlements upgrading, it's 714 million rands. On expanded public works program, 7 million rands. Equitable share, it's 420 million rands, Chairperson, which give us the 3.597.231 billion rands. Chairperson, the conditional grant allocated per housing intervention is as follows. You'll see on that table in your documents, we'll focus on 2021-2022. You'll see the other outliers. Financials, 512 million. which the incremental is 1.4 billion. Social and rental is 208 million. On rural is 994 million rand per person. Conditional grants allocation per district. The table below illustrates the allocation per district. You will see all districts have been allocated the budget. I want to say on this one, because there will be questions why others are allocated more than the others. Chairperson, it's all dependent on the performance of those district municipalities. When you perform well, we'll grant you more money so that you are able to continue doing the great job. And it will encourage those who are non-performers to perform as well. Don't reward non-performers. Equitable share, Honorable Chairperson, allocated per program is as follows. On program, the programs, you can see them. On administration, Chairperson, is 243 million rands. On housing needs, research and planning, it's 19 million rands. On housing development, it's 111 million rands. Housing assets management, property management, it's 46 million rands, which comes to 420 million rands. The department always implements treasury cost-cutting measures very strictly, Chairperson, during the budget process. This resulted in the continued reduction in expenditure in various items relating to goods and services, machinery and equipment. We have all pledged our commitment towards complying with Treasury Circular number PT2 of 2021-2022, which updates us on latest cost-cutting measures. Delivery footprints across KwaZulu-Natal, Chairperson, well, njenge-department, asithembisi sibe singenzi okwethu ukuthi senze. Our human settlement service delivery footprint is spread out in all the 10 districts, municipalities, and eThekwini Metro, as illustrated in the conditional grant allocation table mentioned earlier on. This is despite the budget reduction experienced and lockdown restrictions aimed to curb the spread of COVID-19 pandemic. The current administration has emphasized the need for tangible evidence of delivery across the province. We want to deliver in the length and breadth of this province. No corner of this province shouldn't be touched by the service delivery that we deliver as the department. The table below illustrates the delivery in district municipalities since the start of the 6th administration. You will see in the table that quite a lot of work has been done in every district. We have touched all the districts and quite a lot has been delivered. You will see the numbers. A summary of the department's performance for the 2020-2021 financial year is as follows. This is what we are committing ourselves to, honorable members. In fact, this is what was done. It's 10,315 units that was delivered. It's 4,838 service sites, 5,516 work opportunities, 2,923 title deeds were issued. There is evidence that indeed there is work that is being done. That was 2020-2021. The table below reflects delivery per subsidy instruments for the 2020-2021 financial year. You will see what has been done again in all instruments that the department is capable to offer our people. Honorable members, when we talk about wave of change, sikhuluma ngokukhulela ngoqo izinguquko ezisheshayo ekuhlinzekeni ngesidingo kubantu bakithi. The department is guided by the United Nations General Assembly, which adopted a new urban agenda in 2016 that aligns the outcome 8 of the National Development Plan regarding transforming human settlements and the space economy. We remain driven to do this without compromising quality standards and service delivery. We want to make sure that we deliver more with less but faster. Part of this drive is the provision of service sites which will have an incremental effect on more households having access to housing opportunities and assets creation through ownership of land and stimulating the property market. Honorable Chairperson and members, we took a firm decision to eradicate our housing backlog in areas where previous pronouncements were made over the years. For example, Lamonville in eThekwini and the Siyazama project in Nongoma. Chairperson, as an MEC and the department, we are going to take a very serious stance that we are not going to be committing new projects for the sake of committing new projects while we've got so much backlog that hasn't been addressed. We are going to be focusing on eradicating the backlogs because we believe it shouldn't be about making commitments but not delivering. To us, it's not about going out and promising people houses, but we believe because there is quite a lot that has been promised to our people, let us deal with the backlog and eradicate the backlog that is there. To quicken the tempo in addressing economic recovery and job creation through focusing on previously pronounced projects, the department will focus on the following: development of new towns and smart cities, medium to high density development, provision of land for self-built service sites, upgrading of informal settlements. The days of isolated pockets of housing delivery are over, Chairperson. We are building new towns, not just houses. We stand firm that all new projects must include social amenities such as community halls, sports grounds, schools, and clinics. And we have started doing that. It's not just a commitment, we have started doing it. In collaboration with other sector departments, we must create conducive opportunities in an endeavor to embrace radical economic transformation, thus ensuring sustainability of the newly created smart towns and cities. A true sense of radical economic transformation. When delivering his SOPA, the Honorable Premier made a commitment in the delivery of mega catalytic projects in the KwaZulu-Natal, namely the JBC development in Newcastle local municipalities, which is Johnston, Blaubotch, Cavan project, and Empangeni housing project in the city of Umhlathuze local municipalities, which we are looking very closely on it and its progress. The department is moving ahead with the implementation of these catalytic projects. Such projects will contribute significantly in terms of improvement to people's lives when completed. We will continue to strengthen the partnership with key stakeholders and holistically create sustainable livelihoods through transformed human settlements. The department has strengthened its participation in district development model, the DDM. Our partaking in the DDM structures will ensure that our human settlements projects and in an integrated and sustainable manner with all stakeholders, thus implementing the one plan, one budget as emphasized by our President Cyril Ramaphosa. The 22 gazetted priority housing development areas aligned to the department master spatial plan will ensure that government investment is maximized, thus realizing the achievement of economic and social transformation. Honorable Chairperson, this will happen with the planning and implementation of human settlements projects and programs. This process is taking us closer to one plan, one budget for each geographic area. The gazetted areas, Chairperson, are as follows. eThekwini, in total, we said there are 22 in the entire province. eThekwini, it's eThekwini Inner City Node, Umlazi, Osterville, Umhlanga, Konupia, Maoti, KwaMashu, Greater Mpumalanga, Greater Ketomena in Umkumbani, Inilembe, KwaDukuza, Balito Shagas Kral Development Area, KwaDukuza Town, Hyde Park Nonoti area, in Uthungulu, in the city of Umhlathuze, it's Empangeni, Richards Bay, Esikhaleni, Vulindlela Corridor, in Umgungundlovu, Msunduzi, Itindale, Msunduzi Northeast and Msunduzi North and East development areas. It's in Uthugela, it's Alfred Duma municipality, that will be Ladysmith Urban Development Area. In Umkhanyakude eJozini, it will be Jozini Urban Development Node, Umkhuze Urban Development Node. In Ugu at Reinkonyeni, it's Greater Port Shepstone, N2, R102 corridor, it's Gamalake, no sit-up, it's Uvongo Market, it's Shelly Beach, in Zululand, it's Ulundi Peri-Urban Integration, in Amajuba, it's Newcastle Priority Development Area, in Herikwala, it's Kokstad Town. Those are the 22 projects. Catalytic projects, Honorable Chairperson, as alluded earlier on that will quicken the tempo towards economic recovery and job creation. We are committed to ensuring that all our catalytic projects materialize into smart towns and cities. During his State of the Nation address in 2019, President Ramaphosa announced the following, I quote, "Has the time not arrived for us to be bold and reach beyond ourselves and do what may seem impossible? Has the time not arrived to build a new smart city founded on the technologies of the fourth industrial revolution," unquote. We in KwaZulu-Natal, Chairperson, had already conceptualized the vision for all our mega catalytic projects way back in 2011, with Konubia being the first post-apartheid integrated project. The Minister of Human Settlements, Water and Sanitation, in a meeting with the construction sector, highlighted that the Konubia Development project as a catalyst to large-scale integrated development. The development now includes factories, offices, parks, malls, schools, and many more amenities that supplement homes constructed in the area. This is what we mean when we talk about building towns and cities and not just houses. Previously disadvantaged people and people of mixed race are now integrated. You will see that in Umhlanga, in Konubia. You will see what has been done there, Chairperson. The investment that has been poured there. It's typical of what we want to see moving forward. But that project, we are looking at it, Chairperson. We must say it here very closely because we want to see it progressing with speed. There has been delays on it, but we want to see that project moving with speed, and the department is having its eyes very close on that project. The planning and implementation of the 8 catalytic projects, which is Konubia with 28,000 units, Umlazi Urban Regeneration with 12,000 units, eThekwini Inner City with 8,387 units, KwaMashu Bridge City with 27,875 units, and Amaoti Greater with 20,000 units. In eThekwini Metro, and then you've got the JBC, which is Johnston Blaubosch Cavan, with 9,511 units. In Newcastle, Empangeni Mega Housing Project, 10,000 units. In Umhlathuze and Hyde Park, 4,600 units in Kwadukuza. It will play an integral role in giving efforts to our infrastructure master plan. These large-scale catalytic projects add to the department's machinery towards developing integrated settlements where people can live, work, worship, and play. The total expected yield of these projects over a multi-year period is 114,460 units. As I mentioned, Chairperson, earlier on, these catalytic projects are competing with the other policy instruments. For example, rural housing. Due to the rural nature of the province and are therefore implemented in a phased basis. Our province, Chairperson, is rural. We are not only focusing on cities and towns, but we are building houses for our people in rural areas because we want to make sure that they are also developed. We acknowledge the delays in the implementation of flagship projects, especially Konubia, as I have said before, where housing delays behind schedule due to various reasons. Moving forward, the department will take over the developer status role in order to fast-track the project. We are saying this boldly, Chairperson. Furthermore, the department will explore public-private partnership development to fast-track affordable housing in catalytic projects because we don't want these projects to be delayed, but we want to see them being implemented with speed because ours is to provide services on time and with speed. Integrated residential development projects, Honorable Chairperson, we view integrated residential development projects as key instruments towards spatial transformation and enhancing social cohesion. Upgrading of informal settlements and new urban agenda Honorable members, the management of informal settlement and the promotion of urban development remains our key focus area as the department. KwaZulu-Natal has an estimated 937 informal settlements with an estimated 393,000 informal dwellings. The majority of these informal settlements, 73% of them are in eThekwini and 15% of them are in Umgungundlovu district. There are currently 112 informal settlements upgrade projects in planning, addressing various informal settlements areas within the province, and 23 projects will be servicing sites, and these will approximately 10,000 service sites, resulting in 10,000 households benefiting from permanent services. The ring fence funding of 714 million rand is allocated towards upgrading of informal settlements in the financial year and will be used for the following. Land acquisition is 91 million rand, planning is 167 million rand, installation of services is 456 million rand. You can see that you are determined and you are committed in dealing with the issue of informal settlements within the province. Eradication of transit camps. Chairperson, following on the footsteps of my predecessor, I have also committed to expedite the decommissioning of the unacceptably high number of existing transit camps in eThekwini municipality. These temporary residential structures have remained an eyesore and an embarrassment to our people. Several strides have been made to make good on our undertaking to eradicate these temporary structures. Of the 71 transit camps, the department, together with the eThekwini municipality, has made a firm commitment to eradicate 45 transit camps during 2020, 2021, and 2021-2022 financial year. This will be an addition to the 17 transit camps that were eradicated in the past years. Honorable members of this august house, the mere mention of the transit camp in our lexicon has always conjured up the unsightly and squalid image of the infamous Isipingo transit camp in Ward 90. The Isipingo transit camp was born of the eThekwini municipality attempts to attending to various disasters that had occurred some years back. Honorable Chair, I'm pleased to inform you and this house that the department, working with the eThekwini municipality, has been able to buy land in nearby Kangu Road in Isipingo. This is where a new housing project is currently under construction with an expected yield of 300 sites. It is currently at bulk and internal service installation stage. The majority of the beneficiaries of this new project will relocate from Isipingo Transit Camp, thus affirming our commitment to resolve of restoring the pride and dignity of our people. Honorable Chairperson, the service sites. This program is looking at increasing the supply of housing opportunities by providing service sites with title deeds to qualifying beneficiaries, thus allowing them to build their own homes. Various land parcels have been identified for servicing of service sites. For servicing of sites, and once completed, sites will be allocated to qualifying beneficiaries to allow them to build their own homes. The department has approved a policy which allows for people earning between 22,000 and 40,000 to benefit from government projects at a fair market price. We are indeed trying to make sure that our people do access land, but not just land, service sites that will give them an opportunity to build their own houses, because we do have people who are capable of doing that. A total of 884 sites have been serviced and will be disposed of in the 2021-2022 financial year. Asikhulumi nje kuphela kodwa siyenza, Chairperson. The department continues to work towards the implementation of further 6,682 sites currently in the pipeline at various stages. This is including Endumeni, eThekwini, Alfred Duma, Umdoni, Umlalazi, Umsinga, and Greater Kokstad. Our efforts do not end there. We are continuing with the identification of more land parcels within the province. Social housing and community residential units, the CRUs, Chairperson and members, we are expanding our footprints for affordable rental housing beyond the urban centers. There are 22,857 rental houses housing units in the pipeline geared towards affordable social housing and community residential units. The social housing instrument will yield a total of 16,399 units, and the CRU instrument will yield 6,558 units. I would like to sincerely extend my gratitude to the Premier for gracing our launch of Inhlalakahle Community Residential Unit in Ward 7 in Greytown in Umvoti Local Municipality on the 5th of March 2021. During this financial year, we intend to deliver 400 units through the CRU program. Sunduzi Local Municipality, Kajigajo, 200 units are currently under completion. Newcastle Local Municipality, N11, 100 units. Greater Kokstad Local Municipality, Kokstad CRU project, 50 units. Ubuhlebeze Local Municipality, Ubuhlebetu CRU, 50 units. We've got firm commitments that we have made as the department in the following projects that are at different stages. You will see, Honorable Chairperson, in different areas: Jozini, eThekwini, Newcastle, Msunduzi, Erigwala, Ilembe, Umkhanyakude, Zululand. So all those projects, we've made commitments in them. Chairperson, in the next 3 years, effective from the current financial year, the following social housing projects will be implemented: Newcastle Municipality, Hospital Street Social Housing, 1,056 units. In eThekwini Municipality, Bridge City Towers, 1,130 units. Social housing is expected to deliver 200 units in the Bridge City Towers in eThekwini Municipality. Honorable Chairperson, another social housing project within eThekwini Municipality is the Inner City Project, which is expected to commence during the 2022-23 financial year with the potential to yield 821 units. Chairperson, Affordable Housing Finance Linked Individual Subsidy Program, which is called FLISP. FLISP is a key focus area for the achievement of urban development. In order to increase the supply of middle-income market housing to meet the high demand, the department is engaging with private sector developers and other stakeholders, inclusive of financial institutions and large employers. Furthermore, greater emphasis is on integrated residential development projects, RDP, to deliver service sites for people in the affordable market. The uptake of this program has increased due to the development and implementation of a communication strategy. The target for 2021-2022 financial year is to provide 726 subsidies, which has vigorously increased from 306 delivered in 2020-2021 to 726. The department intervention of extensively communicating the FLISP through interest from members of the public towards this program. More information on this program can be accessed through the FLISP help desk, or our people can dial the number 031-319-3800 or go to an email address that they will find in the department website. Rural development, rural interventions, including farm dwellers assistance, Chairperson, very, very critical. As we all know, Chairperson, the KZ landscape is predominantly rural. About 51% of our population reside in rural areas, particularly on Ingonyama Trust land. It is for these reasons that provision of rural housing remains a priority. In 2021 financial year, we delivered 6,624 houses through the rural housing program. We have targeted to improve the living conditions of 7,095 more households in the areas in 2021-22. We are increasing what we can offer. Chairperson, I would like to thank Amakosi for their cooperation and support in fast-tracking delivery of houses in rural areas. To hit the ground running in the fortnight of assuming the portfolio as the MEC in this department of Human Settlement, together with Ilembe District Development Model Political Hub, jointly officiated at the handover a house to 60-year-old Gogo Thandiwe Shobede in Isithebe Mandeni local municipality. This house was built by young people who acquired skills through the expanded public works program in the skills development program that is within the department in various construction modules, which I'm going to detail later on. Chairperson, coupled with the aforementioned challenges that the department does face during the provision of services, I must say that we do face some challenges where government improving farm dwellers living conditions. It's not only confined to human settlement development, but extend to the provision of basic services like water, electricity, and access to roads. Change of ownership between farm owners also posed a challenge to execute projects that had been at an advanced stage of implementation. Despite the greater strides made in providing shelter to our rural communities, there remains one vulnerable group of people, Chairperson, who continue to live in squalor conditions without security of tenure. These are farm dwellers. The majority of them whom eke out a living as farm labor tenants. The department will continue to provide decent shelter in form of agri-villages for our farm dwellers communities. We remain committed to improving the livelihoods and living conditions of these citizens despite challenges of land owners resisting to release land. Indeed, we are moving on this one, Chairperson. I can confirm we are even buying land in some farms so that we build our farm dwellers decent shelter. The Premier has made a serious commitment in this province that we need to change the lives of our people, and we are determined to do that. Fast-tracking tactic deeds, Chairperson, to alleviate asset poverty. The department, I'm sorry. The department is fast-tracking the issuing of title deeds, not only to facilitate homeowners' entry into economy, but also to provide dignity of full ownership. We have issued 981 title deeds through the title deeds restoration program in 2020-2021. Honorable Chairperson, in the last financial year, we were unable to achieve our target due to lockdown and the COVID-19. Chairperson, we have continued to issue title deeds recently. Since we have came in the department, we have shared joy of handing out 2,499 title deeds to homeowners in 4 local municipalities within a space of just above 2 months. This was in Kokstad, it was Mandeni, it was Moimpofana and Endumeni. One of the touching stories was when the department, in conjunction with the eThekwini mayor, handed over a title deed of a centenarian, 107 years, Gogo Mjalmani Zungu.
Okay, MEC, I'll just give you some minutes, but I'll deduct them at the end.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Chairperson, we are in the process of establishing a task team that will work around the clock to speed up the issuing of title deeds so that we can play a significant role in enhancing asset ownership for those who never had that opportunity. And we are committed to that, Chair. Provisioning of housing to the vulnerable through Operation Sugumasake. Honorable Chairperson, life-changing human stories behind service delivery provide tangible evidence that houses, security and comfort is not a mere catchphrase, nor is a growing KwaZulu-Natal together simply a communication pitch by the provincial government. As we are celebrating the year of Mama Charlotte Maxege, who devoted her life to women empowerment and equality, I'm proud to announce, Chairperson, that Human Settlement is committed to providing housing to the most vulnerable elderly, disabled, child-headed households, military. In honor of Mamu Magdege, the department handed over a house to a centenarian, 106-year-old Gogo Evelyn Mukwena at Skoropeni in Danhausa local municipality in Amajuba district. Chairperson, this is yet another life-changing story showing our commitment to continue addressing the plight of our people and uplifting them out of poverty. The department has developed a database for vulnerable groups. To date, 2,900 people with disabilities have been identified for the Priority Housing Project, the OSS program. Emergency housing in disaster areas. Given the challenges associated with climate change, our province is prone to floods, risk, and disaster. We are responding to all proclaimed disaster in the province in collaboration with National Disaster Management Center. Our basket for assistance to all disaster-affected households includes the following: temporary residential units, repairs and rehabilitation of houses affected, provision of building material, permanent structure for demolished houses. On military veterans, which we take very serious, Chairperson, and we are committed to this program. The department remains committed to providing housing to our military veterans. We understand that very little has been done over the years, Chairperson, on this program, and want to move with speed in changing the lives of our military veterans. We have re-energized our efforts in conjunction with the National Department of Human Settlements, Department of Military Veterans, and various military veterans formation to quicken the tempo of delivering houses for the military veterans. We have planned to deliver 304 units with funds already set aside and engage with all municipalities to prioritize sites for allocation of military veterans beneficiaries. Expanded Public Works Program, Chairperson. The Expanded Public Works Program is at an integral cog in the department, as the Premier as well has given us the mandate and the marching orders on this one. In the 2020-21 financial year, the target of 5,000 work opportunities was exceeded by 516. The EPWP training approach is structured such that the targeted groups is engaged into formal and accredited skills programs, active participation in the practical construction sites, and at the end of their involvement in the construction site, they are capacitated on business entrepreneurial skills. Chairperson, we've seen this program very recently where we went to Mandeni, and we've seen it taking off, where those who are participating in the EPWP now have been trained, given certificates, given even the tools of trade to go out and be able to sustain themselves. We have managed to come up with a very good exit strategy. Designated groups and a core of radical economic transformation in the human settlement chain. Honorable Chairperson, we remain resolute in our effort towards radically transforming the economy to ensure that all previously disadvantaged groups are part. To this end, the department has appointed a panel of 346 emerging companies to be allocated construction work. Honorable Chairperson, our focus during this financial year will be on Construction Industry Development Board, CIDB, grade 1 and 2 businesses. We intend to allocate work to CIDB grade 3 to 4 companies in the panel. The 346 companies are made up as follows: 109 of them are youth companies, 129 of them are women companies, 101 are black males, 2 disabled, and 5 military veterans. Indeed, asigcini ngokukhuluma kodwa siyenza. Chairperson, I'm pleased to announce that the department has budgeted an amount of 153 million rands towards training and allocation of work to designated groups. Human Settlement Training Program and Development Program. We remain steadfast in our commitment towards training and development of our young lions and lionesses in the built environment sector. The department has appointed 30 interns for a period of 2 years, commencing in November 2020. Furthermore, the department has appointed 36 youth graduates for a period of 12 months. The objective of this program is to create skilled professionals graduate in the built environment. Victims of gender-based violence and femicide needs to be shielded, Chairperson. The department is committed in making sure that we are able to provide shelter to those that are affected. The department, in conjunction with the Department of Social Development and non-governmental organization, is exploring the provision of housing to the victims of domestic violence. Chairperson, KwaZulu-Natal, we are very committed in slum, in elimination and prevention of slums act. I wish to turn my focus to another important matter. The KwaZulu-Natal Elimination and Prevention of Slums Act of 2007 is currently being amended. Chairperson, the department has been affected by COVID-19 and we've lost some of our foot soldiers in the department, and we bow our head in respecting the work that they've done over the years. We are committed on good governance, Chairperson, to make sure that the department continue to provide services without the department ignoring good governance, but also the legislations that are governing our processes, all of them. The summary of deliverables, Chairperson, for 2021-2022. In line with the budget received from the National Fiscus, the department will deliver the following in the 2021-2022. We are going to deliver 11,345 housing units to be delivered through a range of subsidy programs in the housing code, vis-a-vis 10,036 that we delivered in the past financial year. 13,965 service sites vis-a-vis 3,900 that was delivered. We are increasing. 726 finance-linked subsidies, 200 social housing, 400 CRUs, and 10,949 title deeds will be issued in this financial year. Chairperson, in conclusion, we continue to honor our struggling veterans, these ordinary men and women who stood up to fight apartheid and were armed with little more than their love for humanity and their desire to live in and be part of a free and democratic society. We need to continuously remind ourselves that this freedom belongs to the ordinary people of our country. We pay tribute to all those whose efforts and sacrifices resulted in the creation of the democratic dispensation that this government represents. As I table this budget vote, Chairperson, I'm consciously aware that I represent the new generation of leaders whose task is to add meaning to freedom and democracy. I pause to express my deepest appreciation to Honorable Peggy Nkonyeni for laying a solid foundation. I'm indebted to the Honorable Chairperson Linda Hlongwa Madlala and the members of the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee. I appreciate your ongoing support and the guidance you give the department. To the head of the department, Babu Zungu, and the CFO, and the entire team of foot soldiers in the department, once again, thank you for your commitment, dedication, hard work in ensuring that we deliver on our key mandate. Honorable Chairperson, I would also like to record my sincere appreciation to my pillar of support. That is my beloved wife, my family, for their patience, understanding, and consistent support and encouragement. And my late mother, Chairperson, for her unconditional support she gave me over the years. To my organization, the African National Congress, our President Cyril Ramaphosa, our Premier, and the Chairperson, Provincial Chairperson, Sihle Zikalala, I remain extremely humble and gracious for the opportunity given to me and will ensure that delivery to our citizens is prioritized. Our focus will remain the people of this province and nothing else. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson and members of the House, as our former President Thabo Mbeki, who was conferred with an honorary doctorate of law from the University of Glasgow, Caledonian in Scotland 21 years ago, he once said, and I quote as I close, Chairperson, "Gloom and despondency have never defeated adversity. Trying times need courage and resilience. Our strength as a people is not tested during the best of times." Malungu esishamthetho ahloniphekile, njengoba umongo wengqikithi yesifundazwe sakithi ithi sikhulisa isifundazwe ngokuhlanganyela, nathi singumnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu sizoqinisekisa izinguquko ezisheshayo ekuhlinzekeni kwezidingo nqangi zabantu bakithi. Okuningi esizokwenza sizobe sikwenzela abantu bakithi. Akukho okunye sizobhekana nakho ngaphandle kokuthi umsebenzi esiwenzayo kube ukubeka impilo zabantu bakithi phambili nokubalethela intuthuko, njengoba sinikwe mandate yilo hulumeni okhona obusayo. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you, MEC. Thank you so much, MEC, for a comprehensive speech. Let me now call the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Human Settlements, Honorable LX Ash Hlongwa Madlala, to deliver the committee report for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MEC, members of this Honorable House, guests. Chairperson, allow me to report on the work of the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee as set out in the rules of this House. The HSPC is established as per rules of this August House to conduct oversight over the Department of Human Settlements. Rule 180 prescribes clearly that the legislature must do oversight, lawmaking, and involvement of public in committee and legislative processes. For the purposes of this meeting, honorable members and chairperson, I'll confine myself to matters pertaining to finance as raised during the portfolio committee meeting that considered the budget and APP 2021-22 respectively. In his very first speech to the portfolio committee on the 16th of April 2021, the newly appointed MEC, Honorable Spear, committed his department to transformation in relation to special injustice as a central tenet of social transformation. The HSPC welcomed the MEC's remarks and also strengthened its position of holding the department accountable and responsive to matters affecting our people on a daily basis. Processes followed after receipt of the draft budget and APP 2021-22. The Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements received the draft budget on the 11th of December 2021. Thereafter, the committee convened a stakeholders meeting on 18 December 2020 in Dundee, Umzinyati district at Sibongile Community Hall, where the draft budget and APP were presented. This report, Honorable Chairperson, represents the views of the committee and issues raised by the public during the consideration of both the APP and budget for the year 2021-22. Both the draft budget and APP were subjected to analysis by both our researcher and our budget analyst to determine their alignment to the 6th administration strategic objectives and propositions as detailed in the SONA and SOPA, including the budget debates, budget speeches delivered by both Minister Mboweni and MEC Dube in KZN. Not only did the analysis report as presented provided a point of discussion by the honorable members, but it also helped the members to track progress in relation to the strategic plan. The importance of the analysis reports also helped the members to check the linkages and alignments between SDGs, NDP, PGDS, and other strategic documents. Underpinning all these documents, as mentioned above, was the need to determine the smartness of the plan pertinent to the APP and budget of the department, especially in the times where alignments are critical to planning and outcomes. The analysis as presented by our researcher and budget analysts assisted honorable members to meaningfully engage with the department during the PC meetings. As alluded above, in relation to the receipt of the draft budget and APP, the HSPC quickly convened a stakeholders meeting in Umzinyati district on the 18th of December 2020, whereas that meeting was convened for the purposes of discussing money matters. It, however, shifted to a general human settlements forum tackling problematic matters in the human settlement service delivery chain. Inputs by the stakeholders, Honorable Chair, are there. I'm not going to be going through them for the interest of time. Final budget 2021-22, the provincial budget of the KZN Human Settlements Department outlined the intentions of justly utilizing the resources as allocated to implement priorities set forth in both the SONA and SOPA, respectively. Therefore, the PC met the department in line with its constitutional mandate to deliberate on the 3,597,231,000 budget as allocated and its APP 2021-22. Here in the presentation is the table to that effect. Analysis of both the draft and APP. There is a lot of change noted in the APP of the department as per the directive from DPME, Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. This administration wanted to evaluate the impact of service delivery, hence its focus is on results. As a consequence of this slight movement in the current administration, customized indicators have been added on and some revisions have been made to Program 1 based on DPME recommendations. Indicators that no longer reflected on the APP appear in the department's operational plan, and the portfolio committee resolved in the previous meetings, including the budget meeting, to be furnished with such a document for oversight purposes. Honorable Chairperson and members of the House, Program 1 administration sees a slight increase in budget from 237,436,000 to 243,127,000, which is just a slight growth of 2%. Program 1, as analyzed, always performs optimally well in terms of budget and delivery on targets because it is primarily administration. This program will mostly be affected by wage freeze cuts and the continued cost containment measures. Sadly, the department will not be filling any new posts. However, it intends to speedily fill vacant budgeted posts during the MTEF period. Program 2 is Housing Needs Research and Planning, which sees an increase in the budget from 18.6 million to 19.4 million, which is about 4% growth in year 21-22. This increase over the MTEF is to cater for inflationary increases. This is also consistent with the increase of some of the indicators. However, there was a decrease on some indicators. Program 3, Housing Development, had an increase in the total budget from 3.1 billion to 3.162 billion, and that is largely due to the informal settlement upgrading partnership grant, which was allocated for the first time in 21-22 financial year. It is also worth noting that this program is largely funded from conditional grants. Program 4, Honorable Chairperson, Housing Asset Management, the budget for this program denotes an increase from 163 million to 171, which is just a 4% growth. The budget under this program is transferred to the KZN Housing Fund. This entity is mainly responsible for the rectification of pre-94 stock housing stock, TDRG, and township registrars, etc. And the issues raised during the 2021-22 budget hearing meeting are as follows. Members requested clarity on the title deeds restoration grant as they realized that it is somehow coming to an end in 2021. They wanted the reasons of not getting the allocation and also wanted to find out about Program 2, where the department talks about farm dwellers. Members requested clarity on how the department is planning to deal with the issues of farm dwellers, what strategies are available to address this, and also the honorable members wanted raised issues of concern relating to consolidated cuts and their impact on service delivery within the COVID-19 context. Lastly, the members noted that 47.9% of the population in KZN are female house-headed and are linked to rural communities, and they wanted to see whether this gets an expression on the APP as presented. As I draw to the close, Honorable Chairperson, here below are a few of the priorities for the department, which is going to be addressed of the military veterans housing program, management of informal settlements, rollout of the emergency housing program. As I draw to the close, Chair, the budget was voted as follows. The ANC supported, IFP supported, DA supported, EFF supported, minorities supported. We conclude by saying that we thank the members of the Portfolio Committee for their collegiality, political diligence, and outstanding contributions during our HSPC meetings. I also thank the legislature staff for their support to the committee. I also thank our MEC, Honorable Spear, who in his first appearance showed a oomph and willingness to work closely with the Portfolio Committee. We also want to thank Mr. Zungu, the HOD, CFO, Team DHS, Department of Human Settlements for their diligence and for ensuring that they use money to address spatial injustice and also push back the apartheid crimes radically so, restoring dignity and provision of access to sustainable livelihoods in central to security and comfort for all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The first speaker to debate is Honorable TV Kulu for 11 minutes. Honorable TV Kulu of the ANC.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier Kuzeni, Honorable Members, Honorable Sotobe, our Human Settlement MEC, Honorable Shongwa, our Portfolio Chairperson, distinguished guest, good afternoon. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be part of Human Settlement Budget Vote debate. Allow me to highlight on the budget of the Department of Human Settlement, though the MEC have just touched on it. I will just highlight on one. The department is also the allocation, and then I'm not going to dwell much on that one because the MEC has touched on it. Honorable Speaker, we must congratulate the department on meeting most of their target despite budget cuts and COVID stoppages. Instead, they have received an additional 102 million from the national, and it is all because of their expenditure performance. We must congratulate the department on doing this under such challenge times that we are in. Masibongele kakhulu i-department ngomsebenzi omuhle kangaka, and sithi kumphakathi waKwaZulu-Natal wonkana siyanibongela ngokuvotela ngobuningi benu inhlangano yabantu ukhongolose nasethemba ngokwenza umsebenzi omuhle ngobuqotho nokwethembeka. Sithi kumhlonishwa uSibiya department iluphawu lokuthi uma nisebenza ngokubambisana imiphumela yakhona iyoba mihle njalo. Qhubekanike nokwenza okuhle. And armed with the National Development Plan NDP and the Provincial Human Settlement Master Special Plan, which complements our provincial growth and development strategy, infrastructure master plan, we're focusing on appropriate areas where human settlement will make a maximum development impact. This has informed a rural to urban paradigm shift with greater focus on the gap market housing for families earning between 3,500 to 20,000 and the upscaling the rental social housing opportunities to meet the increasing demand for our housing in the urban areas. The department is also enforcing a better management of business plan and stricter monitoring to avoid over expenditure, underachievements of targets, and to ensure quality controls. We strongly believe that economic constraint not only results in new housing delivery targets, but also in the new and innovative interventions. In other words, we will endeavor to do more with less. The department will continue to ensure that all its activities are geared towards radical economic transformation, guided by the 2017 Preferential Procurement Framework, which give us a direction through pre-qualification measures to be utilized to target companies owned by historically disadvantaged individuals. In awarding of contracts, we are expected to adhere to the conditions of 30% allocation of the Human Settlement Development Grant to women and youth. We are also adhering to the national call to plan and package projects in a manner that creates an enabling environment for small and medium-sized women and youth-owned enterprise to thrive. We are unapologetic about RET in its true sense. We must continue to support the 6 pillars of economic transformation without fear or favor. We must also congratulate the department on your 38 sampled implementing agents. They are now all 100% Black owned. Once again, we must appreciate this and we must congratulate the department because achieving this, I think that's what we're taught. That's what we're told about our ANC to go and then change the lives of our people. Guided by our people's document, which is the Freedom Charter, Abantu Bayobusa. The rollout of the Master Spatial Plan will assist the department in guiding and spatially locating areas of focused development interventions that will contribute to sustainable human settlements. The MSP is expected to take into consideration the impacts the spatial investment will have on the lives of our communities. In addition, it must also align to the National Investment Framework as well as aligning to our provincial imperatives as articulated in the PGDP. Somlomo ngifuna ukudlulisa amazwi okubonga kubantu beprovince yakwethu ngokuthi namanje kuma elections esibuya kuwo baphindile futhi ngale kokunanaza iningi labo bavotela ukhongolose siphinde futhi sisabanxusa ukuthi niphinde nenze njalo kuphindile futhi kwaphoxa kosibhinqa amakhasana ekade bebheka ukhona okunye okungase kwenzeke i-Department of Human Settlement once again has proven ukuthi you are flying higher and higher. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Stan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Xolo. The next speaker to debate is Honorable Mazibuko, Honorable MJ Mazibuko for 10 minutes. Honorable MJ Mazibuko of the IFP, your time is, we are taking your time now. Wow, we have started because you've got 10 minutes.
Ngoba sezwana no-MEC uzongihlephelela kwesakhe. Honorable Chairperson, yenzani le nto? Kwenzeka. What's happening? Vele ethule nje. Kodwa
Bengicela nimsize bandla.
Isibanga. Asibe phela isikhathi. Into zabantu. Khona bangafuni ngikulume.
Bayakuloya nishayana nodwa ke IFP. Hayi nike ngafuni IFP ikhuluma.
Ukuthi usuwakhuluma ngokhetho.
Wakhohlwa uphongolo. Basakhalela uphongolo.
You may continue, Honorable Member.
Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, the Honorable MEC and the officials of the department, I rise to add the voice of the IFP to the voices of my honorable colleagues as we debate the 2021-22 Human Settlements Budget Speech. Allow me, however, to preamble my debate by wishing Honorable Sibiya all the best in his new deployment as MEC of Human Settlements. At the outset, I must register the IFP's unequivocal support of the budget tabled before this House. We unequivocally support this budget because our hearts are with multitudes of our people who are still residing in about 900 informal settlements in eThekwini Metro and other areas within our province. We are determined to ensure that funds that are allocated to rescue our people from these unhealthy situations are swiftly released and directed towards the accomplishment of intended objectives. We do this, Honorable Chairperson, with our hopes pinned on the MEC's commitment to ensure that every cent budgeted for this purpose reaches those to whom it is directed. We also pledge to perform our oversight responsibilities to ensure that indeed this happens. Honorable Chairperson, the department's vision, mission, values, and strategic objectives provide a roadmap to a better future if religiously adhered to. Yet the unhealthy economic situation in our country undermines our march to this future. There's a danger that budget cuts and cost-cutting measures in general are likely to negatively impact the delivery of core services. This unfortunate situation is further complicated by some within the public service who see public resources as self-enrichment schemes. While the government devises and implements plans to reignite the economy, it is imperative that it must display no mercy to anyone who wants to enrich themselves through the public purse. Honorable Chairperson, something else complicates and hinders the work of the Human Settlements Department at times. And it is that while the department is expected to deliver dignified human settlements, some aspects which are supposed to contribute to such human settlements are, however, not in the control of the department. The issue of bulk services, for instance, is one very clear example of services which are not under the control of the department. As long as other players do not swiftly come to the party to complement the work of the Human Settlements Department, its work will be compromised. We therefore call on all relevant stakeholders to play their roles so that justice is done to millions of our people who are still waiting for shelters above their heads and better lives. In fact, the Bridge City project that the MEC has referred to is an ideal example of a human settlements project which addresses the totality of human lives through the cooperation of different stakeholders. Indeed, as the Honorable MEC says, this takes strengthening partnerships with key stakeholders. Honorable Chairperson, the Honorable MEC has hit the nail on the head as he characterizes our people who are found on the farms as, quote, a vulnerable group who continue to live in squalid conditions without security of tenure, end quote. Indeed, this section of our people cries out for urgent and drastic intervention. The Honorable MEC can count us in as he spearheads the campaign to restore the dignity of farm dwellers. Likewise, Honorable Chairperson, gender-based violence is indeed a scourge, a curse and a crisis which is visiting and ravaging our nation as well as femicide. Any sane person cannot just be nonchalant as girl children, young and old women fall prey to gangs. Hence, we fully support the MEC's commitments towards building houses for the victims. And again, the Honorable MEC can count us in. Likewise, we are encouraged by the Honorable MEC's determination to deal with hostels, which are a feature of our oppression as Africans in particular. He can count us in on that one as well. We are also encouraged by the Honorable MEC's honesty in characterizing the transit camps as, quote, an eyesore and embarrassment, end quote, as well as his commitment to expedite their decommissioning. In fact, our portfolio committee report of 29 September 2020 expressed similar sentiments on this matter. Again, we applaud the Honorable MEC's commitment to the speedy eradication of transit camps. And again, he can count us in as the IFP. We also urge the affected communities to cooperate when such programs are undertaken so that there are no unnecessary hindrances. In addition, we urge communities to work with authorities and the department to ensure that once they have been moved from such structures, no new occupants emerged from nowhere to occupy the very same structures. Honorable Chairperson, the Honorable MEC has spoken about the drive to provide serviced sites which will have an incremental effect on more households. Fortunately, he has responded in advance to the question we were intended to pose to him about the progress regarding this program, which was announced by the MEC's predecessor on 18 September 2020. We know very well that he was not at the head of this department at the time. We, however, offer our support to the department because the issue of service sites is one other avenue through which the aspirations of many people will be realized. Again, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, in her 2020-2021 budget speech on 3 June 2020, the predecessor of the MEC stated that eThekwini Metro receives its annual budget of 8 billion for the Urban Settlements Development Grant, directly from the National Department of Human Settlements, for the installation of services such as water and sanitation in informal settlements and other urban projects. She continued to say that, quote, in addition to that, the Metro receives 1 billion rand from the province for construction of top structures from the Human Settlements Development Grant, end quote. Yet, according to Lee Rond-Ganger, in the article of 21 March 2021, housing problems in eThekwini grow louder in eThekwini municipality every year, with an estimated 1 million people in need of government-assisted housing. We readily admit as IFP that eThekwini, as the only metro in KwaZulu-Natal, is confronted with the never-ending floods of growing migrant population, mushrooming of informal settlements, and tens of thousands of people who don't qualify for free houses or subsidized homes. But it is a fact too that part of the problem is the failure of the municipality to effectively and honestly utilize the financial resources allocated to it to address the housing backlogs. Honorable Chairperson, we therefore wish to encourage the Honorable MEC and his department to quickly fulfill the intention the MNC expressed to get closer to eThekwini Metro, to offer whatever assistance in order to strengthen the utilization of financial resources allocated for human settlements. Honorable Chairperson, 1 minute left. We note the opinion of the National Treasury, which exonerates the department from faults of municipalities. This is, in fact, a positive step for the department. And having said that, we applaud the MS's commitment to deal with irregular expenditure wherever it rears its ugly head, because indeed there must be assistance and support that the department would continue to render to municipalities so that they come out of this situation they find themselves in. The report of our portfolio committee that our chairperson has just tabled here, among other issues, addresses the meeting we held, as she said, with stakeholders on 18 December 2020 in Umzinyathi district. Two of the issues that was raised by that report by the stakeholders were the following: that the department must provide.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up. The next speaker to debate is a DA member, Honorable LM Mayor, for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. This is my first budget debate with our new MEC, and let me once again congratulate him on his appointment. I had a very good working relationship with the Honourable MEC Nkonyeni, and I will definitely miss her. But the new Honourable MEC of Human Settlements, and I've sparred a few times in this house, but I have a lot of respect for him, and I look forward to working with him to work a better South Africa and a better KZN. In my budget speech last year, I said, unfortunately, it seems that we keep looking at the same answers for the same questions, but with less money to do so. The fact of the matter is that we as a portfolio committee, our MEC and the department need to sit down, throw out the old book, and find new approaches for all problems. The new MEC is a young man like myself, and with youth comes innovation, sometimes. In 2020, the above quote is even more true. Our old way of doing things are just not going to cut it. We need fresh ideas, new approaches. We need to think differently in this vastly different world that we live in. I said this yesterday in the agriculture budget debate, and it is worth repeating here. When it comes to public money, underspending is as much of a sin as overspending. It is already a big problem if a department has to send back money or is seeing it's due to lack of spending. When that cut is in the government's flagship EPWP budget, this is even more of a shock. The Human Settlements Department is seeing its EPWP budget slashed by 4 million rand due to a lack of spending in the last financial year. Speaker, the EPWP safety net for those is a safety net for those in extreme poverty, to have an income and dignity of work. And we cannot use the excuse of lockdown here. There were many ways in which you could have used EPWP workers in education and informal settlements, as was done, in housing projects and preventing the spread of COVID, by using them as extra security in building projects that had to be stopped due to lockdown, by using them after lockdown ended as the extra speed up the current building projects that fell behind schedule due to the lockdown. There is no excuse to not spend EPWP money, Speaker, and I call on the MEC to ensure that this does not happen in this budget here. Another matter where this budget is just not achieving its goal is title deeds. And we have to repeat this year after year, budget after budget. In law, a piece of paper can be a very powerful thing. A contract, paper money, title deeds. All pieces of paper that comes with value, with protection, and in the case of a title deed, it comes with dignity. No one can deny that the majority of South Africans suffered a great injustice under apartheid. And one of the many faces of this injustice is land ownership. And we cannot pretend that there are simple solutions to this very complex problem. But one of the solutions that is right there, that the government acknowledges as a solution, and one that can make real change in people's lives, are title deeds. Yet it is this solution that seems to continue to stay out of reach for so many South Africans today. In response to a recent parliamentary question, the Department of Human Settlements and KZN revealed that they currently face a backlog of 128,204 title deeds to be issued in this province. Of these, 17,533 are pre-1994 houses, and 110,671 are post-1994 homes. The department then further indicates in the reply that a mere 3,725 pre-1994 houses have had title deeds transferred, and 16,123 post-1994. This is nothing more but a complete failure to start a process of redress that is so much needed in our country. We have to acknowledge that there are serious challenges to the title deed program. The reality is that we are not getting bang for our buck. Looking at how much money is spent on this program on the one hand, but on the other hand, the people of KZN continue to be denied security of tenure, being denied the ownership of the land that apartheid government denied them, and continue to be denied the dignity that comes with their right to own your own home. The Human Settlements Department, KZN, points fingers in blame, saying it's the municipalities, mostly governed by the ANC, or it is the Deeds Department, managed by the same ANC government. But as much as the fingers get pointed, the fact remains. The government needs to do more, work smarter, and give that which has been promised since 1994. There is a saying that title deeds outlast poems. In South Africa, the sad truth is that the wait for title deeds outlast election promises. Speaker, there also seems to be two ways to get a house in this province. You can either apply, wait forever without a transparent list to keep you track, hope and pray you get one. Or you can claim that you're a military veteran and just take one. And I say claim because the department reported to the Human Settlements Committee that when they went to get details of the veterans that has invaded homes here in the capital, in Aloe Ridge, many of them had ID numbers that started with a 9. This means there are people claiming to be military veterans that was born in the 90s. That surely cannot be. And the province's failure to deal with the military veteran housing issue in KZN is apparent when you see that the national minister, the Honorable Sisulu, felt it necessary to intervene herself in this problem and promise a resolution. Now, I do understand the reluctance of the ANC to act, because if you see the road in Kandla blocked by the military veterans to protect a former president from the scary Zondo Commission, or when you hear Karel Kniehaus stand at the court here in the capital spouting whatever he chooses to spout on that day, you realize that when it comes to the military veterans and the ANC, it is a case of the tail wagging the dog. We sincerely hope that with the budget allocated, the new MEC will be able to break this deadlock, give houses to deserving military veterans, get the houses in Aloe Ridge to the poor who've been waiting for them for years now, and allow us to move on. MEC, if there's something you must tell these so-called military veterans, is that you must deliver the step-aside order on them, so that the rightful people can move into their homes. Speaker, I will address a few more concerns when I return to this podium. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker to debate is an ESF member, Honourable P.P. Hendricks, for 9 minutes. Honourable Hendricks, are you here? It seems as if Honourable Hendricks is not present. Can we move to Honourable H.S. Dlamini of the ANC, who will be speaking for 9 minutes? Honourable Dlamini. Thank you. You may now speak.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Honorable MEC Sanbonani, allow me to make input on this debate as deployed by the African National Congress to the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee. This is the year of Charlotte Maxeke, and indeed I stand here to honor this heroine. At this moment, I want to quote former MEC for Housing, Honorable Dumsan Makai, who said, I quote, "Umuntu ngumuntu ngekhaya," close quote. I salute these fallen heroes. Our oversight to this department as portfolio committee during COVID-19 pandemic has been vigilant. COVID-19 challenges came with changes to strategies. I want
Honorable Dlamini, can you sort? We just want to see your face. We can't see you.
But you can hear me, Chairperson.
Yes, we can hear you.
You want to
but
see
we
my
want
face?
to see your face. Yeah, we can see you now.
Hey, Chairperson, namanje usangibona kunginika inkinga ukufona ukubona ubuso bami Nkosi yami. Ngicela ukumuva kancane la ngikhona. Yini le ngakho ufuna ukuyibona Chairperson? Uyangibona Chairperson?
Qhubeka ngoba isikhathi sesiyasiqala manje.
Our oversight to this department as portfolio committee during COVID-19 pandemic. No, hey, Sihlalo, ngiyazama ukuvela, ngiyazama. Kunjani manje? Ngicela usibambe isikhathi sami chair. Kunjani manje?
Just continue because isikhathi sakho siyahamba.
Si-ede chair ngesikhathi ngisanyakaza.
No, ngeke sikwazi ukuthi sisi-ede.
Lo mnyango uhuman settlement wenze ubuhlakani obungakaze bubonwe kweminye iminyango. They signed memorandum of understanding with Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. The main aims were to save a lot of money and showcase skills this province has. Agriculture Research Center showcase skills this province has a lot of skilled personnel. Sidara produces 70% alcohol sanitizers in bulks. They were able to produce sanitizers equipment in-house. Konke ke lokhu kwabe sekuthathwa ngumnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu kwayosetshenziswa kongeka imali yabantu imali yentela yabantu. As per resolution of portfolio committee, department reported monthly on the work done on COVID-19. Department reported the following: sanitization of all informal settlement, of which Inyoni at Mandeni was the first to be sanitized. I can mention Umdlovana, Owe Great Town, and Sibongile Township at Umzinyati District Municipality. Many other informal settlement benefited in this program. Sayinqoba ke corona. Lapho imjondolo iminyene khona umnyango waletha ama-toilet ahlanzekile nezindawo zokugeza izandla kanye namashawa. Abantu bakithi bakwazi ukugeza izandla ezindaweni ezihlanzekile. Integrated human settlement. Njengoba ngiqale ngacaphuna inkulumo ka-Honorable Makhaya nje, umuntu ngumuntu ngekhaya. From 1994, ANC has a vision of better life for all. This will be realized when integrated human settlement is realized. Lapho sikhuluma ngokuthi uhulumeni akabanceda abantu bakithi, umuntu osebenzayo kodwa imali inganele ukuthola i-bank loan ngenxa yokuthi mhlambe uhola imali esuka ku-3,500 kuya ku-22,000. Integrated human settlement will be uplift the livelihood of our communities by allowing government to plan proper structures for our communities. This settlement must include service sites if an individual wishes to buy the sites and build his or her own structure. Noma umuntu engaphumeleli kahle ngokwamandla ephakethe ukuzakhela umuzi ngokwakhe, uhulumeni makangenelele ukuze umuntu akhelwe umuzi abe nesithunzi. Lezi zindawo kumele zibe nezidingo eziphelele zemiphakathi njengalokhu okulandelayo: izindawo zokudlala izingane, ama-swimming pools, izikole zibe seduze, izindlu zamasonto, amaklinikhi, imigwaqo esizingeni elifanele, ama-street lights, shopping malls. Kuyajabulisa ukuzwa ukuthi lo mnyango konke lokhu usuyakucabanga futhi siyabona ezindaweni ezinjengakoMpangeni. Informal settlement upgrading. Ngiphakamisa ukubonga kulo mnyango ngokubuyisa isithunzi kubantu bakithi, abantu abahlala emijondolo okuyizindawo ezingahlambulukile nezingakalungeli ukuhlala abamnumzane nemindeni yabo. Ngesizotha sizwile umnyango uthi uhlela ukulungisa izindawo ezingu-72 kuma-district ahlukene lapho kuzokwakhiwa izindlu zabantu bakithi. Uhulumeni uyabasusa nokho ayobakhela izindlu ezisezingeni elingcono. Lapho ngibala izindawo masinenge lehogwini lapho abantu khona sebeqalile ukuhlomula kulolu hlelo kanti futhi ngingabala naseNyukhasela siyahlala la bokubambisana so siqhubela phambili isifundazwe sakithi ngiyabonga sihlalo usuyangibona manje.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. Sesiyakubona ekugcineni. The next speaker to debate is Honorable VR Mlojo for 3 minutes. Honorable Mlojo of the NFP. I-NFP ngathi ayikho namhlanje. I will now proceed to the next member, Honorable S. Thakur Rajbansi of MF for 3 minutes. Honorable Rajbansi. Honorable Rajbansi. Let me continue to Honorable Phakathi of the ATM. Honorable Phakathi of ATM for 3 minutes. It seems as if Honorable Phakathi is not here. I will then take an ANC member, Honorable Mbatacele. Honorable PH Mbatacele will debate for 10 minutes. Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to give you more minutes. Otherwise, gabangi kupanje lezi zikhathi abangazisebenzisi laba abanye.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable Chairperson and members of the House, Secretary of the Legislature and staff, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chairperson, ngivumele ngibonge inhlangano yami African National Congress ngokunginikeza leli thuba lokubamba iqhaza kule mpikiswane ebalekile ngevoti yokuhlaliswa kwabantu. Inkulumo mpikiswane yethu yenzeka lapho sigubha izimpilo zamaqhawe namaqhawekazi ethu awile. Unyaka ka-2021 ngunyaka wokugubha iminyaka engu-150 kaMama uCharlotte Maxeke owayeyisishoshovu futhi elelwa amalungelo abesifazane eNingizimu Afrika. Umama uCharlotte Maxeke uhlonishwa njengomama wenkululeko yabamnyama. Sihlalo lapho sihlala khona futhi sisebenza khona kubalulekile. Ukuhlelwa kobandlululo kwathumela iningi labantu baseNingizimu Afrika ezindaweni ezingayi emsebenzini lapho izinsiza zazingasekelwa khona futhi lapho kwakunzima ukuthola izinzuzo zomphakathi futhi kunzima ukubamba iqhaza kwezomnotho. Ngakho-ke lesi sabelo mali sihlose ukubhekana nokungalingani kokuthuthukiswa kwezindawo ngenxa yesikhathi esedlule futhi sikhuthaze ukukhula komnotho okuvulela abantu bakithi imisebenzi. Sihlalo hloniphekile, ukuphatha kahle ukuphela kwendlela ekhona yokuhlinzekela izidingo ezisisekelo zezenhlalakahle zemiphakathi futhi inqubomgomo zenziwe ukuthola lokho kuzibophezelo komthethosisekelo. Isimemezelo se-United Nations Millennium sifuna ukuhlonishwa kwamalungelo kwabantu, ukukhuthaza kwentando yeningi kanye nokuphatha okuhle. Uhlelo olubanzi lukahulumeni wethu lwentuthuko yezindawo zokuhlaliswa kwabantu selusekele yonke imakethe yezakhiwo kanye nokuqinisekisa ukuthi izindlu zilethwa ezindaweni ezihlala abantu. Furthermore, Honorable Chairperson, the NDP preambles as follow, open quote, We have received the mixed legacy of disparities in opportunity and in where we have lived, but we have agreed to change our narrative of conquest, oppressions, resistance, and victory. In our well-designed community surroundings, we feel safe, close quote. The priority housing development areas intend to advance human settlement spatial transformation and consolidation by the following underpin principles, which includes spatial justice, reversing segregated development to include previously excluded groups, spatially efficiency, consolidating spaces and promoting densification, access to connectivity, economic and social infrastructure, access to adequate accommodation, and provision of quality housing options for different markets. Honorable Chairperson, in our province, we have 22 designated areas within the following districts and metro municipality. eThekwini, Ilembe, Kinkejwayo, Umgungundlovu, Uthukela, Umkhanyakude, Ugu, Zululand, Amajuba, and Herigwala, that will ensure special integration and transformation for our people, and all human settlements projects within these designated areas will be implemented and funded. Moreover, feasibility studies are undertaken for other areas to be gazetted for human settlement development. Hence, our government has prioritized development in specific designated areas to ensure integrated, sustainable human settlement that takes into consideration housing needs for all categories. For example, our catalytic projects like Konopia, Mpangeni, where the ANC-led government will ensure integration. Honorable members, the people of KwaZulu-Natal have entrusted the ANC with the responsibility to work with them in building a better life for all. Hence, we must appreciate that the ANC-led government is vigorously perusing the eradication of all transit camps in eThekwini over the short and medium term period. We acknowledge the slow progress made with TRAs. However, the balance of the 45 transit camps will be relocated from the period of 2020 until 2022, as plans have already been put in place to ensure the total eradication of all TRAs over the period of 3 years. This was due to the following challenges: lack of suitable land between designated areas, people living in the transit camps refusing to be relocated, and few remaining cost the city in terms of maintenance and service provided. Honorable MEC, we must say that this department is charged with the responsibility of restoring or ukubuyisa isithunzi somuntu, especially somuntu omnyama, ikakhulukazi masibuka indima eyadlalwa yi-apartheid. Sifuna ukubonga umsebenzi oncomekayo eniwenzayo nethimba lakho mihla namalanga ekushintsheni izimpilo zabantu ekuhlaleni. Through your budget speech, we are very hopeful as your departmental plans speak directly to issues of facing our people in regards to human settlement matters. We also heard you, MEC, articulating in issues relating to ISU. 446.859 million in 2020-2021 was ring-fenced. This program becomes crucial as it brings improvement to the conditions of people living in informal settlement, where a total number of 3,225 sites are serviced as at the end of January 2021. To mention some serviced projects under this program is Johnstone, Blaaubosch, Lachte, and Cavan in the Amajuba district. Sihlalo hloniphekile, lo mnyango wenze inqubekela phambili enkulu ekuqinisekiseni ukuthi isabelo mali siyasetshenziswa ngokuhambisana nokulindelwe ngabantu futhi sihambisana nezidingo zabantu. Ngokungena kuka MSc wethu omoshasha uyakhombisa isasasa elikhulu lokuzinikela ekutheni asebenzele izimpilo zabantu base South Africa ikakhulukazi KwaZulu-Natal nokugijima ikakhulukazi ezindaweni zasemakhaya lapho abaningi bacabanga ukuthi intuthuko ngeke ifike khona kodwa siyawubona umnyango wakwa Human Settlement chairperson ukuthi uyangena naseyindaweni zasemakhaya nalapho kungafiki khona imoto kodwa umnyango wakwa Human Settlement uyangena khona. Sibonga kakhulu uhulumeni oholwa iANC ayikho enye inhlangano sihlale eyayingakwenza lokhu ngaphandle kahulumeni kaKhongolose. Sibonile ngaphambi ka1994 ukuthi sisukaphi singabantu abamnyama. Sihlalo iANC yasisekela isabelo mali and siyazi ukuthi the department will be able to work more with less and will achieve strategic objectives. Sibonga kakhulu egameni likaKhongolose. Siyayamukela, siyayisekela ibudget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mbatha-Cele. The next speaker to debate is Honorable S.E. Mangele of the ACDP. For 3 minutes. I've received an apology from Honorable Mangele. He has got a family bereavement, so he is not participating in the debate. Together with Honorable Phakathi, I think he also sent an apology. The table staff has just informed me now. So the next speaker to debate is Honorable L.M. Mayor of the DA for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And I think there's no confusion that I'm definitely not from the ACDP. I clearly have a very different definition of the word emergency as the department and definitely as the city of eThekwini does. You know, if I call an ambulance and tell them there's an emergency, I do not expect for them to arrive in 4 years' time. Or when I phone 10111 and tell the police there's an emergency at my house, I do not expect it to take them 4 years to come with the van. So when houses are damaged and emergency funding is made available, I do not expect it to take 4 years for this money to be spent and the damage to be repaired. Out of over 2,700 houses that is to be built by the emergency funding, only 856 has been built and 1,963 remains to be built from 2017. The MEC sums up the very sad and yes, the very evil history of our country well. And no one in this House will deny the ongoing impact of apartheid spatial planning. We cannot ignore this past. We must learn from this past. And we must have effective strategies for our future. So I'm very happy to hear the MEC speak on a new approach of the National Department to provide service sites. There is a lot of potential in this approach, and the DA supports this. But Chair, the Honourable MEC will have to engage with his colleague from COCTA if this is to work in KZN. The reality is that municipalities, and especially the district municipalities, are letting the Department of Human Settlements down with just not providing the bulk services needed to allow the department to develop its projects, as my learned colleague from the IFP has referred to. And if the district municipalities does not get its act together, the plan to provide service sites will not succeed. I will give an example. Hillside Development in Umgeni Municipality. 190 houses has been planned for the site since year 2000, 21 years ago. Not a sod has been turned because the municipality continues to fail to do their part of this bargain. And the community has not been waiting for 21 years, no, they've been waiting for generations for these houses. And it is time to deliver. So, Chair, we ask the Honourable MEC to please intervene in this project and make this stalled project move forward. Human Settlements is one of those departments where there is a huge overlap between the national, provincial, and local spheres of government. And often the ball is dropped at the local level. So we hope the MEC will be more proactive in engaging with local government, especially repeat offenders like Ugu, so that this approach will be successful. The MEC referred in his speech that he will take over developer status for municipalities that are not performing, and we applaud him for this. But what about consequence management? Together with the MEC of COCTA, The MEC must ensure that those who do not deliver are held accountable for their failures. I want to end with one request to the Honourable MEC, Honourable Chairperson. If the MEC finally delivers on having an easily accessible, transparent housing list where people can go and see exactly where they are when they've applied, he will be remembered for achieving what no MEC has achieved before him, and his legacy will be secure. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. The next speaker to debate is Honorable MJ Mavzibugo for 5 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, I was saying that in our report, stakeholders indicated that the department must provide estimated time frame for completion of projects. That people who are affected must be made aware of those time frames. 2, that the department must produce quarterly reports timely in order to keep everyone informed on the developments regarding infrastructure in Umzinyathi District Municipality. The way I interpreted this request, Honorable Chairperson, was that there's a fundamental role to be played by communication between the department and all its stakeholders. Ensuring constant communication helps to strengthen healthy working relations between communities and the department. And this contributes towards averting protests by communities. Hence, we wish to urge the department to always ensure that there's no break in communication with those whom it serves. Just like I observed with the Public Works Budget speech yesterday, I have noted that the MEC's address today does pay sufficient attention to issues of skills acquisition and economic empowerment. In addition, it is also punctuated with the sense of urgency and determination to leave no stone unturned to ensure that the mandate is accomplished. We applaud the MEC and department because we also believe that paying attention to skilling and training our people, assisting them towards economic empowerment, and housing them with speed are the springboards towards rescuing our people from the jaws of unemployment, hunger, poverty, insecurity, and economic, as well as providing economic emancipation. As I conclude, I wish to say that as the IFP, we end by declaring our patriotic responsibility. As a responsible party, the IFP raises these issues that we have raised, not because we accuse the government of not doing anything, nor are we grandstanding. In fact, our President Emeritus, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, said as much on 18 February 2020 in the National Assembly when he said, and I quote, "It is not that government has done nothing to fulfill commitments made in 1994, but that the good work started has not been completed." He continued, "The great tragedy is that our work has not followed a linear course. Our work, our commitments, our intentions, and our plans have been thoroughly waylaid by what Charlotte Maxeke called the spirit of self, leaders living above the people and enriching themselves." With these words, Honorable Chairperson, I yet again indicate that we will offer our unequivocal support and encouragement to the NMC and its department as they take steps towards the realization of the noble objectives of our people. We will warn, chastise, applaud whenever we sense that there is either a good word, a good deed done, or a deviation from the noble cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker and the last speaker to debate is Honorable VP Kaluza of the ANC for 12 minutes.
Sorry, Honorable Chair. Sorry, Honorable Chair.
May I hear you, Honorable Rajpansi?
Yes, sorry, Honorable Chair, I was in the economic debate now, but I've come back to this debate. Maybe if I can be accommodated, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, let me accommodate you now. You have got 3 minutes, Honorable Member. Honorable Rajpansi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC. The Minority Front appreciates your candid debate about the repercussions of the ghetto-like developments for non-whites. For these reasons, the Minority Front supports land without compensation, land expropriation without compensation, because the major capital householders have a piece of land, and that is what they require in order to unlock their immense human potential, both in moral and socioeconomic terms. Honorable MEC, given our harsh past, the houses currently being built should be redesigned to give our people dignity. Design should be such that people can later extend their homes. I have visited housing projects in the Pinetown region last year, and these were very congested. I don't think that even furniture can be placed in these. Please check on these design dynamics, Honorable MEC. Similarly, we find that monies that have been given to eThekwini for housing development has to be closely monitored. Recently, there have been reports that even the housing that has been money that has been given for slum clearance has led to substandard houses being built, and this will, of course, lead to protests. Given the lessons of the past, disease profiles today, and the impact of climate change, as well as house-based businesses and work flourishing, affordable home designs must be based on such criteria. The Minority Front supports the 2.397 billion budget vote for vote 8. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Chief Whip, is there any other member who has indicated that they want to come in? It was only her. I will now give Honorable VP Kaluza an opportunity to speak. A member of the ANC for 12 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself. Greetings to MEC Babu Sotobe, HOD and the CFO. Sibingelele ngokukhulu ukuzithoba members of this house. Honorable Chair, I certainly hope ukuthi people of this province are noting the double standards of the EFF. You know, they claim to champion the interest of the poor, but they are not anywhere near the budget debates. I'm sitting there, Chairperson, and wondering ukuthi, whose interest are they championing? Because to me, they seem to be nothing but empty vessels that have nothing to offer to the poorest of the poor they claim to represent. My dearest Honorable Mayor, I agree with you that delaying the building of houses that are damaged by storms is really unjustifiable. But equally, we must not turn a blind eye to the fact that some of these houses are built in areas that are not suitable for building. I now plead with you, my honorable member, to speak to those you know who are sitting on top of available land to make it available to the government so that we fast track building of these houses, because we ask ukuthi majority of the portion of land in this country is sitting in the land in the hands of white people in particular. So ndiyacela ke mhlobo mhlonishwa ukuthi usikhulumele nozakwenu to make the land parcels available so that we can fast track the building of these houses. Honorable Chairperson, history tells us that prior to the Native Land Act of 1913, the dispossession of land owned by Black Africans was an era where very few natives experienced poverty. Thus, to strengthen the case that poverty was entrenched by such an act. In this economic stability of Black South Africans, it was grounded in the use of land. Chairperson, we are told that audit found that 79% of the land in South Africa is in private ownership, 14% only in the hands of the states, and 7% is unaccounted for. And we know that majority of that land is white owned. Honorable Chair, it is true that we can't speak about human settlement without mentioning the issue of land, or even being reminded of the racial segregation that majority of this country was subjected to. We can't speak of human settlement without being reminded of the atrocities of the apartheid regime that dispossessed the majority of this country, Black in particular, of their rightful land. But equally, we can't speak of human settlement without indicating the importance of rightful owners to get back their land that was illegally taken from them by the system that saw nothing Black, that saw anything Black as substandard and not deserving of umhlaba okhokho wabo. By the way, umhlaba abafikela sebevele kunabantu abahlala kuwo. Kwakungubulalo omnjani lobu sihlalo siyabuza. Kodwa-ke ubulano obukhulu sihlalo ukuthi noma sesekuhulumeni wentandweni kube khona abaphikisana nohulumeni ukuthi kulungiswe imithetho ukuze umhlaba ukwazi ukubuyisela kubanikazi bawo ngaphandle kwesinxephezelo. Umbuzo ke siyibuza wona ukuthi uzoze ufuna isinxephezelo nje entweni owayeba ngoba kwenze njani. It is not surprising to hear that the Democratic Alliance during the public expropriation bill held yesterday in Dundee indicated that they are not supporting the expropriation bill. It is not surprising that the Democratic Alliance decides to turn a blind eye to the plea from farm workers who participated when they told their painful story on the conditions they lived under, when they indicated that they don't even have allocated land to bury their loved one. You must hang yourselves in shame. Honorable Chair, it is true that defenders of white privilege will fight tooth and nail to prevent these historical imbalances from being corrected. Not only are they categorically refusing to support the amendment of Section 25, but bagijima baze babe bafishane enkantolo when government wants to build social housing in areas they view as theirs and theirs alone. We will not stand here, Chairperson, and claim that the ANC-led government has fully achieved on its promise or commitment to provide decent houses for all. But equally, we will not stand here like others and claim that the ANC-led government has done nothing. All I know is that lo hulumeni kaKhongolose la ungakafiki khona useza. Some will stand here and claim ukuthi uhulumeni kaKhongolose has done nothing or is not doing enough. But they will not tell you that in addressing the skills development for our youth, the department has trained young people in bricklaying, plastering, carpentry, and even roofing. They will not tell you ukuthi in Ubuhlebeze local municipality, 80 young people were trained, with 44 of them being females. They will not indicate to you, Chair, ukuthi in Greater Kokstad municipality, 20 young people were trained, with 9 being females. They will further not say that in KwaMaphumulo local municipality, 20 young people were trained, with 16 of them being females. And they will further not tell you that in Renkonyene municipality, 20 young people were trained and 7 being females. And all of those young people received certificates. Ngakhohlwa kanjani ukusho sihlalo ukuthi they will not even indicate ukuthi after the training, the youth of Emalungeni formed the construction cooperative and were then subcontracted in the housing project. Is this a government that is not doing anything? Honorable Chair, the ANC-led government, understanding the seriousness to transform the economy, has created the Siaka Incubation Program. This is a program that the MEC has equally mentioned that has a panel of 346 emerging companies between CIDP level 1 to 4. And of these, obviously, as indicated by the MEC, 109 are youth-owned, 129 women-owned, 2 companies owned by people with disabilities. And I'm sure the MEC will agree with me when I say we need to improve on this one. 2 is not enough, MEC and your team. And obviously, in these ones, equally, he mentioned that 5 are owned by military veterans, not the military veterans that our honorable member was referring to. You see, Chairperson, that ANC-led government, in its endeavor to fast-track radical economic transformation, has equally set aside 153 million for this program. And I dare ask again, is this a government that is not doing enough? Honorable Chairperson, we often accuse the government of neglecting the missing middle. But what we do not say is the fact that the ANC government led by Khuzeni, the who is equally the chairperson of the ANC in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, has created the groundbreaking finance-linked individual subsidy program. This program is for qualifying beneficiaries who are first-time home buyers earning between 3,501 rands to 22,000. This is a subsidy, honorable members, and not a loan. And it's an initiative by the caring ANC government. And I'm happy that the MEC has indicated in his speech that the aggressive communication strategy has had a positive impact in ensuring that we reach the intended beneficiaries, and we really do appreciate MEC. Kuyintokozo-ke futhi ukuzwa ukuthi lo hulumeni onakekelayo has responded to the call for service sites that will see those earning between 22,001 rands to 40,000 benefiting. The commitment to dispose of 884 service sites in the 2021-2022 financial year alone, and the commitment to further avail 6,682 is a great achievement that must be applauded by all of us. Indeed, this is a caring ANC government. Kungabeke sekubakhona abagijima ezinkantolo, honorable members, ngenhloso yokuvimba ukuthi lolu hlelo luqhubeke phambili. Sikhuluma nje eNewcastle kwi-JBC phase 1, 2,126 sites of the 2,500 have been completed. Sambe siya Mangosuthu village, where 1,900 of the 2,500 sites have been completed. Do you still say this is a government that has done nothing? Honorable Chair, the Portfolio Committee had raised concern about the slow pace of the title deeds program. Kodwa kuyancomeka futhi kuyajabulisa ukuzwa umhlonishwa uSotobe esho ukuthi in 4 municipalities alone kule nyanga ezimbili usekhiphe amatayitela angu 2,499. Sike sibuye ngamehla agcwele usizi umhlonishwa uSotobe when we see the jubilation from elders after receiving their title deeds. This is an indication of how important it is for our parents and grandparents to finally know that they are rightful owners of their homes. Sike sisho ke sihlalo ukuthi ngeke sime lapha sithi sasikwenze konke, but we will stand here proud knowing that we are one step closer to achieving the provision of decent houses for all. Kubalulekile sihlalo ukuthi sisho ukuthi ukungena ngendluzula komhlaba obekelwe izinhlelo zikahulumeni kuyaphazamisa ukuletha ingqalasizinda ngokusheshsha. Kuba nzima kakhulu uma kunezinhlangano ezinye ezikhona nalapha eShaya umthetho ezigqugquzela lokhu bese kuba yizona ezicewula kakhulu zithi uhulumeni akenzi lutho. Siyacela ke ukuthi ukuzithathela ngomhlaba ukuzithathela ngendluzula umhlaba kahulumeni kube into engasenzeki ukuze sikwazi ukuthi fast track i-service delivery. Sihlalo kuyiqiniso elingephikiswa ukuthi lo hulumeni sowakhe izindlu eziningi ezehlukene ezingakhokhelwa futhi. Kodwa ekubanzima uma sibona ukuthi imjondolo ayipheli. Okunye okudala lokhu ukuthi ungadilizwa noma uqinisekisa ukuthi uma ngabe sowuhlomlile labo uhlala khona bese kuyadilizwa. Siyanxusa ukuthi lufakelwe ibuko lolu daba ngoba siyakha kodwa akwenze sibone ngathi siye emuva siye phambili. Siyacela ukuthi umhlonishwa uSotobe nethimba lakhe working with the municipalities bakwazi ukuthi balisukumele lolu daba. We must applaud the ANC government for ensuring that the Willowdale Farm Housing Project is successfully completed. This project saw 83 that are living in the farm receiving full title ownership of their houses. Asibonge mhlonishwa uSotobe. Sihlala sikuncome futhi ukuthi iproject akwaJika Joy eMgungundlovu isisemaphethelweni. Siyazi ukuthi le project enamagumbi angamakhulu amane ithatha isikhathi eside ukuthi iphele. Kwaphinde kwanomthelela we-COVID-19 la ukwakha kwamakhona okadalela ekutheni isikhathi sokuphela kwawo seqe kwesasiqaliwe. Asimbonge uhulumeni kaKhongolose ngokubuyisa isithunzi somphakathi wakithi. Kuyintokozo futhi kakhulu sihlala ukuzwa ukuthi eMlazi TCRUs have been completed and waiting to be handed over. Again, I ask, is this a government that has done nothing? Sidlule siye ngale ngakithi eMzumbe ku-Cluster B. Sisho ukuthi kwakhiwa izindlu ezedlulile ku-300. Sibonge mhlonishwa uSotobe ukuthi nangathi lapha esikezansi kuningi okwenzekalayo. Siyazi ukuthi asikuncome esihlalo ukuthi umhlonishwa uSotobe ukushilo ukuthi ugogo unakeni igumbi ukwazile ukuhlomula, kodwa siyanxusa ukuthi nilifakele izibuko udaba lwase-Ward 14 waPhongolo la khona umphakathi wakhona usantulela emuva ngezizindlu. Siyacela ukuthi lolu daba lube sezithebeni zekomiti. Sihlala sikuncoma ukuthi lo mnyango ukwazile ukusebenzisa sonke isabelo sabo seyimali yize bekhona amathize thize. Siphinde sisho ukuthi ukuze lo hulumeni onakekelayo uqhubeke nokufezekisa izithembiso zokushintsha impilo zabantu, uKhongolose inqola emasondo yasamukela isabelo zimali. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable VP Kaluza. I now take this opportunity to call upon the MEC for Human Settlements, Honorable N.M. Sibia, our brand new MEC. New from the box. You may respond, MEC, and you must be reminded that there are minutes that we have deducted earlier on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me thank the honorable members for being part of the debate and debating the budget speech of Vote 8. It was a very interesting debate, Chairperson. Chair, I want to start with the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. We want to thank you, Honorable Hlongwa Madlala, for the guidance and the leadership you are providing with the Portfolio Committee. You continue to inspire us and to counsel us. We would want to also tell the Portfolio Committee that we'll always subject ourselves to the Portfolio Committee and always be ready to be counseled by the Portfolio Committee at any given moment. We noted the issues that you've raised, Chairperson, and all the issues will be attended to. We really appreciate to have a Chairperson of your caliber and the caliber of the ordinary members of the committee that you are having. Honorable Two Ways, Honorable Kulu, yes, siyabonga kakhulu for the support. Njengomnyango siyabonga kakhulu isupport esiyitholayo ekomidini inkulu kakhulu and kuyasijabulisa kakhulu masenza kahle njengomnyango. Kusho ukuthi kusinikeza amandla nomdlandla ukuthi siqhubeke senze izinto ngendlela. We are quite correct, Honorable Kulu, that indeed this department, if I can say it here, Chairperson, without any fear of contradicting myself, it's the top department when it comes to human settlements in the country. When the manner it provides services regarding human settlements, it's unchallenged by any other province. That's why Honorable Ulu will be talking about the issue of 102 million. The 102 million, Chairperson, we only received it on the day when the financial year was ending, literally on the day. And we decided to take it. Others were going to say, but this is going to be money unspent, that will reflect as money unspent. But we said, because as the province, we are always ready to provide more for our people. We always have plans at hand. And that 102 million, Chairperson, will be spent. There is a program, there are plans already. It will be spent on the northern side of the province where we once had floods. So that money will be well spent. It will be spent to our rural communities because, again, we are biased to the poor people of this country as the department. Issue of radical economic transformation, Babu Kulu, that one undoubtedly it's a non-negotiable. As the HOD and the CFO and the team, they understand so well. In fact, they've internalized it. They know it. We are all clear on it that we need to help and change the skewed economy of this country and make sure that our people are able to benefit, but also we are able to change the manner things are done and put them at the center of the economy, because as the department, we are participating in the economy as well. Ubabu Mazibuko from the IFP, Babu Nzima, siyabonga kakhulu. Sibonga kakhulu isupport nokusithemba osinika khona njengomnyango sisonke. Sizavuma ukuthi sisebenzela wonke umuntu waKwaZulu-Natal. Uhulumeni okuwona olida lelizwe, uhulumeni wabo bonke abantu. Akuwona uhulumeni ophethe abantu abathile abanye ongabaphethe. So siuhulumeni nje okhona ozosebenza nawo wonke umuntu. Njengoba nani nisho ukuthi you are counting yourself in, ayikho enye indlela, siyibambeni sonke madoda. Siqhubezeleni intuthuko yabantu bakithi phambili, uhulumeni ayiqhube njalo ephambili. Ngoba okusenza ukuthi singakwazi ukuhambisa kakhulu intuthuko, ukuphinde kube khona abanye abasidonsela emaceleni, basidonsela emumva, singayi phambili. So uma sithi sihamba sonke, kuyashesha sihambeni sonke, and sizozibophezela nathi ukuthi sizosebenza nawo wonke umuntu ozibisele ukusebenza kanye nathi. Sibonga kakhulu isupport nanokusupport ibudget. Siyabonga kakhulu. We agree, this department has got a very good history when it comes to spending
its finances, CFO, and the HOD chair through you. We've got a very good history, and we'll continue with that history of spending the money that is allocated to the department, but also spent where it's supposed to be spent. Value for money is important. That's what we'll continue doing. The issue of that you raised, Babu Mazibuko, and raised by other members, the issue of some of the impediments and some of the challenges for delivery that we see, they are not in the hands of the department. We agree with you. Some impediments are with the municipalities, but we are not sitting back and saying, we'll wait and see. We are interacting with the municipalities. We are dealing with some of the challenges to a level that's why we're saying where there are challenges, we'll take over the developer status and run the programs and the projects by ourselves and by our own. We've got even some money that has been reserved on some of the areas. We are going to be putting bulk infrastructure ourselves. There's about 49 million that we have budgeted to continue helping, because we are a department that is visionary, that doesn't want to see the projects being stalled because we are not able to do what we're supposed to be doing. The issue of eThekwini, we agree, we've raised it, the department is aware of it. We are committed on eThekwini that the money that is allocated to eThekwini is utilized properly. And we are working very closely with them. We'll continue with working closely with eThekwini. Where they need our assistance, we'll assist them, because we are there for that. But also where we need to intervene, we'll intervene. But we are working very well with the eThekwini municipality. Babu Mayor, excuse me. You pledged your support as well. We take that very well, and we appreciate it, the support that you are pledging. Let me just say, the issue of, when you are going to say we are unable to build houses on time that were damaged, and then you use a narrative that is related to issues of calling an ambulance, and you compare it with building of houses. Calling an ambulance is easy. You take a phone, you call, the ambulance drives 30 minutes, 45 minutes, it's there. Building a house is a different process. I'll just appeal to you that we must always use corresponding examples so that our case becomes very concrete. We agree, we are committed in building and finalizing those houses. But Honorable Kaluza covered us very well. It's like she's part of the department. There are issues regarding those houses. Some of the land they are built in is not suitable. Some of the land as well is privately owned where these houses were built. So we are dealing with all those houses, but we can assure you we are committed. Those people will get the houses. You raise an issue of innovation and bringing in new ideas. This team of human settlements, the entire team human settlements from the lower level to the upper level, they all have been challenged. We must come up with new ideas, bring in new technologies that is going to help us be innovative in construction and building of houses in the province. So we are very committed and determined on that one. It's exactly what we are on. So we'll be dealing with that. The issue of, I'm glad you even understand the issue of land. You understand it, Honorable Kaluza. Went labored on that one. She lectured us on that. But I was very happy that you understand the issue of land. The only challenge now that you need to understand is to know where this land is. That this land must be given back to the rightful owners. And we are not saying no one must own land, but our people remain without land. Challenges within human settlements, some of the challenges are because there is no land. So the only thing that you need to work with us on is to get back that land. It's very important. And I know you'll be part of us in getting that land. So the issue of title deeds, I think I labored on the issue of title deeds. They are our focus. We are focusing on title deeds. They are our priority. Within a space of 2 months, we have issued about 3,000 title deeds already. And we are going to continue. Our target is 10,500 this financial year. But I can assure you, we might go above that. That is the commitment. But one thing that we must remind ourselves is that the issue of title deeds, we must never forget that we are addressing the challenges or the policies that were put by the apartheid system. Some of the challenges we are faced with is the issue of the laws that were there that we need to reverse. The Black Authority Act that was there, we are still dealing with such challenges. So we need to make sure that we deal with such. There is a backlog, a huge backlog, where again, the old regime will just take our people, take in Mpumalanga Township. Mpumalanga Township, we are still addressing the issues there. It couldn't be proclaimed as a township without addressing the issue of unfinished business, where our people were only abandoned and damned in Mpumalanga Township, and there was nothing. So we need to deal with those things and address them, because apartheid government didn't have any interest of black people. So it's us now who are starting to deal with that. And we are doing it very well with speed. Believe you me, the issue of speed is at the center of the department. We want to move with speed in everything that we do. It's speed, 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 quickening the tempo as the Premier mandated us. You spoke about military veterans and the challenges. We know the challenges that are there, but believe you me, we are moving and we are going to deliver the houses for military veterans. The issue of Alio Ridge, we're on top of it. For the minister to come down in the province, it was necessary. She is a minister and we'll work together on many issues. There is nothing wrong with the minister coming to the province. We work together in addressing many issues, but we are dealing with the issue of Alio Ridge. In fact, we are on top of it. We know what happened there. We acknowledge it. We own it. We are working in clearing that matter. The military veterans are our priority as well. We are dealing with the issues of military veterans. You said they must step aside. They must use the step aside process. Let me tell you the story. The number of DA leaders who are stepping aside of late is amazing. It's so unbelievable. Yesterday, it was Pumzile van Dam, black, a black woman. I'm going to continue once you finish there. And then you come back to Maimani, the leader of the DA, stepping aside, whatever you call it. You come back to Mashaba Herman, your mayor. I'm talking about high-profile leaders of the DA. They can't take it anymore. I can go back, maybe even Mbalintule step aside, I don't know. Mazibuko, gone. High-profile leaders of the DA are stepping aside because it's unbearable being in the DA. It's black. All of them are black. Look at that, guys. Please be careful. Be careful. Be careful. It's the warning. You know, when you lose your former leader, my man, leaving the DA, alarm bells are ringing. We are collapsing. Let me move. Honorable Dlamini, thank you so much. Indeed, you spoke about the work that we have done over the years, and in particular the last financial year that has ended. I agree. A lot of work was done. You talk about sanitizing the different municipalities and areas, but also sanitizing the sanitization of informal settlements. That's where we spend some of the EPWP money. Let me also say this. EPWP was spent 100%, EPWP grant. It was spent 100%. The entire allocation was spent 100%. There was no money that was returned back. I know that because you see the allocation this year is less. It's not because we didn't spend the money. The entire allocation was spent of EPWP. And it's been the history of this department. We do spend that money and we'll continue spending it. Thank you so much. Siyabonga kakhulu. Yes, siyabonga support. We appreciate the support that you are giving us and the trust that we have in the department. Will continue doing the great job. The solid foundation that has been laid over the years, as we have said, and we all acknowledge that, we'll continue building on that. But we want to raise the bar even higher because we don't want to maintain the bar where it is. We want to raise it from time to time and make sure that we move mountains in providing services to our people. Then we Umam Uvuyiswa Taluza VC. Umam Dalus, hey, you nailed it. In fact, I shouldn't have even came here. You represented our views as I finished, Chairperson. You represented our views as the department. Everything that you said, it's what really, it's the truth and the facts. That is the truth and the fact of what is happening. You answered to Bob Mayor so well. I agree with you. You can't speak about human settlement without talking about land. Land is at the center of everything that we do. And you went you detailed that one, the issue of land. We appreciate that. Issues of skills development, it's exactly at the center of what we are doing as the department. I'm glad you narrated all the achievements and all the things that we have done as the department over the years and the past financial year. You said it so well. It's like you are the MEC of that department. We appreciate the work that you have done. The issue of elders, we agree with you. We will continue the jubilation that you see when elders are being given title deeds. We acknowledge that. We thank you for that. The invasion of land must be condemned, must be rejected, must be discouraged. We are in agreement with you. The department will continue doing that as well. Again, I agree. ANC government is the caring government. We'll continue doing that, what we do best as the ANC government that cares. I want to finally say, Honorable Chairperson, the issue of Masinenge project is the project that this department is dealing with. We have taken it over. It was under the municipality. We have taken it over. We are running it. There is a new contractor on site. We've been there recently. We want to see it finished very soon. People of Masinenge deserve the best like any other who lives in this province and this country. So we are going to do everything that it takes to finish that project with speed. Honorable Chairperson, we want to thank everyone. We are grateful to be part of this great team in the department, but also having this legislature as an oversight body that will make us to account. We are grateful to everyone. The team in the office of the MEC is doing a great job. The ANC will continue to live and lead and provide services to our people. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much, MEC. Honorable members, who have come to an end of our long day work. I wish to thank all of you for your vibrant participation throughout the day. We'll adjourn the meeting until Tuesday, the 25th of May, 2021 at 9 o'clock, wherein we'll be deliberate on vote 2, which is the legislature budget vote. Please travel safely and do stay safe as well, as the third wave of a deadly pandemic is attacking and the stats are they're rapidly increasing. Thank you so much.
Siyabonga Sihlalo.